Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next? He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of genocidal maniac.
Peace and love. It's a new day. It's Black History Month, according to the United States government, according to our community, Black History Month. So we're going to do some things today. I got to push the show out. I didn't even advertise or anything. I haven't been on for like 2 weeks. But we're going to crack the code today. We're going to crack the code. And what happened is, if you're a Hebrew Israelite, don't get emotional in the chat. Shout out to Israel Bound, who always joined my panel. Shout out to everybody who loves information. I think I have cracked the Hebrew Israelite code. The code is centralized around a lot of things in the biblical text. Isaiah 11:11, Zephaniah 3:10, Deuteronomy 28:68, Luke 21:24. That's a number of scriptures in 2nd Esdras. Arzareth has to be America, and so forth. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. The sound is fuzzy. How is the sound for everybody else? Sound choppy and static. I don't know why. I don't know why. Let me go to the YouTube. Hold on. Disconnect. Hold on. How we sound now? I think we're supposed to be better right now. I think we're supposed to be better. How we sound? All right. I think we're better now. Now. Before I move forward, also let me also add to the conversation. Israel Bound always jump on. I'm going to put the link right here in the chat. Peace and blessings. There's a few things I wanna touch on real quickly for those who are watching. I am not here to tell you what to believe or to be your Messiah or to tell you which way to go. I'm just gonna tell you this. I grew up in the Christian church. My parents are Christians. Maybe that's why I don't go at the Christians as hard as I go against every other group, because I look at it this way. I heard True Story say one day, and for those who don't know True Story is from the NBK Each One Teach One YouTube channel, who has taught me a lot. We've taught each other a lot. But he said one day, would you tell your grandmother that her Christianity is garbage? And I said, I wouldn't dare do that. So I don't talk against Christianity, but I also don't talk against people's beliefs with a mindset, I want to debunk you and I want you to stop believing what you believe in. Because what are you going to replace it with? Well, with me, let me just tell you my journey from Christian, dabble a little bit with Rastafarianism, Nation of Islam, Conscious Community, Kemet, Old Testament, start studying the Old Testament a lot. Then Professor James Small and Jehovah's Witnesses have probably the most biggest influence on me. And how they influenced me was the Jehovah's Witness gave me a book with every religion that was known, the most popular religions. I said that, how do we know which one is the right one? Professor James Smalls, I saw him at City College in the 90s. And he said that, how can you speak on something unless you actually practice it? So he was talking about his journey of joining the Yoruba craft, joining the Akan craft, joining the Igbo, and experiencing it for himself before making a decision. So those two instances in my life changed the way Ghost Lithium, peace and love to you, man, is what really influenced me the most as far as my development as a human being. As far as Christianity, treat people the way you want to be treated. So if you want to cuss me out and I cuss you out back, that's how we want to deal with each other. That's fine. We could deal with each other on that level. But for now, I'm saying that whatever belief you have, if you go out in public and promote it, you are open for criticism. Open for criticism. All right. So as my sister just pointed out, I'm teaching real history. But I think I have cracked the Israelite code. I think I have cracked it. All right. Let me ask a question to everybody in the audience, and I'm going to ask it in 5 more minutes. 70 AD going into West Africa. What is the first time you ever heard that? I heard people say it. I first heard it from the Hebrew Israelites. But it didn't come from the Hebrew Israelites. It supposedly come from Rudolf Windsor, but it didn't come from Rudolf Windsor either. It came from somebody else. I'm going to show you who it comes from, directly who it comes from. I'm about to put him on the screen right now. I'm going to put him on the screen. Introducing to y'all. We talked about him before. But he was the first person I know of in history that mentioned 70 AD. And by the way, to that sister Naphtali might be joining the chat. She said she wanted to debate something. I don't know. Waste of time. And if you're going to debate also, you got to understand that when you're debating, you could be wrong. You could be wrong. Yo, I might be wrong, bro. I could be wrong, bro. All right, so let me put this on the screen so that everybody could see what I'm seeing. All right, Leo Frobonus, I don't know. But listen, we're going to have a conversation. We family. This ain't no I'm debunking you today and all this craziness. Because we're going to be trying to debunk each other all night. All right, let me make this. I'm going to pin this message so anyone could join the chat. As long as you're going to come on and be respectful, I'll be respectful to you. All right. All right. All right. Now take a look at this right here. He shared this on the screen. Black Jews of Africa ruled their life according to law of Moses. Strange legend that links the children of Israel with this tribe is here told by one of themselves who learned it at his mother's knee. I want y'all to pay attention to this. That's from the August 7th, 1925, the Aurora Banner. Look at this now. The kings of Dahomey and Ashanti. The following account is extracted from the private letter of a gentleman residing on the west coast of Africa. The king of Dahomey is named Badahong. He's not the Russian described in the English papers or the ruffian, because the reason why I say Russian is because F in back in the days would be translated to S, but it actually means F here. Personally, he's well looking, and indeed a few black men are better looking. He's perfectly black. Human sacrifices are regarded by the Africans as they were regarded by the Jews as a part of their religion. They are not committed out of sheer wickedness. But anyway, the king of Ashanti, Kwakodua, is not about our religion and our ways, but his chiefs won't permit it. Now, the human sacrifices at Kumasi are 10 times worse than those at Dahomey. So anyway, they're talking about Dahomey and black Jews in Dahomey. So here we go with another source. Would you know the name of these strange people among whom I first drew the breath of life? They are the black Jews of Dahomey, a race little heard of outside the great dark continent, which keeps so many secrets and guards them so jealously. How came this people? Now look at this right here. It says their present dwelling is in West Africa, many days' journey from the coast, but comparatively near Timbuktu. Its heart is a temple built after the Jewish manner and containing an ark which enshrines a kid's skin upon which has been burnt in the original Hebrew, the books of the Pentateuch. How came these people who have remained faithful for long centuries to the religion of the Jews and who possess a copy of the Mosaic books in Hebrew in far Dahomey? I will tell you the story as I heard it at my mother's knee. So again, we're hearing about the 5 books of Moses. They have the Pentateuch. They have a synagogue. They have a temple. All right. So he starts telling us how the people got there and so forth. But anyway, the gentleman who is telling this story talks about how he ended up in Glasgow, right? In Glasgow, in Scotland. In Glasgow, I was given a home in a Scottish family and sent to school. Now I am proposing to return to the home of my people in Dahomey and to do what I can to bring to them the new revelation which has replaced the old Mosaic law, an eye for an eye. So the African jungle is safer than New York City. Bata LoBagola. His name is LoBagola. He is the oldest reference that I could literally find that speaks of Jews in Dahomey, right? West Africa, where it says, where the map talks about Whydah and Judah. He is the person that actually said that after 70 AD, we were sent into West Africa. He is the oldest reference that I have found. If anybody who watches this video follow older reference, I'm willing to take it. But he is the guy that started that whole argument about 70 AD going into West Africa, the Jews going into West Africa. But another thing is, family, is that this guy LoBagola, this is him right here in 1911. This guy also is very important because he then confesses that he made it up. I'm going to say that again. He confesses that he made it up in his own writings. He confesses. This is very important because a lot of people could read this at a later time and use this as a source. Like, yo, we got all the information, Garfield. You full of it. You're full of it, Garfield. You're full of BS. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to say it again with all my heart. He admits to making it up. He admits to it. So you now can't use this as a source to say, here what? I have the truth and I read this about this guy. You got to vet the source before you put it out. So now we're talking about the same place, Whydah. Whydah, what they're calling Judah. Whydah. I'm gonna hold on, let me just do one thing real quickly for all the people on my timeline. We live. Let me just send this video out so people know that we're actually live right now. All right. And while I'm cracking the code, let me give a shout out to some of my Hebrew Israelite brothers. Shout out to Captain Tariq from the ISUPK. I mean, we don't agree on everything, but I got to give a shout out to the brother. All right. And I hope he learned something from today's message. Gorilla Hebrew, Deacon Hakar, and Brother Hassad. Give a shout out to my brother on Clubhouse, Trilla, Dre, Manny, Mama Steph, Hurricane, Ariella. Couple other people out there, Sister Risa and others on Clubhouse. Not that many people I learned from and whatever, but when I give you a shout out, you know what it is. Shout out to my brother Corey Yawasap, brother Yawa'al. I see Yawa'al and Ariella have a little back and forth, and I see Gorilla Hebrew as a true leader came out and gave his little input on it, showing some wisdom so that people could understand where they're coming from. All right. So this is very important because now we get to what we call the whole Whydah controversy. Because remember, the Jews thought LoBagola was legitimate. So they had him speaking at the Kiwanis Club. Look at this. Bata LoBagola, West African bushman, will tell in person the story of his life at the regular meeting of the Kiwanis Club Thursday at noon. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's all over colleges. He's going all over America teaching this story, which was a lie. Come to find out, he also was like a mini Dr. York. He liked kids too. He was into the kid stuff like Dr. York. And this is not allegedly. This is reality. All right. But he admitted he lied about most of the stuff and the stories that he told. Come to find out, ladies and gentlemen, he was from the same place Bobby Banger is from, Baltimore. He grew up in Baltimore, but lied about being born in West Africa. That alone should let you throw everything out. Like, oh, I don't want to hear this guy no more. And the reason why I'm showing this on the screen, because there's a guy by the name of Cripple. And for those who don't know Dante Fortson, he's a guy, Christian Israelite guy that pushes that the black folks are Israelites, whatever. He uses Cripple, but Cripple got his information from LoBagola about the people in Dahomey being Jews. You see how it adds up? So now when you say that the people are Jews, and let me just look up Nefertiti video real quickly on Judah. Her video on Judah is excellent. And I'm gonna put it up right now. Shout out to rest in peace to my sister, man. I love you and I miss you dearly. I want y'all to check this out because we're gonna talk about Whydah in a minute right now. Because I know people say, why? But Whydah is Judah, Garfield. Whydah is Judah. No, the reason why I said Guerrilla Hebrew is a true leader. Because Elijah Muhammad would send Malcolm X out and Farrakhan out. Farrakhan would send Khalid out. Ariella was sent out by his leader to dismantle that doctrine that the brother Yahweh came up with. Whether he's right or wrong is irrelevant to me. I think both sides I always think both sides are wrong because I don't think we're Israelites at all. But it's good to see good debates. All right. All right. No, Dean, hold on a second. No, Dean. Dahomey. He's saying he's in Dahomey at 1911. All right. So just relax, Dean. And if you want to join the conversation, the link is at the top. If you need to teach me something, I don't mind being taught. I'm humble like that. All right. So check this out now. Since we brought up Whydah, the kingdom of Judah, it's important you guys view this conversation right here.
People say that Whydah means Judah from the Bible. Is there any truth to that?
I think now that is nonsense. That is nonsense. They are really wrong.
Okay.
Nobody knows about Judah here. Nobody knows about Judah here. Nobody knows about Judah here.
Hey guys, it's Nephi. Thank you for joining me today. As you guys know, I am an urban apologist. I answer questions having to do with being Black and being Christian. So if you're Black and you're a Christian and you're living in the 21st century, you have most likely heard or come across a group who calls themselves either Hebrew Israelites or Black Hebrew Israelites. So first of all, there are several factions of Hebrew Israelites. They have varying beliefs between them, but the underlying current, the thing that holds them together, is the idea that the Bible speaks about prophecies that would happen to the children of Israel if they were disobedient to God, and that those prophecies have been fulfilled during the transatlantic slave trade. Their belief is that we, African Americans and the people in the diaspora, are the true children of Israel. In order to substantiate their claim, knowing that we come from West Africa, how are we supposed to be children of Israel and we from West Africa, we ain't from Jerusalem? The way they establish that is by basically coloring all of West Africa Hebrew. One thing that you will notice in their arguments when it comes to this subject is that they very frequently point to this particular map, which was issued in 1747. I'm going to show you a few clips of them pointing to this map and telling you what this is supposed to mean.
As you look, you see where it says slave coast? We're going to get closer up for you so you can see that. You can see where it says slave coast, just above it. What does that say? Kingdom of Judah, Juda, or Whydah, yeah, which is another way of saying Judah, yeah, in a different language, right? Where it says Slave Coast and Gold Coast, right? So let's go to a map that's got a little bit of a close-up, because what I did, I redid that part of the map so you can see it in a much closer. So look at that. It says Kingdom of Judah. Yeah, slave coast. Yeah, and you see Jews in Africa. Whydah. Yes, it says that Judah. These people are not stupid. They don't go into these places without doing their research. So they knew about these things, and they also knew that the black Jews, the real Jews, fled Israel to the west coast of Africa during the siege by Vespasian.
Notice what he's saying you're supposed to gather from the fact that this map says Kingdom of Judah. They knew, they ain't stupid. They did their research. They knew who we was.
It says Kingdom of Judah in Africa, right here. So this would be modern day Benin. Is that a coincidence? Who named these people on the map? Portugal. All right, Portugal did. So Portugal is the one that named Portugal. The Portuguese knew exactly who we were. It's basically what it comes down to.
All right, but we're going to focus on the slave coast. One of the things I'm going to bring down is a book called The Negro Question. Those of you are questioning. All right, the African slave ships, they came from where? Judah. Now, on here he has a picture of the map. All right, as I have right here at the center of the map, Bowen showed that the true name of the so-called slave coast was none other than the Kingdom of Judah. That was the true name of what you know today as the slave coast. Look it up. Look his map up, Emmanuel Bowen. I have it right here behind. It says Judah was known by 4 different names at that time. Judah, Whydah, Whydah, which is W-H-I-D-A-H. Some would spell it W-H-Y-D-A-H. But anyway, Uda, which is sometimes spelled with a Q, or Abir, which is A-B-I-E-R. I hope you're writing this stuff down, that the slave coast was originally known as the Kingdom of Judah, but it had 4 different names, which I just got done naming. It says, what does this mean to those of us who have been in hot pursuit of the truth? It means that we have the proof from the royal mapmaker himself that Judah was indeed listed among the inhabitants of Africa.
So basically what they're saying is, because this map says Kingdom of Judah, that means tribe of Judah. That means Hebrew Israelites. That means me, you, and all our mama them. We Hebrews. But what do the people of Benin have to say? You know, the people who actually live there.
In America, people say that Whydah means Judah from the Bible. Is there any truth to that? Is there any truth, like as a tribe outside of the phone called Hebrew Israelites? Have they ever came or settled here in Whydah and called it Judah, but then changed the name back to Whydah? Is there any truth to that?
I think now that is nonsense. Because we have nothing like Judah in our things. What when we hear Whydah, you know, Whydah, even the real name is Whydah. Whydah, because the people who are living here in the former time are Whydah.
Okay.
People who speak Whydah.
Okay.
Now, when the settlers came, I mean the Europeans, talking about the French people, Portuguese, we have also American. We have different masters that time at colonial time. You know, so when they wanted to pronounce Whydah,
right,
French people say Whydah, and Portuguese say Judah. Other people say Whydah.
Right.
So we have different spelling according to their maternal tongue.
Okay.
The maternal tongue of the settlers.
Okay.
So the real name of our city is Whydah.
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 Okay.
Whydah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
So you never heard of, and you can ask this to the elder.
Yeah.
Has the elder ever heard of a tribe called the Hebrew Israelites settling here in Whydah and calling it Judah at one time?
They are surprised that they have never heard that name.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm doing this, because there's a lot of misinformation and lies being spread in America.
Okay.
So we want to get the record straight and the facts.
They are really wrong.
Okay.
Nobody knows about Judah here.
Okay.
Maybe when you go in religion like Christianity, you may hear of those names, but in our tradition, there's no name, no king, nobody has been Judah here.
Okay.
Yeah. In our tradition, there's no name, no king, nobody has been Judah here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Notice he said, first of all, he took you through the origin of the term. It's Portuguese origin, but really it came from the people there themselves called themselves Whydah. Whydah. He said that. And then the French called it Whydah, and then the Portuguese called it Ajuda. Not because they saw Hebrews there and they saw people, the children of Israel, and they knew that they were enslaving Israelites because no, okay? The reason why they called it that was because they were attempting to pronounce Whydah. But of course, their language, their tongue was trained according to their language to pronounce words a certain way. If you want to learn more about that, I also have another video entitled The Letter J in Jesus' Name, which refutes the argument that because there was no letter J back when Jesus was supposed to have lived, that means Jesus never existed. You'll want to check that video out, because there I talk about how pronunciation varies between language when they're trying to basically still say the same thing. Now, I happen to have been blessed to have presented at the Truth Summit in Boston late last year. And if you haven't had the opportunity to attend, I suggest you join the Facebook group. And I'm pretty sure Pastor Jason LaPlanche has an opportunity for you to purchase the videos from the presentations that were there. They're phenomenal. But I want to show you what my good friend and fellow urban apologist Pastor Damon Richardson had to say that blew me away at that presentation.
There's an area in Benin called Whydah. So I'm sure you how they try and play you ignorant. They'll say, oh, so Whydah is really pronounced as Judah. And it's really, Whydah is really as Judah because the West Africans there were really Israelites from the tribe of Judah. Yeah. So they say that Israelites settled in Benin and named their town Judah. Let me show you what history tells us. Portuguese, or I should say French settlers, colonized that area, and they called it Whydah. The Portuguese could not pronounce Whydah, so they called it Judah, because of their inability to say Whydah, as the French had named it. The interesting thing is Whydah, Judah, however you pronounce it, means help, not praise. Judah in Hebrew means praise, not help. And so, again, this is that phenomenological trick. Doesn't it sound the same? Must be the same. Judah, that sounds like Judah. It must be Judah. Therefore, the people who live there must be Judahites. That's really, really, really bad logic.
So after he said this, I'm sitting in the crowd watching the presentation, and I'm just like, it clicked for me. And the reason why it clicked for me, he said here that in Portuguese, the word ajuda means help.
Help. Ayuda.
Some of you may know that my family is my mother's family is Afro-Cuban. And so I grew up speaking Spanish. So when he said Portuguese for help is ajuda, it rang with me because it's the same in Spanish. It's ayuda.
If you want to say, I need help in Spanish, you can say, necesito ayuda. Necesito ayuda.
And again, if you watch that video about the letter J, you'll see how the letter Y and the letter J are pretty much the same sound or pretty much the same letter interchangeably. Now, the reason why this is important, you can see here that there are many different ways to say Whydah. The African brother told us that it was Whydah. Then we had the French who came and said Whydah, Judah. And so the Portuguese here are attempting to say Whydah. The Hebrew Israelites claim that the Portuguese showed up and saw the children of Israel there and were trying to say tribe of Judah. But all they were really trying to say was Whydah. If they had been speaking Portuguese, the word ajuda has a meaning in their own language, and it means help. It does not mean tribe of Judah. Another thing is, there is currently a parish or a neighborhood in Portugal right now to this day called Ajuda. But nobody says that the children of Israel and the lost tribe of Judah is over there. Why? But let's just think about this for a second. Let's just say for a moment that it were true, that it was named after the kingdom of Judah because of the tribe of Judah. If you do any sort of investigation into West African, the slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, you'll find that they didn't necessarily capture the people at the coast. They weren't stripping people from the coast. What they did was apply pressure at the coast and attempt to make agreements or contracts with the kingdoms that were on the coast for those people to go into the interior and kidnap other Africans. If you read about Equiano, it talks about how it took him several weeks to travel from the interior over rivers until he reached the coast where there was so much water that he'd never seen before. He had never seen the ocean before. His people were not a coastal people. So the slave trade lasted from my start date for the slave trade is 1440, when the Portuguese first took, I think it was like 12 slaves back to Portugal to show them off to the king of Portugal. And then that kind of initiated the slave trade. So it was officially abolished in the late 1800s. Unofficially, I think it still goes on today. So there were plenty of ships, millions of people who were transported in the slave trade from Africa, millions of people who were stolen over a span of approximately 400 years. So you trying to tell me that if I live on the coast and I see these Europeans showing up, I'm just going to stay here. Like me and my family, we're not going to try to run and hide in the woods somewhere. We're not going to escape the coast. No, we're just going to sit here over centuries and repopulate the land after they steal millions of people, thousands of people a month, shipping them off to the new world. We see this going on. We just gonna stay here and y'all just wiping us all out. How are you getting millions of people for 400 years? You're not getting them from the same place. And furthermore, the people of Whydah were slave catchers. They were contracted basically by the Europeans to go into the interior and capture slaves. That's why they had the port there. They were assisting the Europeans. Now, I have my own personal reservations. I try to keep it balanced. So with regards to slave catching and Africans participating in the slave trade, like I said before, I believe they applied pressure, right? So it's kind of like, yeah, some of them did see it as a financial opportunity. Others of them saw it more along the lines of, well, either we participate and save our own skins, or, we die, whatever the case is. But this video isn't about that. The point is that the people residing in the kingdom of Judah or Ayuda or Whydah were not the ones who were primarily being used as cargo and sold off into slavery. They were going and kidnapping other people. So even if it had been them, even if they had been Israelites, which they were not, they wouldn't have been our ancestors. So I think this information is extremely important. I showed you the clips where the people were talking about it ad nauseum, where they were making it seem like, okay, Kingdom of Judah means tribe of Judah, means you and me. You know what I'm saying? The Bible about it.
All right. The reason why I wanted to play that video is I wanted you to hear specifically the part with the native person speaking. Now, I'm going to have a conversation with Ghost, with Dean, with Bayesian Melanin. I'm going to have a conversation. I wish y'all would jump on the panel because y'all know Garfield is the coolest dude to have a conversation with. Are we going to have a conversation right now? And I want y'all to pay attention. I want y'all to think. You see, when you think, I don't know if I have all the answers, but I think I could solve the mystery. I could crack the code right now. And how I could crack the code is, all I got to do is just show sources. Just show sources. All right. So let's take a look at this, by the way. Let's take a look at this. Whydah, would we all agree that this map was created by Emmanuel Bowen at 1847? Would we all agree to that? If you disagree, let me know in the chat. 1747, this was created by Emmanuel Bowen. Does everybody agree with that? Ghost Lithium, Dean, Israel Bound, Bayesian Melanin, put a 1 in the chat if you agree that this map was made 1747. Let's Hebrew Elevation. Do you agree? Come on, put a 1 in the chat if you agree that this map was created by Emmanuel Bowen, 1747. Come on. Answer. I got to get feedback so I could teach right now. Because I told y'all, I cracked the code. Once I crack the code, it's a wrap. I can't confirm or deny. All right, let's all right. So let me Google it then. Emmanuel Bowen map. Hold on 1 second. Emmanuel Bowen map. Hold on 1 second. I think I got it in my notes. Let me Google maps of West Africa, rear maps. I think I got it right here with the Negro land. I think I got it right here. I think I got it in my notes from my iPhone. I'm going to put it in the thing and I'm going to put it on the screen so that we all can agree, because we have to agree with the map. We have to agree that the map was created that day, that year. Unique maps. Let me click on map of Negro land. Let me click on unique maps. Let me see Emmanuel Bowen. Because I got to find that Whydah map. Yeah, I got it right here. Map of Negro land. As a matter of fact, you know what? Hold on 1 second, family. But we got to teach. We got to teach. I think we can't act like we know. Let the evidence speak for itself. And I think that's the best way we can agree. Because everybody have their mind made up. This is referring to the tribe of Judah. Everybody who don't agree is saying that they could do that, X, Y, and Z. Let me see if I find the actual map by Emmanuel Bowen so that we all can agree that this is the map. Right here. It's for $1,400 on rear maps. Hold on 1 second. Is this the actual map? I gotta find the actual map. Because I don't want nobody to say, hey, you know what? Garfield is lying, and y'all saying that my sister Queen is lying. So I want to make sure I have the right map so that everybody can be on the same page. Nobody can say, hey, Garfield made it up. So I'm gonna Google 1747 Emmanuel Bowen map of Africa. Let's see what pops up. Emmanuel Bowen rear map Africa. I don't think this is the one right here. This is the 1747. I want to make sure I find that map so that everybody's on there. Antique maps by Emmanuel. Oh, okay, I got it. I got it right here. Hold on. So we can't move forward if we don't agree. All right. Here's the map collection. Let me show y'all right now. Make sure I make it big. All right, here we go. Whydah, here we go. Let me take this off the screen so y'all don't say Garfield is making stuff up. David Rumsey. Here we go. This is the map by Emmanuel Bowen, the one with Whydah on it. It's right here. See at the side. Author Emmanuel Bowen, 1747, short title, Negro Land, adjacent countries. Right here. I'm going to make it bigger. See? Make it bigger so you guys could see it. Hold on 1 second. Let me bring this down right here. Make it bigger. All right. Where's Whydah? Whydah is right. See right here? Whydah right here. See, this is the original map. Let me make it bigger. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to bring it over so everybody could see this is the actual map. I don't want nobody to say Garfield lying or Garfield made it up. It's right here in the middle of the screen, right here. Kingdom of Judah or Whydah, slave coast. Whydah with an I. Whydah with an I. Kingdom, KM, of Judah or Whydah, slave coast. Does everybody in the audience agree this is the map, the original map? I just want to make it clear for everybody. Do we all agree this is the actual map where everybody gets his Kingdom of Judah or Whydah, slave coast from Emmanuel Bowen? I just want to make that point and move on. I just want to make that point. Because this is how we got to break it down slow. We got to slow it down. Do we agree that's the original map where it comes from? 1747, Emmanuel Bowen. I just want to make it clear because I want Dean, I'm not, listen, bro, pay attention. I just want to make sure we agree. So this is the map. I put it on my slides. I just want to make it clear to everybody. All right. Now, moving forward, let me tell you why I'm bringing this up first. Listen, family, we got to stay on the same topic. We can't be arguing about different things in the chat. Jeremiah this and Kings this. We talking about the Whydah map. We have to make it clear. I'm cracking the code. The first thing is 1747. There was no Kingdom of Judah at that time. I need to make that clear. What's up, mommy?
Yeah, I'm just listening. I want to be in the first row.
All right, cool. So the kingdom of Judah or Whydah did not exist in 1747 when Emmanuel Bowen drew this map. This map is anachronistic. Why is it anachronistic? Because Whydah was not a kingdom anymore at 1747. 20 years earlier is when the Dahomey kingdom conquered them. So there was no Kingdom of Judah or Whydah at this time. And why does he say Kingdom of Judah or Whydah, slave coast? Because guess what? This is how we solve the whole problem. How do we pronounce what the country is called in English? Remember, you had the British, you had the French, you had the Spanish, you had the Portuguese, you had the Dutch, you had all these people who pronounce the same word. We are speaking English in the audience. So how do we pronounce it since the English pronounce it a certain way? How did we pronounce it, Mika? How did the British or the English pronounce it?
Teach.
They said Whydah. Why didn't the British or the English that we speak say Judah? Common sense. It's a language barrier. It has nothing to do with the Judah of such and such. But watch this now. Watch this. The kingdom of Whydah is known locally as Glehu, but also known and spelled in old literature as Whydah. Look at the different ways it's spelled in old literature. Whydah, Whydah, Ajudah, Oida, Whydah, Judah, and Judah. The Yoruba spell it Igelefe. The French say it Oida. Was a kingdom on the coast of West Africa in what is now Benin. So you had different cultures pronouncing the words horribly. Now remember when I said earlier about LoBagola, right? Look at what it says right here. Closer to our time, Dr. J. Kreppel, remember I showed it in German earlier, noted sometime after the First World War that a large community of black Jews existed in the interior of Dahomey. These Jews had the 5 books of Moses written on old parchment in Hebrew. So you reading this now saying, yes, they are the Jews, but look who he got it from. He's writing after World War I. He got this from LoBagola, who was repeating this lie about the 5 books of Moses is written in Hebrew in Dahomey. That's who he got the information from. And that guy confessed that he was lying. So this is X'd out. This source is null and void. So now this is where y'all got it from. So now when we go to the best source on the information, again, I'm cracking the code. We go to Robin Law. He talks about the slave import from 1727 to 1892. But look at this right now. You have Dahomey right here at 1724. This is where they were. Then you have the Olaudah kingdom. Then you had Whydah. Remember this for everybody who don't know. Once Dahomey took over Olaudah and Whydah, it became the entire Dahomey kingdom. This is after 1727. You see the notes? Dahomey 1724 over here on the left side. Dahomey 1727 to 1820. They control Whydah and Olaudah because Olaudah controlled Whydah before that. And Whydah was its own kingdom up until 1727. So the map was made between 1727 and 1820. Who was the kingdom? Dahomey. So you see Garfield is right on point. There was no Whydah kingdom or kingdom of Whydah when that map was made. So it's anachronistic. It don't even make sense. Then now, when we look at the first name that it was called, let's look at it chronologically. Whydah that y'all arguing about, that is Judah, which is what the French call it. The name Whydah may have been noted first by Spanish missionaries visiting the kingdom of Olaudah to the north, who recorded it in the form of Jura or Lura. So ladies and gentlemen, are Iura, I should say, not Lura, not an L, it's an I. Because remember, J and I had a similar sound. So Jura or Iura, why didn't they say Judah or Lura or something to do with sound like how it sounds? Because they are trying to pronounce, my brothers and sisters, a word called Whydah or Whydah, the X silence. So we gotta crack the code. So when we look at it chronologically now, we have the Spanish first pronouncing it Jura or Jura. So they're not calling it no Judah. Nobody's pronouncing it no way like that. This is the French now comes 1671, and they pronounce it Xweda as Judah.
Oh, so Garfield, you telling me it's a pronouncing problem?
Yes.
Wow.
That's all it is. Because look at this. Me and you speak English, right? Look how the English pronounce it. Whydah. Why didn't the English say Judah? If it's Judah and we speak in English today, why don't we say Judah? Why the British don't say Judah?
Wow.
The Dutch say Whydah. The Dutch say Whydah. Why we don't say Whydah then? The Portuguese and French is very similar, so they pronounce it as Judah. So it was the guy in the video was wrong. It wasn't even the Portuguese first. The Portuguese pronounced it as Judah. They were later on. Okay. All right. So now we speak English today, family. Use common sense.
Drop the bombs.
Please use common sense, family. That's all you got to do. Look at it. The name of the kingdom from which that of the town of Whydah is derived may be written Whydah in the phonetic script. It's a fun word. Fun. That's an African language, Niger Congo language, not a Afro-Asiatic language. It's a whole different language family. It's a different culture. Zero connection to Judah. Zero, absolutely zero. So when we talk about Judah and all that stuff that you're doing, ladies and gentlemen, there's so much information on this, and I'm going to drop another bomb on you guys right now. I didn't mean to do this, but I have to drop this bomb. Look at this bomb right here. And this is what's going to make everybody in here weak when it comes to this conversation. This is going to make everybody weak. I want you to look at this right here on this map. Hold on 1 second. Whydah. Here we go. And this should end the whole conversation. Remember, Whydah was a slave trading port. If you look right here, from where the Grand Popo is all the way down, this is called the Slave Coast. Now, how many people came through Whydah? Almost 2 million. Let me show you the numbers. See the numbers right here at the bottom? 1.8 million people. And look at the people who are trading them. Brazil, the British, the French, the Dutch, the Spanish, and American. Now, ladies and gentlemen, ask yourself this question. How many people who were native Whydahians, or from Judah, as you call it, were sent over as slaves? Let me say it again, because look at the population numbers. You see, population is 8,000, 2,000, 6,000, 20,000, 10,000. The slave trade is over by this time. So if it's over, you see the population. That's not, you can't get 1.8 million people if the native population is not from Judah, is not 1.8. It wouldn't even come up to 100,000. So it's not the people. What they're doing is capturing people. They're capturing, but look at what this guy says in his book, Patrick Manning. Who are the people that's being traded in the slave trade? Let's look at it. Let's look at it for a minute now. The ethnic origins of the slave. This is the key. For the 17th century, Dapper remarked, he said, the classifying slaves as belonging to which groups? The Asia peoples, the Yoruba peoples, or the other groups of Nupe, the Hausa, the Voltaic peoples of Northern Benin. In some cases, especially within the Asia people, more specific identification of ethnic origin is possible. Ladies and gentlemen, none of the people came from Whydah. They weren't slaves. They were the ultimate middlemen for the slave trade. Now watch this. If you notice originally earlier, I showed you the Dahomey Kingdom, right? Hold on 1 second. Let me show y'all something. Did y'all know that the Whydah people, when Dahomey came in, majority of them ran to the Grand Popo region? See this map right here? Grand Popo right here. Right here, right here. Grand Popo in the middle right here.
Grand
they
Popo.
ran to this area with the king. Popo, no pun intended. So they left Whydah and ran here when they heard the Dahomey Kingdom coming. But guess what? To add insult to injury, sister, let me go all the way back up to where the map of Dahomey is, just to show y'all what happened. There is a rule in Dahomey. You know what the rule is? You can't sell people who were born in Dahomey or in the Dahomey Kingdom. They had a rule. So those people were never slaves.
Wow.
Let me say that again for if the person in the back didn't hear. Come on, brother, Ghost Lithium and Dean and all these crazy people. For those who didn't hear, let's go back to this map right here. If you live in the Dahomey Kingdom, this is for Gorilla Hebrew, Hakah, Hassad, Captain Tazariak, Priest Daniela, all the camps.
Captain don't want that smoke.
Dahomey, if you live in the Dahomey Kingdom, they had a rule. And I'll save that for whoever wants to debate this. You can't sell residents of the Dahomey into slavery. Let me say that again. So even if it was Judah of the Bible, they weren't on the slave trade. Kills your whole argument. Your whole argument is over. I don't need to talk about this no more. I don't need to talk about this no more. And if you feel you could come against Garfield, any of y'all Israelites or wannabes, come step up like a man.
Step up.
Step up. Let me take this off the screen. So I'm done with Whydah. I'm done with Whydah. The reason why I brought it up is because we were talking about LoBagola. LoBagola was saying from Dahomey and all that stuff. So ladies and gentlemen, all you got to do is go to the sources. The sources tell you when Dahomey invaded Whydah or Judah, when the homie, to my brother Israel Brown, I always want to step up. You want to step up? You have something to conquer what I said, brother? Or you just here to build for a little bit?
Oh,
He said Israel. He said Israel bound always want to step up, but you just invited every Israelite to step up. What are you talking about?
So you want to talk about this topic?
Yeah, I got a question.
Go ahead, my brother.
Was the Dahomey people were they ever colonized?
Were they ever colonized? During that time period, after the fact, because the French took over that region.
Okay,
so if you want to say later on, the French took over. Yeah, that's
different. No, we're not gonna say later on. We're gonna talk about during the time period that we're speaking of. We're saying that because according to the first video that you were playing, the brother said that they had been colonized previously by the Dutch and several other people. Right?
Who was colonized by the Dutch? Let's deal with what I'm saying.
We're talking about this is what the information you just brought, brother. You brought a video. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm not worried about that. What I'm going to tell you is, if you look at this map on the screen, and the person may have said that don't mean I have to agree with them. I don't agree with that.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. Okay, because
hold on, Israel Bound. Hold on one second.
All right. He ready to run
right here. Let me prior to 1727, Dahomey ruled this area that you see circled, which is Abomi, Cana, that area. Then below it, you had the Olaudah kingdom, who was in control of Whydah or Judah before Dahomey started to invade Olaudah. So in 1727, they invaded Olaudah, and in the process of hearing the drums, because they heard the drums, boom, 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 the people of Whydah left Whydah, the king, and they went to an area called Great Popo or Grand Popo, which is right here on the map. So what I'm saying to you is Dahomey wasn't taking over. I think what the person probably did was they probably said the Dutch took over. Not the Dutch didn't take over per se. The Dutch were trading there. They didn't take over the region. The Dutch were trading.
If they ran, then it stands to reason that the region was taken over. What are you talking about?
By the Dahomey people. The Dahomey. Yeah, Dahomey took it over.
Okay, so then they were colonized. When were they colonized?
Who you said they? They who?
The Dahomey.
The Dahomey was probably they probably were taken over by the French like in the 1900s or the late 1800s. Right.
Okay. All right. So I'll move past that.
Okay.
My question is that also, or I got two more questions. My second question is that the only place that we'll say American slaves were extracted from?
No. The reason why we're bringing this up is because we were talking about LoBagola. LoBagola had a story about Dahomey and how Jews was there and they had the 5 books of Moses. He admitted in his book that he was lying. He made it up, and he actually is from Baltimore, Maryland. So he was saying
so you're exposing his lie. That's what you're doing. You're exposing his lie.
In that lie, I'm also exposing the lie that these people were actually from Judah.
Okay, that's fine. Did you see how many people? Do you know how many slaves were ultimately brought to the Americas?
Brought to the actual Americas. I actually have the slides for that right here. I'll bring it up right now so everybody could see for themselves. You don't have to say it. I let the information speak for itself. Hold on one second. It's right here. Hold on. I'll bring it up on the screen. Into the Americas. This is the Americas right here, and exactly where they come from.
No, I said how many that's representation of the entire American slave trade.
North America. Who came to North America?
North America.
Yeah.
So there was only 343,000 slaves that came to America.
443. Yeah.
Okay.
Out of the 12 million. Yes.
Out of 12 million. 400,000 was brought to America.
Yes, sir.
And you believe that?
Yes, because the most went to Brazil and the most went to the. You see,
prove
now
him wrong.
you're laughing,
Wrong.
but what do you have to bring something to defer from that?
I'm gonna let your own confusion confound itself. I ain't gotta bring nothing. I'm
Yes,
just
you do, because you saying he's
no,
wrong.
you gotta
I ain't
bring
talking to nobody named Mika. I'm talking to Garfield.
All right, don't disrespect Mika.
No, he ain't
That's not
disrespecting me.
disrespectful. I can
All right,
exactly. That's not disrespectful.
Israel bound. The source is the transatlantic slave trade database. Do you have another database that has this? Because this is the only one that has it.
Let me look at my
what
archives.
I showed 1.8 million people from Judah, right? The place you call Judah, from that slave coast. But guess how many people from that area came here? You see that? Bight of Benin, only 10,000 out of the 1.8 million. And most of them went to Louisiana.
Okay. So, what's the can I get, because I can't see it. What's the what'd you say that source is from?
Slave Voyages.
Which database?
Slave Voyages.org.
Okay. Slavevoyages.org.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. I'll look into that. Yeah, I just had a few questions, Garfield. No.
You are welcome. You ask your questions. You're a mannerable dude. You good. You good, man. Ask as much questions as you want. I see Issa in the building from the UK. Peace and love to Issa. But before Issa speak, King J, you had a question for my brother, or you want a question for me, or whatever?
I'm just building with the dialogue. But what I will say is, when I did my 23 little ancestry thing, my genealogy came back from that Benin Togo area, like we just talking about, and it said that we went from.
Where did your family go?
So look, it says that it went from West Africa to Virginia, and then it went from Virginia. It shows the next marker was in Arkansas, when that's where my grandma is from Arkansas. So.
Yep.
He went from West Africa to Virginia to Arkansas.
Yeah, if you look at the map, people don't realize how well documented the slave trade is. Extremely well documented.
Go ahead. But it says that area that came from that tribe of people, group of people, would mostly been like Fulani from that area.
No problem. No problem. All right. So you see right here, Virginia, we have Igbo here. We have people from Upper Guinea, Mandingo, Makua, Yoruba, Congo. You see, what's her name? Did a very good African ethnicity is prominent in North America and the Caribbean, 1500 to 1900. This book here by Madeline, whatever her name is, documents it very, very well. This is where we come from as far as tribes, or where we come from in Africa, where most slaves come from. Senegambia, of course, you have Zimbabwe and South Africa, Madagascar. Yeah, small amounts. Around that area, but this is where majority of the slaves come from, right here.
Okay, can I ask Israel Doctor? What his name? Israel Bound something?
What happened to Israel Doctrine? Yeah, go ahead, sir.
No, I want to know. I want to know. Do you agree that we come from Africa?
Do I agree that we come from Africa?
Yeah, that your people come from Africa.
You mean like, okay? So just as a clarifying question, I'm definitely gonna answer your question, but just to clarify, you mean come to Africa like being a quote unquote African, or as a person that was just in Africa that came to America as a slave?
Like your roots on that continent you came from.
Yeah, I think that goes to Israel.
Okay.
All right. Hey, just to let you know, a part of cracking the Hebrew Israelite code is the whole 70 AD argument. The whole 70 AD argument is that they went into West Africa. The reason why I brought that up first with LoBagola, because he's the oldest reference to them leaving 70 AD and going into Africa, West Africa. He taught that. So that I'm saying that. Hold on. I'm saying that's the root to that conversation before Rudolph Windsor. But go ahead, my brother.
Or would you deny that there was Africans in North Africa? I'm sorry, that there were Israelites in North Africa, Egypt, Alexandria, all those places?
Jews were all over North Africa even before 70 AD. They were living within the Roman Empire. 80%, approximately, this is the estimate that scholars give. 80% of Jews lived outside of Israel than live in Israel before 70 AD war. So what I'm saying to everybody is that when we look at the 70 AD and all that stuff where they're moving and going out of town and all that stuff, what is important about 70 AD is that where would they go if they run? Because we do have information about 70 AD. This is the map of the Roman Empire, right? So if you look here, Mauritania, Namibia, Africa, what they call Tunisia, Cyrene, Egypt, Jews already lived here before 70 AD. Now, when 70 AD happened, the Jews did not leave out of our exile out of Judea. What happened is they moved up north into Judea. They ran up north, and that's what the sources say. I'm not going by what the sources say. The sources say that they went to Pella. And what happened is, if you look at the 135 war with Bar Kokhba, when they thought he was the Messiah, they said over 500,000 people died in Judea who were Jews. So how could 500,000 die if the Jews had exiled after 70 AD? It makes absolutely no sense. In fact, Josephus documents that 1.1 million Jews died during the war. Whether he's exaggerating and using hyperbole is another conversation. But let's just say it's true. That's where the 1 million number may have come from originally when people are talking about 70 AD. He did say 1.1 million died. He never said 1.1 million left. So that's where some of the confusion is. And also, if they never left Judea, where are we getting this 70 AD, they vamoosed and went into West Africa? Because there's no evidence that the people in Judea left Judea. Because they built up a
I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to agree with you on a big portion of that, knowing that a lot of the Jews that were under the Roman captivity they didn't really flee from that persecution, because the Romans wasn't really that treacherous on them as far as the way they lived after the fact. You know what I'm saying? They just continued to be, a lot of them just continued to be Hellenized Jews without any interruption from the Romans. So go ahead.
No, go ahead. Finish your point.
No, my point is that we have that, plus that we do believe that Israel was scattered into all nations, and I think me and you had the conversation that would involve what we know to be as what they understood to be the entire world at that time. You know what I'm saying? All nations as it was understood at that time. But so I don't think that really disproves slaves from Israel being extracted from the continent of Africa.
Do you agree that slaves were taken from Africa, brother, and brought on the transatlantic slave trade? Do you believe that?
For sure. Yeah.
All right. Now, our contention is that you're saying that these people left from 70 AD and ended up in Africa, and over the years they mixed with the Africans, and those people became slaves and brought over. So hence the Israelites were brought here based off of Luke 21:24. Am I correct?
And other things, yeah, but yeah, roughly, yeah. I won't.
Now, let me ask you a straight up question before I answer what the brother put on the screen. Do you have evidence that after 70 AD that Jews left out of Judea and fled into North Africa?
After revisiting it, I would lean more towards those Jews just already being in North Africa. Would there have been some Jews that fled to North Africa? I would find it unreasonable to believe that none did, seem as that's where they're originally from.
Okay. All right, let me just answer this guy on the screen. Let's get him out of the way. Scratch, I think you're misunderstanding what we're saying. You say, wait, I'm confused because earlier you said we came from the interior. The coastal people were catching people. Now you pull up a map where the people who was getting captured were on the coast. I think you misunderstand it. The people being captured are prisoners of war. And I read the ethnicities where they come from. The Yoruba, they come from out of the Oyo kingdom. So all those people that are being captured are people from outside of Whydah, are being captured and brought into Whydah. What happened is Whydah was running the slave trade and selling them to the Europeans originally. So what happened is they were charging Olaudah kingdom, and the Dahomey, Olaudah was charging the Dahomey kingdom a fee for the slaves. So they were tired of being the middlemen, the middlemen. They were tired of that. So Dahomey just invaded Olaudah and invaded Whydah so that they could run the actual slave trade. So that's what it is. It's like you have a drug kingdom. I live in New York. Say, for example, I'm in the Bronx and I sell drugs. But I'm the man that got to connect with the Cubans. So to get rid of that, I go to Brooklyn, and the people in Long Island are tired of going through Brooklyn and the Bronx people to get to the Cubans. So what the Long Island people do is take over Brooklyn, take over the Bronx, and be the direct connect to the Cubans instead of going through Bronx and Brooklyn. So that's what happened with the slave trade. They were tired because they were being charged a fee. So that's what happens. It's the same. The analogy is perfect for that. So that's what happened. The people in Whydah or Judah was the ones that was running the slave trade. That's the irony. And then what Israelites say, well, yeah, we used to sell each other anyway. But the point is, you're claiming that these people are Judah because you claim that they came on the slave ships. But they didn't come on the slave ships. They were the slave traders. So that's the key with that conversation that many people who claim this Whydah stuff don't understand. We have the documentation saying that the Dahomey kingdom says once they took over Whydah, you can't sell any resident of the Dahomey kingdom. You can't be sold. So those people in Judah weren't even sold anyway after they were taken over. So that's the problem. Those people weren't slaves. 1.8 million people was not living in Whydah. It's barely 100,000 people was there.
Hello.
Well, anyway, let me move on to. Go ahead, sis.
No, I'm just saying that's a big point.
Let me get Issa in here before let me respond to Israel Mound. Israel Mound saying that he's more saying that not the people left Judah, that the people in the North Africa went there. Now, this is my response to that, right? Because we gotta respond to everything that they said. We look at the Masada suicide. We look at the Israelites coming in suicide. We look at the Sicarii snitching on the Jews in a part of Cyrene. But remember, after 70 AD, what happened? Remember, there was the Kitos War. So they didn't have no time. They didn't have no time to what you call it? Hold on, let me see if I got the Kitos War here. I got the Kitos War here. Jewish revolts. James J. Bloom. Hold on, let me see if I got the Kitos War here. If I got the Kitos War here, this will just end the conversation immediately. Here we go. Remember the Jews had a war in 115 AD. So they were living in these areas. And they were so populous, bro. They killed over 240,000. See right here. 240,000 perished. They killed over 240,000 people. So the people in the northern part of this area right here who were living here, the northern part, they all teamed up in the Kitos War, which was 115 to 117. And they were beating the Romans. They weren't running into Africa. They were attacking the Romans. They united. So when they united, they thought Andreas was the Messiah. So these are people that didn't believe Jesus was the Messiah, by the way, too. They're looking for a Messiah and thought Lucas Andreas was the Messiah. So they went to war. All of the Jewish communities within the Roman Empire went to war with Rome. So those masses in Mesopotamia, those in Cyprus, they killed every one of them that was in Cyprus, as a matter of fact. See? And in Cyprus, under the leadership of Artemio. In Egypt, hold on, if you read this right here, look at this. Meanwhile, the Jews in the region of Cyrene had put one Andreas at their head and were destroying both the Romans and the Greeks. They would cook their flesh. This is what your Jewish people you're claiming you're part of. They would cook the Romans and the Greeks' flesh, make belts for themselves or their entrails, anoint themselves with their blood, and wear their skins for clothing. Yeah, that's your family.
Yeah,
many they sawed in two from the head downwards. Others they would give to wild beasts and force still others to fight as gladiators. In all, consequently, 220,000 perished. In Egypt also they performed many similar deeds, and in Cyprus under the leadership of Artemio, there likewise 240,000 perished. For this reason, no Jew may set foot in that land, but even if one of them is driven upon the island by force of the wind, he's put to death. Various persons took part in subduing these Jews, one being Lucius, who was sent by Trajan. Cyrene was wiped out of Jews and Israelites. More serious was the insurrection of the Jews of Cyrene under Trajan. This was quelled by Marcius Turbo, but not before about 200,000 Romans and Greeks had been killed. By this, and this is the source, Cassius Dio. By this outbreak, Libya was depopulated to such an extent that a few years later, new colonies had to be established. So in these North African countries that they are, the Jews are being wiped out, brother. Where the Jews that you think would go into Africa would be wiped out. But I'm gonna get to some more information for you in a second. Later, new colony had to be established. Cyrene Jews. After the war ended, laws were placed ordering the exile of Jews from Cyrene, said reduce the Jewish community of Cyrene to insignificance and set it on the road to inevitably decline. Now, let me get back to one more thing that's important. Right here. These are the 5 routes that the Romans took from the BC era to the Common Era into Africa. In fact, the Romans went to the Niger River. This is what I'm trying to tell you. You couldn't travel into Africa without elephants and without an army. Jews never had elephants. Remember, you said they run into Africa, right? They run into Africa where? Where did they run into Africa? You said they end up in West Africa. The Romans in the first 2 centuries, from the BC era, the 1st century and the 2nd century, they had different routes, expeditions that they made. See, right here. It tells you the green one was around 90 AD. This purple one was around 19 BC. So the Romans, where they would run from, is already also in Africa on the trade routes. So where are they running to? Are they developing new routes? Now, and by the way, too, you can't go through the Sahara Desert on foot like you're some dumb guy. You need to travel with a group of people, with water, with way how for you to survive and food. So for Jews to run into Africa, logically, it don't make sense. And I'm going to tell you why. Look at this right here. Hold on one second. I'm going to prove my point real carefully. This happened 5 years ago. 5 years ago, look at this. 2014 to 2019, 30,000 people were missing in the Saharan desert. And this is how much we're in 2025, 6 years ago. Now, an estimated 30,000 people have gone missing in the desert since 2014. Why are they suffering through the desert? Most of those who die are believed to have succumbed to what? Dehydration, resulting from the scorching desert heat. Some bodies are never recovered, presumably buried by powerful dust and sunstorms. Why is it improbable, in my opinion, for the Jews to run through the Sahara Desert at that time? It's the largest hot desert on earth. It stretches across many countries in North Africa, including Egypt, Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, covering an area almost the size of the United States of America. Look at it. This is the Sahara Desert that you're saying that these Jews ran to after they left these areas. After I just told you that most of them got killed off or exiled out of North Africa. But anyway, if you look at these areas, these are the livable areas in the Sahara Desert. If you notice these areas right here where you don't see that much areas, is that it's not really a livable area that you could go through to at all. So these populations is between 5 and 10 people. Wherever you see the yellow dot, 5 and 10 people. It's sparsely populated. People can't live in these regions. Challenges to development in the Sahara. Again, why I don't think the 70 AD thing or even the North Africans going into Africa makes sense. Yeah, people live in the Sahara Desert. You're correct. I just showed that. The population density is 0.1 to 5 people, 5 to 10 people. So when you see the yellow sign, 25 to 50 if it's dark yellow. This is not dark yellow. So this is like 5 to 10 people through the area. So it's not that much people live in the Sahara Desert. Barely anybody. What is challenging? Water. At this time, where were the Jews going to run off and get water from? Where are they getting all this bunch of water to travel to the Sahara Desert? How are they traveling if they're running from the Romans? Do they have a bunch of elephants to ride on for weeks? Because it took the Romans 3 months to get into the interior Africa. Where are they running to? You need water. Inaccessibility. The Sahara covers a vast area. Often air has to be used to transport people and materials, which is very expensive. expensive pipelines have to be built to transport oil, gas, and electricity from remote areas. And this is now, today. It is hard to provide services in remote regions, therefore there is often a lack of medical care. The heat. High temperatures in the Sahara present a threat to human life, with daily temperatures often higher than 40 degrees Celsius. Exposure to this kind of heat leads, I think 40 degrees Celsius is about 110 degrees heat. People die in Arizona walking in 110 degrees
Garfield, I just want to know, where was God when all of this was happening? Why he didn't help?
That might be his out. You just gave him an out to say maybe the Most High saved them. But look at this now. Look at these things right here. The following hazards one have to face in the Sahara Desert. Extreme heat. Unbearable hot is the main hazard faced by a traveler of the Sahara Desert. Scarcity of water. Water is precious in all deserts. Water is available only at oases situated here and there in the desert at great distance. Scarcity of food materials. One who travels desert should carry the food materials by themselves. Scarcity of living homes. Tents are used as living homes there, which is unbearable to Europeans. Non-availability of motor transport facilities. In Sahara, camels were utilized for passenger goods transport, but this was when the Muslims took over. They started using camels. Sand winds. Sand winds are another hazard faced by a traveler at desert. Communication problem is another hazard. Desert people are nomadic tribes and they usually live near every oasis. They are illiterate and they spoke either Arabic or regional languages. So I'm saying that these are the things that they have to encounter and deal with if they're going to the Sahara Desert. Next. The Romans organized expeditions to cross Sahara along 5 different routes. Western Sahara towards the Niger River near modern-day Timbuktu and so forth. So these are the actual expeditions that happened and how long they took. All right. So this is a picture of the where they went and so forth. So the extent of the Roman Empire. I just talked about the Kitos War, how the Jews were displaced and moved from northern Africa. In Cyrene and Libya, they were pretty much taken out fully. And different areas where Jews, and some Jews continue to live in North Africa. I'm not going to lie. But before before Islam, before 600 AD, there's no evidence of travel by Jews into Africa for trading, merchant services of any kind. I have not seen any evidence. If anyone on the audience have evidence of this travel, please point it out now. That's what we're on right now. Yeah, the camel was used after when the Muslims take over. Yeah, after 700 AD. That was the main way to travel. And by the way, we do have Jews traveling after Islam came into power. We do have evidence of that, just for the record. So I could be fierce. But before that, we don't have any evidence. So where these people running to Africa and who they're talking to, where are you getting this information from? There is no absolute, I have not seen any evidence for people to leave at 70 AD, at 115 AD, at 132 to 135 AD. There's no evidence of leaving out of Israel. There's no evidence of North Africans traveling into the internal parts of Africa before the time of Islam. I have not seen any evidence. Does anyone on the panel have any evidence before Islam of Jews traveling into the interior of Africa?
My first source is, I believe, is Tariq Ibn 600 AD.
600 AD.
He's a Muslim conquest. He comes in with Islam.
What is he? Where is he traveling to?
West Africa, 600 AD.
All right, please post a source for that. But he's Muslim. He's not a Jew.
Yeah, he's Muslim.
Why you bring him up?
No, that's my first source period of anybody into the West Africa is 600.
No. I just showed the Romans going to Niger. There's no,
okay.
And they're white folks.
Yeah.
So that's not the issue here. The issue here is showing that Jews travel. Do we have any records of Jews traveling into West Africa before Islam?
I don't know of any.
That's what we want to talk about. If you come on mic, you got to give me a source for that.
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm looking for. If you don't have a source for that, we could move on. So 70 AD, this is my whole thing with 70 AD. My brother evolved. He said not that they left from Judea since they were already living in North Africa, that they went in. So I showed evidence of the Romans having 5 times they're actually going into the interior of Africa or traveling into Africa. We could show that the Romans did that. So now, a matter of fact, we could show with proof that some sort of Roman material is found in West Africa. We could find it in the interior of Africa. You see like the bowls that the Romans have. So we have the evidence literally outside of even the writings that I showed you. We could show you Romans going into Africa. So Christianity, if they supported Christianity after 400 AD, we could probably say they had Christianity in that part of Africa. But I'm not even going to go there right now. All I'm saying is we found bowls and different instruments that belongs to Romans and their culture in parts of West Africa. I could prove that 1, 2, 3 with a simple Google search. Now, as far as before Islam, do we have evidence of Jews traveling into the interior of Africa? Because I'm gonna point out something to you guys right now. The most well-documented people in history are Jews. Nobody is more documented than Jews in history. Nobody. You could bring any culture you want to bring. Jews are the most documented people in history. And I'm gonna prove it right now. And I'm gonna show you Jews in West Africa right now. Just to show you how balanced I am. But this is after Islam got in the picture. If we're saying that Jews left there 70 AD in North Africa or even from Israel, let's deal with the information and look at the proof and look at what's going on. Because we got to stop lying. We got to be honest. We got to be upfront and honest.
Right.
Here we go. I'm gonna show you right now. Look how fair Garfield is.
Yeah, I haven't heard of any migration maps of any type of Jews leaving into West Africa.
This is the Majorcan map, family, from the Balearic, from the people from the Balearic Islands. The Catalan Atlas map from Cresque, 1300s. They're documenting where every Jews are in the world. Where every Jew is in every country in the world.
Mm.
Now, who is this with the gold at the bottom? At the bottom right here. Who is that guy?
Mansa
Come on,
Musa.
Issa. Where's he at? Get off, Mike. You know who that is.
Mansa Musa.
All right. Now watch this. There he go right there, bigger. Right? And they have the source on it. This black lord is called Musemeli and is the sovereign of the land of the Negroes of Geneva, which is Ghana. This king is the richest and noblest of all these lands due to the abundance of what? Gold that is extracted from his lands. Now watch this. The Jews of the Balearic Islands sent out a message to all the Jews in the world. You need to come to West Africa because that's where the gold is. Did y'all know that? They wanted to come to Africa to get the gold, and we refused to tell them where the gold was for years. It's later on they found out where the gold was, because the gold plants that we have in Africa. But I'm trying to tell y'all, they are documenting everywhere Jews are in the world. In West Africa, we are documenting where Jews went at this time because they are trading with this guy and they're trading with others at Timbuktu and they're selling stuff. So we know they're merchants in West Africa. And by the way, too, at one point, Jews couldn't go into West Africa legally. You know why? Because Islam did forbid them to go there. They couldn't go below the Sahara Desert. This is why I know for a fact that Jews wasn't there before Islam. Because they had rules. I could give you the source right now that points out that this is why the records of Jews in West Africa, like my brother Orthodox Moore uses, is sketchy. Because we found, what we have found is the primary sources of these African cultures writing down their oral traditions, and it contradicts a lot what the Arabic sources says. So I can't wait to debate Orthodox Moore, man. I can't wait. I can't wait. You see, this is the problem. Jews are there in West Africa, but these Jews weren't slaves. These Jews were actually middlemen for slavery. That's another key. We're not denying that Jews was in West Africa. But what were they doing in West Africa? That's the key to it. So anyway, back to 70 AD. So no one in the audience has a source before Islam. Anybody has a source before Islam of Jews traveling into West and Central Africa? Please point it out. He said, say Islam 3 times and Brother Law will appear. I'm gonna say it again for the audience. We got 140 people watching. The link is in the chat. Anybody in the audience, or if Issa, you want to respond, go ahead, Issa.
Yes, brother. Let's say, for instance, I mean, it seems you're directly, greetings, actually. Greetings, brother Garfield. Long time we didn't speak, my brother. Greetings to the panel, greetings to the listeners, etc. This is Issa the Great, aka Issa the Black Telect, first, second, and third, all in one from the UK, right? So, what if there's a postulation that they went to Arabia and were taken over by Muslims or something like that? Because it seems you're attacking a specific narrative that said they left 70 AD. If there was other proof that they went to Africa afterwards, would you accept that? And then we go to the future when they were taken on ships. Do you see what I mean?
No, there's no Jews being. I hold to a position that Jews were not on slave ships. Jews were on ships, but they weren't on slave ships, because that's how they left. They left from Spain and Portugal, and they left from West Africa because they owned ships. I have evidence of Jews hitchhiking rides on slave ships. Yo, I'm going to Curacao from the Netherlands. I'm a hitchhiker. There's no African American can point out, or Jamaican, or any Afro-Brazilian, or anybody in the Caribbean, or even Britain, saying they were they're a Jew and they were hitchhiking rides from place to space. I am saying that to everybody. Before Islam came on the scene, I have not found any records of Jews in West and Central Africa.
Okay.
So now, I was going to make the same.
Hold on one second. Now look at this now. Look at what Dean put. The 1375 Catalan asked that the pits in Manzamut was made by a cartographer that was a Jew. That's fine. I am pointing out that Jews were in West Africa at that time. That's not my point. My point is those Jews that were there, we know where they came from. They didn't come from no 70 AD. And even the ones, I have records that points out families by name who went to Morocco and then went to Timbuktu. We have the evidence. I'm telling you, they're the most well-documented people in history. This is why, right? When the Jews are documented, right? And I'm gonna show y'all a quick example of something real quick, not to change the conversation. Just to show y'all a quick example of something real quick. When Jews are documented, right? They are well documented to the point that they're the most documented people in history. But what happened is we play a game, a color game. So when we see the word dark or swarthy or even black, we jump and say that's us, as in because we are black. So because they are documented as black or dark, we kind of superimpose our blackness on them and say we are the same people. But I'm going to prove a point real quickly, just for argument's sake, just to get this out the way real fast, just to make a quick point. Hold on, where is this thing? Is it right here? Is it right here? Hold on 1 second. I want to point out something real fast, just to make this quick point. All right, here we go. If you look at this right here, this is from the King's Fountain, right? This is the King's Fountain, Shafaris de El Rai, depicting Jews recognized by the mandated yellow badges of identification, apprehending an African described as sheepish and drunk, 16th century Flemish painting. Now, when you ask somebody who is the Jew, they would say the guy in the red who they're holding. But these people right here, this light-skinned person here and this light person here with an aquiline nose is considered the Jew because they're wearing the yellow tag. Under Islam, they were what they were. This is how they were used to identify them. They had to wear a yellow tag to say, here, what we are the Jews. Now, I bring that up also to point out something else, because the color thing is what messing up a lot of these guys. Look at this guy right here. I want you to look at these pictures right here. I'm going to make this bigger so everybody at home could look at this. I want you to look at this picture right here. These people right here are considered Jews, right? But look at what the writing says. All these people are considered Jews, but look at what the writing says to the side. The Jews have assimilated in physical characters to the nations among whom they have long resided. In the northern countries of Europe, there are fair or Zansus, blue eyes and flaxen hair are seen in English Jews. And in some parts of Germany, the red beards of the Jews are very conspicuous. Look at this now. The Jews of Portugal are very dark. These Jews right here, look at these Jews right here. The Golden Haggadah, done by medieval Spanish Jews, depicting scenes from the Bible, fair-skinned Jews depicted. Dr. Pritchard, describing Portuguese Jews as dark, juxtaposed with 14th century Jewish Haggadah depicting them as fair-skinned. European descriptions of color seems indeed inconsistent. So these Jews over here are dark. And look at them. I want you guys to look at them.
They convert. They turn into white.
But these are called dark Jews in Portugal. When you read the source that the Portuguese are dark, a lot of Hebrew Israelites say, you see, the Jews are dark because you consider yourselves dark. But in what context is the dark? These people are considered dark. And they're lighter than the lightest white guy you know. So when we read the sources, we really jump out the window and say, yo, yeah, Garfield, but what about this source? We gotta stop this, man. We gotta read the source. It's like Baruch, what's his name? Right here. This is another one, Spinoza. Attention should be drawn to Spinoza, that swarthy, olive complexion Jew. So when we see swarthy, we automatically say swarthy means black. So those Jews are black. Look at him, up a picture of him while he was alive. He's swarthy. Is he black in the sense that we look at as black? So this is the problem that we're having, and we can't get over it. Here's another idea of olive skin right here. Look at this guy right here, olive skin, olive skin. This guy here is in the middle, of course, he's considered black. Look at Gwendolyn Ruth Hicks. Raven red hair, milk white skin. She almost has the look of the black Irish. That's another thing we talk about when we hear the word black. Shout out to Priest Daniela. Black Irish. That's his mother. Maurice Berger's mother. Look at how she looked. And she's considered dark. Spanish Jew referred to as dark. Look at her right here. Is she dark as how we look at dark? So when we read these sources, and this is what you guys are doing, and I'm generally, all of y'all, Hugh Dixon said, all whitewash. Look at it. Those post-Renaissance pics are adopted. Gold lithium. I bet you can't come on the panel. Meek, I want
Garfield,
you to...
Can I respond to this nonsense?
Of course. Oh, it's nonsense. Okay, go ahead,
sir.
my brother.
Hey,
Go ahead.
so
nonsense.
I want to, well, if you hush for a second, I will. If you go ahead and if you go back, I'm just kidding.
No, I know.
I apologize. Hey, if you go back to that first picture that you brought up, Garfield, with the yellow badge. Okay, so who would you say this dark skinned person is that they holding right there?
I have no idea.
Okay, cool. So now the purpose of the badge, the purpose of right,
Hold on. African. Okay, that's
okay, gotcha. African. So we know Africa is 54 countries, so that's very, very, very ridiculous to label that person that way. But here's the thing.
Hold on.
So I agree with you.
Hold on. Say that again.
Africa is a continent.
Okay.
No person from the continent of Africa identifies themselves as African. They identify themselves as Sudanese or
time out,
so on and so forth.
Time out. Let me help you real quickly.
You can't help me with my point.
No, because Fleming is a European. This is from his perspective. So of course he's gonna call the black people African. Come on.
I got you.
Garfield, let me ask you a question real quick.
Let him finish, because he's gonna complain. Let him finish.
I ain't gonna complain, but at least let me finish my point. So I agree with you that the yellow badge was to indicate who the Jew was and the non-Jew was, which the non-Jew would be wearing, the so-called non-Jew would be wearing the yellow badge. So that means that they would have to have an indicator because they look somewhat like the people who required them to wear that badge. Would you agree?
At that time, there would be a class system. So, are you familiar with like Berber and
Hold
more.
up. Let's not run from what I just asked. I said, does the badge purpose show the difference between the person wearing the badge and the person?
I don't understand that question.
I don't even.
Under Islam, right? They created a law of where Jews had to identify themselves. So they had to wear yellow badges to separate themselves because they look like other people or whatever. So whatever reason, let me take that back. For whatever reason, they had to wear yellow badges to be identified. So they're separate.
Hold up, Garfield. Can you hear me?
I could hear you loud and clear.
Okay, so but you dodging my question. The point is they were
Naftali, I'm gonna have the moderators time you out and force you to come on the panel because you are the most ridiculous person in the community. You're faking the funk, you don't know history, and you're faking and lying to our people. So all those who are in the audience, and by the way, all these guys who are sympathetic or disagree with me, Tony Absud, come on the panel. You said Garfield don't know iconoclasm. That means you believe this Black Hebrew Israelite nonsense. So come on the panel and come prove this iconoclasm claim. Because what we do is, I'm not saying iconoclasm doesn't exist, but they're the ones that teach that all the stuff like Priest Daniela and these One West Israelites, they are wrong on what iconoclasm is. They're wrong on what the Renaissance is. Everything they teach is wrong. And it's a cult. So you have to actually agree with what your cult teaches. You can't disagree. So automatically when we having conversations, like Israel Bound is not as dogmatic when it comes to like those type of Israelite teaching. He'll expand. Just like with the 70 AD argument, he expanded. He evolved. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I respect him more than others. But for those who are holding to a teaching that I am right, bear in mind enough, Garfield is not saying I'm 100% right. I'm saying I'm cracking the code, and this is what I've come up with when I've cracked the code. So with the 70 AD, if you notice, I put something out. Show me before Islam came on the scene that Jews were in West Africa either conducting business or doing anything. Just show and prove. It's not a hard task because we have the documentation to prove it. We have the documentation to say here what Jews was here because in the Arabic sources we have them from the 8th century, 9th century. We have evidence of Jews in West Africa. I'm not saying they weren't there, but show me that before Islam to make the story of 70 AD more believable. That's all I'm saying. Now move on, brother. Continue on, my brother. I'm here.
So the purpose of the badge was to separate the identities of the people who required them to wear the badge, meaning they looked alike. Would you agree?
No.
Then what was the purpose of the badge?
To identify them as Jews.
Then listen, I got you, which is true. But what I'm saying is, if they needed to be identified as Jews, right? If they didn't look like the people who they were amongst, they would automatically, you see what I'm saying? Why would you need an indicator to say that? Because they wouldn't look, Jews don't look like them.
So look at the picture that you're looking at. Do they look alike?
What I'm saying is you don't have the people. Look, the people who are wearing the badge are under control. They are not authority. They're being required to wear that badge.
All right, let me read something real quickly. The practice of wearing special.
Hold up, Garfield. Garfield. Come on, bro.
This is gonna answer your question. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead. All right, go ahead.
Special clothing or markings to distinguish Jews and other non-Muslims, which are considered dhimmis, in Muslim-dominated countries seem to have been introduced in the Umayyad Caliphate by Caliph Umar II in the early 8th century. In the 9th century, Islamic authorities began to harden their attitude on Ghiyar, or the differentiating of non-Muslims from Muslims. The Abbasid Caliph al-Matakawil issued a decree in 850 that ordered Jews and Christians to wear the zunar, or honey-colored outer garments and badge-like patches on their servants' clothing. This began the long tradition of differentiating by color, though the color and badges would change over time and place. The clothing was also enforced outside of Islamic heartlands in Aglabid in North Africa and Sicily dhimmis were required to wear a patch of white fabric on the shoulder of their outer garment, with the patch for Jews being in the image of an ape, and for Christians the image of a pig. It is not clear how long this humiliating decree remained in force, but it is clear that the Maghrebi case, the purpose of the patch was not merely giyar, differentiation, but also humiliation, in keeping with the Quranic injunction, Surah 9:29, that non-Muslims should be humbled. A Geniza document from 1121 gives the following description of decrees in Baghdad. 2 yellow badges, one on the headgear and one on the neck. Furthermore, each Jew must hang around his neck a piece of lead weighing 3 grams with the word dhimmi on it. He also has to wear a belt around his waist. The women have to wear 1 red, 1 black shoe and have a small bell on their necks or shoes. I think it's just basically to differentiate the Jews, to recognize who the Jews and the non-Jews, some non-Muslims are. That's all. I don't think it's that.
All right. I think you're missing my point, but I'll move past it. Go ahead.
Look, one sec, brothers. So this is something that obviously me as a Muslim, we've heard this quite a lot from over 20 years ago. It's been known to have been Umar, the first Umar, the second caliph, which is 637 AD. And they're suggesting he's the one that imposed this. So the argument of the brother that if they were amongst, because the Arabs at that time, in the time of Muhammad and for the next 200 years were black. They were known to be jet black when they went to Egypt, when they went to Persia. They were described as looking like tar and so on. So the brother's point of the Jews needing material to identify them is a major good point. And especially the fact in the Arabic literature, the Jews of Arabia are definitely black. So when they were ruling over Palestine, Spain, and elsewhere, making Jews wear different garments to distinguish themselves would suggest that they look like those black people. Because when Tariq went to Spain, when the Moors that went there, they were described as black people as well. So,
hold on. What do you mean described as black people? What do you mean by that?
Right. So what I'm saying, so for instance, the guy in Egypt, when they conquered Egypt, the Muslims in the 6th, 7th century, the man, whoever it was in the court of the ruler, and I think it was a vizier, not the actual ruler. And he was saying, this man's so ugly and black like tar. So they're describing the descendants of Muhammad. One was called not Altuman, so it's tar, but it's the stuff, the shiny stuff on the road when they've just done it and it's really shiny. Tar, the son of Tar, I think they called him. No, the father of Tar. So they called him the father of Tar, and he boasted that both his lineages come from Muhammad. But it was very well known in that time that the Arabs were jet black because a famous poet was disrespecting the Abbasid caliphs, saying, you've dissed, so that the leaders have disrespected the family of the Prophet because of their black skin, while the Romans have embellished your faces. So what happened was, in the Umayyad period, which is about 700 AD, they were importing the Slavs, the white women, and were breeding like mad. When they spread, the Persians, every type of women, they just kept importing them. So obviously the children were getting lighter and lighter. And obviously these kings, these rulers, they probably had 100 odd women. So all of these children coming out, so the next son they're choosing is light. So if somebody's competing for rulership from the family of Muhammad, and this is where the Sunni Shia issue also comes into race and color, you find that the people who have kept their pure Arab blood competing or being a threat to the rulers, they started to use the race issue. So they started to diss them and say, you're like the primitive so-called Africans, and disrespect the color of the family of Muhammad, which was the color of the Arabs originally. And they're saying, you know, this is jet black people we're talking about. So I would say the brother's point there really does make sense.
The brother's point, he's saying that they're differentiating them because they're Jews. Remember, on the dhimmis, I don't think there's a point to be made though. It's clear as day that they're dhimmis and they're trying to differentiate and make you know who is a Jew in the community. So Jews are required because
but if they're white people,
I'm not saying that Jews are white or black. I've never once said that since the show started. I was making a point that even though people call people dark in Europe and with sources, we have to be careful. And the point that I'm making, the bigger point, you see that what happened is we want everybody to be black. And the point I'm trying to point out with these sources by showing them on the screen is to point out that although we said that we use these terms black and white, we got to be careful and swarthy. Look at Al Capone. Al Capone was a European, look light or as white as we call it in Western society, but he was called dark. He was called swarthy complexion. These are stuff that we're used to be seeing that, hey, once we see dark or swarthy or rather dark, we're thinking that it's a black person. So I'm pointing
Garfield, you remember Tom Jones? Right? You know what? They need to appreciate you, Garfield. You know why? Because there are brothers out there. Sorry.
Hold on
There are Hebrew brothers out there, brother, who are telling white people in England that Tom Jones is black, right?
Yeah,
because it's curly hair. So you're making a good point of instead of embarrassing ourselves, like because some of these brothers don't even know who Tom Jones is, but they've heard it from other Hebrews. Do you see what I'm saying?
They're crazy.
And they're saying,
hey, brother Garfield, quick question just to add on, build to your point. Is there a speak on the social caste system during that time period, and also was there not a time period during that same time where the word Moor could also be referred to as a person that we would nowadays would call a European or the white Moor?
I'm not going to go there because I want to stay on my Hebrew Israelite cracking the code.
Okay, of course, for sure.
I want to give my brother, he's not on here, Israel Bound, the opportunity to basically, no, these are your opinions, Garfield. Your opinions are your own. No, I'm showing you on the screen the source. It's white on arrival. Al Capone is swarthy. What is wrong with Naphtali? This is why nobody takes you serious, man. Because for one, you see, this is the problem. If you approach something without trying to falsify it, then you don't know what you're talking about. I can't respect your source because you believe that your source and you have the ultimate truth. So why do we want to have conversations if you think I want to have conversations around 70 AD? I'm cracking the code. I'm cracking the code because this is something that our people are holding on to, that we are some people all the way from Israel. And for some reason, there was nobody living in West Africa and that the Bible is talking about us today and all. It is, I believe it's complete foolishness. All you got to do is come on and convince me that I'm incorrect. I let people talk. I give you 2 minutes, then I cut you off. That's all I'm saying. So let me move on to this. Let me hold on. Let me stay on 70 AD, and I'm waiting for somebody to hit the link and deal with 70 AD with the whole Moor and color stuff. That's a whole nother conversation. I'll give you a whole hour to talk about that after I'm done. I am saying, Ghost Lithium, you're saying that this is wrong. Al Capone wasn't considered swarthy. Is that what you're saying? I mean, like, what are you disagreeing with? It all flipped during the Inquisitions? No, nothing flipped during no Inquisition. This is the point. You got to study the people who are the main scholars. Tudor Parfit, he talks about how rabbinical Jews were called black. We know rabbinical Jews, Orthodox Jews are not black, but they were called black for a specific reason. There's a motive behind them calling them black. Hold on, let me just give another example. Look right here. This guy here, the Sephardic Jews, he's called with their dark Negroid features. Are these dark Negroid features? Are these black people?
So they're saying they have Negroid phenotypes, but they're Caucasoids.
These are the Negroid types.
Yeah.
Why are they saying that these Jews are the Negroid types? What was the purpose of that? You see, you got to study. You got to read our Parfit's book that touches on this. Look at this guy right here. This guy here, you see, when we see the word swarthy, behold this swarthy face, my brown hands. Walt Whitman. Look at Walt Whitman. Is Walt Whitman swarthy? Look at Walt Whitman.
Mm-hmm.
This is called swarthy. So when you read books in the Portuguese were swarthy and da-da-da-da-da-da-da, we jump out the window.
Hey, like Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Hold up. Everybody stop. Look at this. White Jewish men took black women to create mulatto lanzados. The mulattoes are better, da-da-da-da. This is way back in time. Look at this. Look at this right here. The new Christians, the Jews from Europe, the history of Upper Guinea by Walter Rodney from Guyana, 1545 to 1800, page 148. The new Christians were called what? What were they called? They are described as white. But then again, does it mean white as in skin tone? Or is it does anybody on the audience right now, anybody on stage know what the humoral process is?
Hey, Garfield.
Anybody in the audience, hold on, man. Does anybody knows what the humoral process is? All right. Humoral, this is something that the Greeks made up when they mention color. So when you read Aristotle and them, they tell you about a color and what the color means, like the word complexion. When you see black complexion, they like to bring up this guy in England that wrote about all these people and say, oh, he had a black complexion. Complexion had to do with your temperament or your health. But when you're reading it 500 years later, you think it's talking about complexion in a modern day context. So when you read black complexion, you say, Garfield, that guy was black. No, back in the days, it had to do with your temperament. Did you have an evil temperament or were you sick? It had to do with your health. Yellow, different colors. But when we're reading the old sources, we don't know what we're reading. Now, before anybody else speak, I want to give Yasser Al-Badawa the opportunity to come on and debunk me. Go ahead, my brother. Yasser Al-Badawa, whatever that means. The floor is yours, brother.
Yeah, I want to give the thanks to my father, Yahweh, and his son, Yahweh Sheep, for bringing me life and opportunity over here. I was listening to your comments regarding the Christian of the back then. And
about the what?
If you see back then Christians, basically before the 1000 AD, and if you see the Bible, they were called Niger, they were called Niger, or what you said Niger will be black.
What are you talking about?
I seen regarding the Bible.
Okay.
So when we read the Bible, that Simeon and Barnabas, they were called Niger. That's what we would say black.
What
Latin.
verse? Are you talking about Acts 13? Are you talking about Acts 13? I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Yeah, I heard Tazaria talk about this.
You talking about Acts 13? What Israel bound? Is he talking about Acts 13?
Yeah,
Yes.
I believe that's the reference.
All right, hold on a second. Let me put it on the screen. Because when you're talking about scripture, I want people to see what you're talking about. I'm not trying to cut you off. I just want to make it clear and in context. Because everybody at home might not be familiar. So
while you doing that, I want you to remember that I got cut off here.
All right, cool. Hold on one second. Are you talking about this scripture right here, Acts 13:1? Now they were in the church that was at Antioch, certain prophets and teachers, as Barnabas and Simeon, not Barnabas and Simeon, but Barnabas, and Simeon, that was called Niger, and Lucius of Cyrene and Manaen, which had been brought up with Herod the Tetrarch and Saul. Now, my question to anyone who believes that Simon was called Niger, is it possible that Niger was his surname? I'm not even being funny right now. I'm just asking.
What was the surname back then, bro? Because normally,
hold on 1 second. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you in what it says in the dictionaries and everything. I'm just gonna go by what the brother is bringing up. And by the way, we're on the point of Niger, Acts 13:1. I've heard a lot of Hebrew Israelites use this term. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not agreeing. I'm just saying the word does mean black in the Latin. I'm not even disputing that, but it's a proper name, and it can mean Niger can mean a Christian. It can mean if you hold on, matter of fact, hold on. Let me do this. I'm live. Don't do that.
Okay.
All right. Here we go. Look at this right here. I'm not making it up. I want everybody to see what I'm saying. It does mean black. See it right here? Niger, noun nominated masculine singular. Niger, a proper name. Very interesting. The first thing it says, a proper name. Then it says of Latin origin. It can mean black. It can mean Niger. And it can mean a Christian. Now, when we press on Strong's, Let's go to Strong's and see what it says. You see, I like to break down things and let people look and see for themselves. Because if he's black, right, and all the other disciples are black, why do you need to differentiate him from everybody else? It's just like Mary Magdalene. It's just like Mary Magdalene. You have Simon.
It didn't differentiate. It didn't differentiate. It didn't differentiate.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna get to this right now. Hold on 1 second.
And for me, I think people forget what the color black looked like. Like, what are we talking about?
I'm amazed that nobody know what black means.
It's only one occurrence of it.
Oh, I think people forget what color black look like. Y'all just putting it under what? Brown? That don't even make no sense.
No, but this, you have to remember something. Like, Garfield should know this, yeah? In Jamaica, in the Caribbean, we describe people majorly on things which are physical, apparent straight away. So if a girl's big, she'll be called big girl. If, you know what I mean, if a guy limps, it might be called limpy. So if you could all be black, but somebody could be extremely, extremely black. So therefore, might call him black something or blacks. Do you see what I mean?
I would assume that back then they would have used the word Ethiops as a burnt face or something instead of Niger to describe somebody as black. It would have been Ethiopia.
Let me do this because I like to be fair to everybody, right? So we're gonna look at the discussion that they have right here. This is from the BibleHub.com website. Topical encyclopedia. Niger is a surname attributed to Simeon, one of the early leaders in the church at Antioch, as mentioned in the New Testament. The reference to Simeon called Niger is found in the book of Acts. The Berean Standard Bible states, now in the church at Antioch, there were prophets and teachers, Barnabas, Simeon, called Niger, Lucius of Cyrene, Manaen, and Saul. The mention of Simeon called Niger occurs in a passage that highlights the diversity and leadership within the early Christian community. My issue here is, why is he the only person called black? If all of them are black, why do you need to differentiate him from everybody else? So it's actually, they're saying it's the surname of Simeon. Just like how you have Mary Magdalene, you have Simeon called Niger. You have Lucius of Cyrene. But because we're in America in the West and we were called the N-word, nigger, we kind of differentiate and say, you see, we are mentioned, they use the word nigger in the Bible. And that's what it is. The people were black. But he's the only one that's called Niger. He's the only one that's called Niger.
Not really, right? So the situation, if you go to the Blue Bible, right? The Blue Bible later, and you check the word Niger, you will see that it means black. And if you go to Google, it says Niger, West Niger in Latin, it means black. So if you go to Genesis, in Genesis, the son of Ham.
Hold on, Israel. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Let Yasharala finish. I gotta let him finish. Okay, we've been cutting him off. Go ahead, my brother. Finish Yasharala. Yasharala, the floor is yours.
If you go to Genesis, it will start talking about the son of Ham, which is the Egyptian, the Canaanites, and the Ethiopians, all of the stuff, but not the Negroes. He always talks about that the Negroes are not related to Ham. And you see that the Negroes is all Negroes. All Negroes are different, separate from Ham, which is the Ethiopians. And the Negroes are the Israelites, are the Judites, are the northern kingdom. And if why you see that Barnabas and they were called nigger, because that's exactly what they were. If you see Paul was referred as an Egyptian, is because they were dark-skinned people. All of them people from back then were dark-skinned. But the problem is that Europeans and modern society want to make us think that the Israelites were white people or the people that we see in Israel, which is incorrect. And you, brother and sister, as the real Israelites that the Bible speaks of. And I hope you guys understand that because the white people doesn't want you to believe that you are the Israelites.
But you know, dark skin is different than being called black. Because you could call people dark skin, but black is something different.
Brother Garfield.
Stop. Let me just break down something. I understand the Hebrew Israelite doctrine probably better than anybody else on the panel, right? As far as from a historical perspective. I'm going to break down something. When the Bible says that they're comparing Paul to the Egyptian, I don't think anyone has read the scriptures properly. And so what happened is we read one verse and then we say it is. And the guy, Magi or whatever, he made the same mistake too, man. When it says, Paul, are you the Egyptian? It is asking him, are you that Egyptian? What happened is there was a guy who was called an Egyptian who was called a prophet. He's mentioned in Josephus. That Egyptian guy killed over 20,000 Romans. So when the people, when they saw Paul and they said, Paul, are you that Egyptian? Is talking about that specific guy, not if he is the color of an Egyptian. Because remember, the Hellenistic period, Egyptians could be light because they had the Greeks there who were Egyptian nationals. So being black was not the issue of him calling them an Egyptian. He's calling him an Egyptian, the guy who killed, because the people were telling them, the Roman soldiers, to arrest this guy, get him out of here. So they said, are you that Egyptian that we're looking for? Because the guy who had killed the people, you see, but if you knew history, you wouldn't make that error. So now you are running around saying they're calling him an Egyptian because he's black. But at that time in the Hellenistic period, there was a mixture of people. The Greeks and the Egyptians lived side by side, and they were all called Egyptians. So you now
but that argument works directly against you.
Hold on. I am saying, if Paul, are you that? Listen, it's like Mika come on here, and she hear everybody talking. And she said, and then Israel bound drop off, and then another guy comes on, and then his name says Israel. And she said, are you that Israel bound guy that was on here talking about that? That's what happened in Acts. It's not because of how he looked.
That argument works against you. And let me show you how, because you said that
is it Acts what?
I'm not listen. No, what you just said. You said that it's talking about I agree with you talking about it. The situation, but when you saying that it's not, it don't have anything to do with skin color, because the Egyptians at that time could have been any skin color, then what would be the need of asking Paul? Why would they ask somebody else? Why would he be the one?
All right, hold on. We're going to talk about this right now. This is all we're talking about, because we're going to find the scripture. It's in Acts 38, right?
Dagger.
Hold on, I got you. Watch this. I got you, Mr. Dagger. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
I got you. Let's look at the story. The book of Acts. Does anybody remember where that story is with Paul? Is it Acts 20? What is it? Acts 20 what? Is it Acts 20? I don't know right off the top of my head.
Chapter 21, Acts chapter 21, verse 38.
38. All right, here we go. So if you look on the screen, I'm going to break it down for you, and read, and we're going to read this with an open mind and logically. You're going to see I'm not making this up. If you look at the whole entire story, right? Onto Jerusalem. After we had torn ourselves away from them, we put out to sea and sailed straight to Kos. The next day we went to Rhodes. All right, so Paul is on his voyage, all right? Paul arrives in Jerusalem. When we arrived at Jerusalem, the brothers and sisters received us warmly. The next day, Paul and the rest of us went to see James. When they heard this, they praised God. They said to Paul, you see, brother, how many thousands of Jews have believed, and all of them are zealous for the law. They have informed that you teach all the Jews who live among the Gentiles to turn away from Moses, telling them not to circumcise their children or live according to our customs. What shall we do? They will certainly hear that you have come. So do what we tell you. There are 4 men with us who have now made a vow. Take these men, join in their purification rites and so forth. Anyway, the next day, Paul took the men and purified himself along with them. Then he went to the temple to give notice of the day when the days of purification would end and the offering would be made for each of them. Paul is arrested. When the 7 days were nearly over, some Jews from the province of Asia saw Paul at the temple. They stirred up the whole crowd and seized him. So this is the Jews, not the Roman soldiers at the time. They are mad with him because of him telling them they don't have to get circumcised and all that stuff. That's why I'm reading the stuff above in context. So they're shouting, fellow Israelites, help us. This is the man who teaches everyone everywhere against our people and our law and this place. Because Paul was saying that you don't have to do all of this stuff to get the Gentiles in the kingdom. And besides, he has brought what? Greeks into the temple and defile the holy place. So the Orthodox Jews are mad with him. They had previously seen Trophimus the Ephesian in the city with Paul and assumed that Paul had brought him into the temple. The whole city. So this is the Jews who are mad with Paul. Remember that. Not the Roman soldiers. The whole city was aroused and the people came running from all directions. Seizing Paul, they dragged him from the temple and immediately the gates were shut. So these are the Jews capturing him, trying to say, yo, we don't like this dude, Paul. These are the Jews, our Israelites, doing that. While they were trying to kill him, news reached the commander of the Roman troops that the whole city of Jerusalem was in uproar. He at once took some officers and soldiers and ran down to the crowd. When the rioters saw the commander and his soldiers, they stopped beating Paul. So who are the rioters here, ladies and gentlemen? The Jews and the Israelites are the ones who are mad with Paul. All right? So they stopped beating Paul once the Romans and the officers come. The commander came up and arrested him and ordered him to be bound with 2 chains. Then he asked who he was and what he had done. Some in the crowd shouted one thing and some another. And since the commander could not get at the truth because of the uproar, he ordered that Paul be taken into the barracks. So now the people are shouting and saying, hey, he did this, he did that, he did that. So it was confusing. So the commander said, yo, let's take this dude away, man. When Paul reached the steps, the violence of the mob was so great, he had to be carried by the soldiers. The crowd that followed kept shouting, get rid of him, get rid of him. As the soldiers were about to take Paul into the barracks, he asked the commander, may I say something to you? He said, do you speak Greek? He replied, aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt? Now, ladies and gentlemen, what revolt did Paul start? You see, this is why you know it has nothing to do with color or his skin tone. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt? What revolt, Garfield? Read. Let me talk in the third person. Look at this now. Who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists into the wilderness some time ago? That's the question. Who is the guy that started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists? It's a guy who is known as the Egyptian. And to prove my point, watch this, y'all. Who said Google don't work? Look at this. I'm gonna Google the Egyptian for you right now, so you can learn today.
Why use?
No.
And Garfield and Paul's
Hold on, bro. Hold on. We gotta get this right. We gotta get the Egyptian. Gotta get the Egyptian, because if I don't get the Egyptian, the people at home who are watching this won't get it. The Egyptian in Josephus. Let me do this. See what pops up. We got an article for him right here. So remember what it says in Acts. Do you speak Greek? He replied, aren't you the Egyptian? This is what the soldier, the army guy is saying. Not what color, skin tone. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out into the wilderness some time ago? That's the question. That's why he brought up the Egyptian. Now let's go to this Wikipedia article that deals with it. Ghost Lithium, I'm going to give you your time. Let's mute up your mic. I'm going to get to you in a second, brother. I promise you. That's why. Look at this now. Mute up, Ghost. Ghost, mute up. I'm going to get to you in a second. All right, thank you. Mute up. All right, watch this now. Look at this now. Mute up. He behind. All right, now watch this now. I'm going to tell y'all, Garfield is the master teacher here. Look at this now. Look at this Wikipedia article. I got to go to Wiki because it's the quickest route. But we do have the code from Flavius Josephus. The Egyptian. The guy, why are you unmuting, bro? Look at this now. Ghost Lithium, I promise you I'm going to let you speak. Just mute up and you got to turn off the stuff in the background. Watch this.
That's not me.
Yes, it is you, man. And look at this idiot in the audience. I'm sorry to call you an idiot.
That's not me, brother. That's not me. Somebody's on mute. That's not me.
Mute up, brother. Hey, Garfield, are the Egyptians black? You see, they don't understand what they're doing. Listen, the Egyptian was a 1st century Jewish prophetic figure, always described as a sign prophet or a messianic prophet. He's said to have assembled a sizable gathering of followers atop the Mount of Olives, either in preparation of an assault of Jerusalem in order to establish himself as the ruler of the people, or in the expectation that he would miraculously cause the walls of the city to fall, allowing his followers to enter the city. This group was crushed by the Roman procurator of Judah, Antonius Felix, and the Egyptian fled, while many of his followers were killed and captured, with remaining managing to flee and hide. All right, now watch this now. The sources for him is also in Josephus' Wars. There was an Egyptian false prophet that did the Jews more mischief. Now watch this. Watch this right here. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can bring it up. In the Christian text, the Acts of the Apostles, the commander of the Roman garrison in Jerusalem, Claudius Lysias, does what? Mistakes Paul for the Egyptian. You see that? By saying, aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out into the wilderness some time ago? It's the same dude. He is mistaking Paul for that dude. It has nothing to do with whether he's black, brown, red, or white. We don't know what color Paul was. The issue is we want to promote that Paul was black. Again, not taking into context that we don't know who the Egyptian is. He was what? What was the Egyptian? He was what? He was a Jewish prophetic figure, but they call him the Egyptian. He was what? A Jewish prophetic figure who claimed that he was this prophet and all his foolishness. And as a matter of fact, there's a book by this lady that points out that he is the real Jesus. So I'm saying to you, my brother, it's not about his skin tone. It's about the actions. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt? It's going again. There's something called a subject and a predicate. What you read was only this part. Aren't you the Egyptian? So you run and say, oh, he's black. No, it's the guy who started the revolt and led 4,000 terrorists into the wilderness. That's who they're talking about. So whether he's black, brown, red, or yellow, white, or black, we don't know by that, because Egyptians were, when somebody's calling an Egyptian, it don't make a difference. Go ahead and respond.
All right, so
but that the whole reason. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, bro.
That's a dagger. It really is no response. But also, Paul's response was, in itself, denies that he was that Egyptian. He says, "No, I am a Jew from wherever he was from." So he in his response in itself is saying, "No, I'm not the Egyptian."
So it was a dagger, and it's a shame when a person don't know when they just sticking themselves in the chest with one. So the point is, this is why it's so when we have the discussions about colorism, you want to flee from it, and unless you address that, you can't address these. Because what's the mistake? Why would he misidentify Paul as some Egyptian that killed all these other people? Why?
Because he had a following. So these are cult figures. These are
King J.
No.
King J. You're wrong. King J. Look at this. King J.
Paul didn't have a following?
No. Look at it. Remember, the Jews and the Israelites were mad with Paul, and they ganged him up and they were beating the crap out of him. And the officer is trying to figure out why are they mad. So they're shouting at the Roman authority, the commander, and he's like, all these people are saying different things. So he's like, aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt? The guy who started
They never accused him of starting a revolt. They asked him that independently of the Jews.
Hold on. Yes, they did, because they didn't know what he was. But the problem is, remember, if you look at the real story in Josephus, they never caught the Egyptian. He was on the loose. They were already looking for him.
They're just trying to figure it out.
When the crowd capture him now, and everybody's saying everything, like I'm talking to Israel Bound and Ghost Lithium is talking and King J talking and Meek at the same time. You're like, what the hell are y'all talking about? Aren't you the guy that said that the Jews are black? And we start arguing. No, aren't you the Egyptian who started? They're looking for the guy who started the revolt. So listen. Look at the full quote. Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000?
But why would he think he's the Egyptian? Why would he think he's the Egyptian?
He doesn't know who Paul is at all.
Right.
This is why
they're trying to figure it out.
This is why his skin tone don't matter, because you saw the Egyptian. And because you got a color complex, because you see Egyptian.
No, I don't.
Hold on.
No, go ahead.
Hold on. In the Hellenistic time period, would you agree that Greeks who lived in Egypt were considered Egyptians?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. So when he says, "Are you the Egyptian?" If we going by skin tone, he could be light, he could be dark. We don't know what Paul looked like. So saying he's an Egyptian doesn't have anything to do with skin tone. They're looking for a guy who's the Egyptian, but they don't know why the people mad. They thought they captured him because remember, Orthodox Jews who think the Egyptian is a fake prophet would probably be mad with him too. So he said, "Aren't you
Man, when authorities are coming to
hold on.
Man, you
Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists out in the wilderness some time ago?" Paul said, "No, I am a Jew from Tarsus,
right?
Cilicia, a citizen."
Okay, but the point is when you're going to be apprehended for some reason by any authority, they have a description of who they're looking for. What are you talking about, man?
At that point, they're responding to the uprising. The Jews are giving him over, and they're trying to figure out who he is.
Why exactly?
Okay, look, brother, I got you. But when you read the story, as Garfield did, you're not comprehending. Listen, when he read the story, the Jews was telling, they told what the problem was with them, the problem they had with him. None of that had nothing to do with
what they're trying to
him of being
identify
the
who he is.
The Egyptians was
wait a
not
minute.
black during the whole time.
Wait, let me finish.
Everybody pause. Stop. Pause. Look at this.
This filibustering got to stop.
Look at verse 33. The commander came up and arrested him and ordered him to be bound with 2 chains. Then he asked, you see, remember, he arrested him and put him in chains. He don't know why he's doing it. He's only doing it because the crowd is mad and they're mad at this guy. So he's probably holding him and separating him to actually help him and save him. Then he asks who he was and what he had done. If he had recognized him as some guy based off a description, he would have said it right here, my dude. You're killing yourself. Who he was.
Hold on, keep reading. No.
Let me finish. I'm getting excited. Let me finish. Then he asked who he was. If he had a description of how the Egyptian looked, he wouldn't ask who he was. He'd be like, "Oh, that's the Egyptian dude."
Right.
He's assuming and what he had done. So look what happened now when he asked him that. If what you're saying is correct, he would have known he was Paul. He was the Egyptian based off of the description, like you said. Some in the crowd shouted one thing and some another. And since the commander could not get at the truth because of the uproar, he ordered that Paul be taken into the barracks. When Paul reached the steps, the violence of the mob was so great, he had to be carried by the soldiers. The crowd that followed kept shouting, "Get rid of him." As the soldiers were about to take him, Paul, into the barracks, he asked the commander, "May I say something to you?" He said, "Do you speak Greek?" He replied, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt, led 4,000? So he didn't know. He's assuming. It had nothing to do with no description because
based on what assumption? What? Well, no, you're assuming that he's assuming.
Right here.
You're assuming that he's assuming
because he didn't know who he was based off of how he looked. He didn't know who he was. Because if he had a description, he would have said, "Oh, that's the Egyptian," and what he had done. He had no clue, bro. Then
why did he reference him to? No,
the Egyptians wasn't even black.
I'm sure.
Garfield, he's not comprehending.
So. Okay, I'm sure when people of logical mindset see this, they're gonna understand that y'all are being totally trampled here. So my point is, which you're missing, my point is that if he said, "Aren't you that Egyptian?" There is automatically a reason for him to ask him that.
Right.
Why would he ask him, "Aren't you that Egyptian?" For what? Just out of the blue?
No, because the Roman, you see, that's why I went to the wiki article, bro. If you read it, they were looking for that guy during that time period. You see, this is why
would they pick Paul?
No, because he did not listen. He asked him, hold on. Why did he pick Paul to say that? Because they're looking for an Egyptian and there's a crowd speaking and shouting at him. He doesn't know what it is. So he's asking him, "Aren't you?" It's a question.
What?
"Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt and led 4,000 terrorists into the wilderness?" He said, "No." Paul said, "No." That's it.
Hey, listen, there's an example of this. Hey, Garfield, do you remember the story when Moses killed the Egyptian slave master?
Yeah.
Okay. And then later on, he seen two Israelites fighting, and he went to try to break that up. And one of the Israelites responded, basically, to paraphrase it, who made you ruler over us? Aren't you the one who killed, or didn't you kill that Egyptian? Aren't you the same one that killed that Egyptian, right? They had a reason to put that on him. Okay, they didn't just pull something out of the sky and ask him this random ass question. Did you kill the Egyptian?
Hold on.
Yeah.
I think as human beings, we sometimes we find it hard to admit stuff in public. Well, let me admit this to you.
No,
right?
bro.
Let me admit this to you right here. I can admit, right, that in the context of the Acts, it's in context with the actually what Josephus wrote in the Jewish War and in the Antiquities of the Jews, to the point where this woman Einhorn, I forgot her first name, wrote a book that the real Jesus is the Egyptian prophet. That's how much information is known about this dude. And he's documented twice and also talked about it in other sources. But look at this though. In so much when it came to a battle, the Egyptian ran away. He was at that time period he also slew 400 of them and took 200 alive. But the Egyptian himself escaped out of the fight, but did not appear anymore. Now, if you look at this right here, right? This guy's wanted by the Roman soldiers, commanders. So if you're saying that he looked like the Egyptian, right? How did the Egyptians look? They didn't have a set look at the time. So what is the gripe? What is really your gripe though? Unless you're saying he's black. That's why he's saying that. But I'm
I would like you to
what would be the reason for him to say that?
I would like Garfield to go to the Bible and show us the Egyptian that they compare Paul with. If you'd like to go the chapter and verse and show us the Egyptian.
Say that again, my brother. I didn't hear you.
I would like you to go to the Bible and show us in the book chapter verse the Egyptian that they compare Paul with.
In Acts, right here, where it says, "Aren't you the Egyptian who started a revolt?" And it's the same story. It's from
I know, but what verse talks about that specific Egyptian? That's not compared. That's they're talking about deeply in the Bible.
No, all right. In the first, all right. Oh man, now I gotta explain context. In the first century, in real history, it's documented. This is actually a real person that existed in real life. The Egyptian was a prophet. He was a Jewish prophet that they called the Egyptian. He had killed a bunch of people and he had ran away from the war when the Romans clashed. He said he was a prophet and all that. So what happened is the Egyptian that's being referred to in Acts is the same dude that is mentioned in Josephus twice, the Egyptian. I don't know if we can get any clearer than that. But before we do anything else, I want to get
Garfield, was he black though?
Hold on. We don't know what the Egyptian, we don't know who he is.
But the Bible gives you a clue though, right?
But listen, hold on. Let me end this real quick because
hold on. Please hold on 1 second. Ghost Lithium, why do you care if he's black?
No, I'm just gonna get through this and I'm gonna tell you why. Because the Bible is telling you all this centurion knew that he had a black man in custody. That's why when Paul asked him the question, can I speak?
Do you speak Greek?
The first question he's asked is, do you speak Greek? Meaning, oh, you're a Hellenized Jew. If he was white, he wouldn't have asked him why he speaks Greek, because that'd have been automatic. But he's looking at a dark-skinned dude speaking Greek, so that lets you know he wasn't white.
Shaking my head. The world is not black and white.
Yo, first of all, let me say to everybody right now, right? If you notice, right, I don't have a problem with Paul being black, as we call it black, because in America, black can be any color, right? We could be light, it could be yellow black, it could be light skin black, whatever. The issue here is you're fighting for something that's irrelevant. Because if that's the case, if he's black or white, to me, it don't care. It matters to you because you want to teach a socially constructed doctrine. I'm going to point out to something carefully right here. Let's look at this right here and what the Mishnah, they wrote in the Mishnah. Let's look at right here.
No, that's different. The Mishnah thing is completely different.
Hold on 1 second, whether you care or not. These are Jews. And by the way, if you don't like the Mishnah The Mishnah comes out of rabbinical Judaism, which was started by Pharisees. Aren't Pharisees Israelites?
I care if he's black, Garfield. I care.
All right. Now watch this. The children of Israel, may I be atonement of them, are like boxwood, neither black nor white, but an intermediate shade. Rabbi Akiva says painters have materials with which they portray figures in black, in white, and in intermediate shade. Let therefore paint for an intermediate shade be brought and applied around the outside of the nega, and it will then appear as on skin of intermediate shade. Rabbi Judah says in determining the colors of negaim, the law is to be lenient and not stringent. So at the top it says the bright spot in a German appears as dull white, and the dull white spot in an Ethiopian appears as bright white. Rabbi Ishmael said the children of Israel are like boxwood. Now let's take a look at what boxwood looks like. That's what it looks like. It could be, I mean, if you guys want to say that they're black or white, it didn't matter to the people who were living in the 2nd century or in the 1st century. They said they look like boxwood.
It means they were melanated, though.
Everybody
it's like Garfield color.
Everybody, listen. This is the problem, though, because even when you look at the depictions of Christ in early depictions, this is the earliest depiction, by the way, right here, and these are early depictions. These are early depictions of Syrian Jews on the the Dura Europa, and this is another early depiction of Jesus. We didn't make this up. This is the one. Look at this one right here on the right and the left. Which one is the right one? The one on the right is the Hebrew Israelite edition because somebody had to take the time out to Photoshop the one on the left.
What about
the obsession? Hold on. The obsession with black and white is what's gravitate. Listen, if you are believing something, because this is why you guys are misled. Because even if the Israelites were black like you, it's possible that you aren't those people. They could be black and not you. And I don't think none of y'all have tried to falsify that. This is why y'all got to argue and fight, because it's really not you. I'm not convinced. You guys, I'm not. This is why nobody, even when you look at the Africans like the Igbos, who they try to say, hey, they're converts or whatever, and they could be a part of the body of Israel now. Even if you look at them, you don't find nobody coming to African Americans, Jamaicans, or Afro-Brazilians and saying, hey, you know what, you guys are the true Israel, because there's no chronology that matches. There's no historical account that matches. There's no anthropology that matches. There's no archaeology that matches. There's no genetics that y'all can put together to say we are the majority of the people. We all stem from West and Central Africa. And what happened is y'all teach a doctrine that they're Hamites, so you hate who you are, but pretending to be somebody else.
No. That's
what it is.
Right,
But let's do this one at a time. Let's do this one at a time. I don't want people to talk. Don't need to talk over each other. Israel Bound, you had something to finish. Say it real quickly, brother. Israel Bound, it's on you, brother. Israel Bound. All right. Ghost Lithium, you came on stage to say something. You've been saying a lot of stuff in the chat. Do you have evidence of 70 AD moving into West Africa before the Islam?
No, I only go by the scholars. Like when I read like the Encyclopedia of the Jewish diaspora, it says in 70 AD about 30,000 Jews went into West Africa, not West Africa, but into Africa.
Which part of Africa they went?
Of course, it started in North Africa, like Cyrene, Egypt, so forth and so on. And after a couple of centuries, they migrated to the West. And when you look at even
who said they migrated to the West? Who said that?
This is the Jewish diaspora, the Encyclopedia of the Jewish Diaspora.
It says they migrated to the West?
Yeah, it says they
Are
migrated.
you adding that to it? Did you add that to it?
No, it says Africa is identified in various Jewish sources in connection with the Tarshish and Ophir. It says the Talmud passage where African land is evidently same as Carthage, the Septuagint, and it gives a couple of references, right? Then it says the identity of biblical Tarshish with Carthage, which was the birthplace of a number of rabbis mentioned in the Talmud. It says Africa in the broader sense is clearly indicated where mention is made of the 10 tribes having been driven into exile by the Assyrians and having journeyed into Africa, right? So it gives you a couple of other sources. And it says connected with this is the idea that the river Sebastian
River,
right, is in Africa. The Arabs who also know the legend of the Benai Musa, sons of Moses, agree with the Jews in placing their land in Africa. And
all right, watch this. I got the source where you have right here. I got it right here on the screen right now.
I just want to read one more paragraph. It says, according to most accounts, the earliest Israeli settlements in Africa were in places such as Egypt, Tunisia, and Ethiopia. Historians believe these settlements may have been in existence as early as the kingdom of David and Solomon, as well as during the Assyrian invasion in northern Israel 722 BC and the Babylonian captivity of Judah in 586 BCE in the Punic Carthage age. These communities were augmented by subsequent arrivals of Jews after the destruction of the Second Jerusalem temple in 70 CE, with 30,000 Jewish slaves were settled throughout Carthage by Roman Emperor Titus. So that's the source that I'm reading from.
All right. Now, a lot of things is in there is outside of history, it's opinion. But what I'm gonna say to you is, if early rabbin, and by the way, this is coming from this book right here, so that we have the source and know where I'm coming from. All right. Josephus knows 10 tribes' location. Of them took their effects with them and came to Babylon, very desirous of going down to Jerusalem. But then the entire body of people of Israel remain in that country. Wherefore, there are but 2 tribes in Asia and Europe, subject to the Romans, while the 10 tribes are beyond the Euphrates till now and are an immense multitude and not to be estimated by numbers. The phrases beyond the Euphrates until now clearly show that in putting together this particular passage, Josephus was working not only with Ezra, but also with other related biblical material concerning the 10 tribes. Josephus himself seems puzzled as to what became of the 10 tribes. Though he shies away from the problem, he instead consoles himself like Esdras by saying that the 10 tribes are beyond the Euphrates and constitute a multitude immense in number. If early rabbinical treatment turned the river into a barrier enclosing the 10 tribes, later rabbinical sources spoke of it explicitly as a container, God's preferred location for all sorts of protected and concealed superior peoples. Thus, the river Euphrates undergoes a major transformation from a trivial and known geographic location to a river that defies the break in earthly space beyond which certain peoples exist in a concealed protected state. The origin of Sabbatan's name lie in its Pliny knows Sabbatan River. Hold on, let me get to this Africa stuff real quickly, because I want to make it clear that I don't disagree with what you're saying, but let's look at what's going on as far as Africa is concerned. Hold on 1 second here. Let me find it. 10 tribes in Africa. So where did he exile the 10 tribes of Israel? According to Mar Sutra, to Africa, and according to Arhanana, to the mountains of Salug. However, the 10 tribes of Israel slandered the land of Israel. For when they reached the city of Sus, they said that it was like their own land. And when they came to the city of Elmin, they said that it is like our Elmin. And when they reached the second Sus, they said that it was much better than their own land. Now, for those who don't know this, right, this is like in early writings by the same Mishnaic writings or Talmudic writings that people talk about. They do say the tribes go into Africa, but they normally talk about them being in North Africa. They don't talk about them. You see, like you said earlier, Afriki as either the Roman province whose capital was Carthage or a stretch of countries from Ethiopia to today's North Africa. In either case, it marks the southern borders of the Roman world. It is not clear where the mountains of Salug are, all right? But what you read is, I have no problem with that, right? The issue is, where did they go into West Africa? This is back for Ghost Lithium. Where and when did they go to West Africa? But that's the contention.
I don't have a history of where they went in North Africa. I just have a history of them being there. And that 1447 map, that's not the only map. You have a 1443 map of Nigritia, and Nigritia talks about the Jews of Sudan, and it's still called Negro land, right? Okay. So that's the same thing.
All right, let me ask you a question.
I don't know how they got there. I don't have a source for that.
All right, so let me ask you this. You said there's another map outside of the 1747. You said 1447, well, you mean 1747. That says Negro
1743. So, my bad.
All right, so that map says Negro land?
It says Nigritia.
So what does that mean? What does Nigritia mean?
That's another word for Negro land.
All right, so if it says Negro land, what does that mean?
Negro land, when you do the history of Negro land and the El Sudan Jews, they inhabited that area in West Coast Africa called Negro. That's why they called it Negro land.
All right, so no, hold on. Go ahead, my brother. I was gonna say, by the way, just because Jews are in West Africa, does that mean that they went on slave ships?
I would like you to go to.
Hold on, beloved. Let me talk to my brother Ghost. And by the way, shout out to Ghost, by the way, because he didn't have to come on the panel. And as you can see, I let you talk. You know what I'm saying? So anybody who
big up Ghost,
big up Ghost for that. Ghost, I got a question for you. So the Jews in West Africa, what were they doing at the time? Those Jews in Negro land.
They were practicing. They say they were practicing the Shabbat. They were wearing fringes. They were keeping the Mosaic laws. They have traditions like that.
Were they merchants?
It doesn't say whether they were merchants or not. One source says they did. I think one of the sources you put up said they were merchants. They were like traveling over there to be merchants and do business.
All right. Now, are you saying that those people ended up on the slave ships and came over in the slave trade? Is that your point of bringing up Jews in West Africa?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. All right. I'm glad. Very good answer. You say you believe. Now, do you have facts to back it up that those particular Jews were on the slave ship? Are their descendants?
Well, one of my sources, one of my books say that the original, the first slave ships came from Spain and Portugal, right? And those were Jews. They went to São Tomé, which is an island off the west coast of Africa. That's how the slave trade originally started. So that's one thing that I have to say about that. Another source that I have, I think it's from Wikipedia. It talks about how they became slaves. This is like the Sahara Jews, historically known as the Jews of Bel
Sahara Jews.
Yeah, however you describe.
Let me ask you this, Ghost, before we get into the Sahelian Jews, right? So you're saying that the first slave trade. When do you think the slave trade started? By the way,
that was during the time of 1478. They called that the Spanish Inquisition. That was the first slave.
So I said the slave trade started a little bit earlier, around 1440, 1441, when Adahu the Moor came down there and he took the slaves off of West Africa and they brought them back to Portugal. I said that's where it started. Now, when you say that the slaves went to São Tomé, do you know that the slaves in São Tomé, a lot of them were killed off for one, and also they mixed with Angolan people and they intermarried, and most of those people actually stayed there, or they got killed off, or they intermarried with Africans. Are you aware of that?
I don't know if most of them got killed off, but I'm aware of integration and migration, of course.
All right. Do you have evidence of people from São Tomé coming over on the slave trade here to America?
Yeah, one of my sources is I had to get the book. It's on my shelf, but one of the sources do say that they were originally from São Tomé, and they got transferred to the New World, which is called Mexico today. They call it the New Spain. So they went from São Tomé to New Spain, which is South America.
Okay, so those people, those Jews that were there, are the descendants of them. You're saying they were traveled, so they didn't take the Africans from Angola. They took the Jews that were there, because the Jews and the Portuguese were like the mainstay and controllers of certain boats and certain business and sugar business. So you're saying those Jews that were in charge of doing that, those were the ones that were taken as slaves, or were the Africans that they brought over to São Tomé to work there are the ones that were taken? How do you know who was taken from São Tomé?
I'm only focused on the Black Portuguese, who they call Jews. I'm only focused on that migration. And
show me the Black Portuguese that were taken as slaves. I would like to see a source for that.
Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Somebody could take over. Let me look at.
You were talking about if the Israelites. Before I get to my point with Zephaniah 3:10, basically the Canaanites are known more for doing business and merchants and trades more than the Israelites are. But if we go to Zephaniah 3:10 and you read, I want you to go ahead and read that Zephaniah 3:10.
Oh, hold on. Yeah, I think I got it.
Let me just read something. Hold on 1 second. Time out, guys. By the mid-16th century, São Tomé became Africa's most prominent exporter of sugar grown by African slave labor and became the model for the island plantation society that eventually arose in the West Indies and other parts of the New World. I'm saying to you that the people from Angola and the people that they transported to São Tomé may have been transported as slaves, not the Jews. That's what I'm saying. If you want to say that the Portuguese, remember it was colonized by the Portuguese, they traded cotton clothing and silk, glass mirrors and knives, glass beads for slaves. So I'm trying to figure out if these Portuguese who are in charge and the Jews are in charge over there, how are they being taken over as slaves? I think what we're doing is, hold on. I remember when the 2,000 children were taken there and what happened to the children. I'm very familiar with that. I think what we're doing is we're compacting history and try to switch it to fit our paradigm. Because you don't have no evidence of no Jews from São Tomé coming over as slaves. I will never broadcast again on YouTube if you show that. I never, bro. I'm saying that's my word. I will never come back on YouTube if you could show that. There's no Jews being taken. It's Africans. We built up the plantation over there in São Tomé with Africans. It was African slaves. So if you have a source, go ahead. Let me hear your source.
So the Jewish people that trade with enslaved.
Hold on, Yasharala. I'm talking to Ghost Lithium.
All right, gotcha.
And let me get Zephaniah 3:10 for you in the meantime. Hold on, let me get it for you real quick. Zephaniah.
Yeah. It seems as if it's the Portuguese Jews that are enslaving the black West Africans.
Facts.
That's what it seems like. Yeah.
Facts.
So you can't get that misunderstood. I think he's misunderstanding that.
Hold on 1 second, guys. I gotta get Zephaniah. I'm gonna start for this gentleman here. So we could be fair. I gotta give everybody equal opportunity. And Yasharala Badawa, I'm gonna give him his 2 minutes now. What I'm gonna do is read Zephaniah 3 from verse 1 and then go all the way to verse 12 so we could get context. All right, Zephaniah 3:1. I like to use Bible Hub for those out there because it gives commentary and it also gives you proper context. Now, this is Zephaniah.
The Bible will be better, but it's okay.
Yeah, Zephaniah 3. I like Blue Letter too. Zephaniah 3:1. The judgment on Jerusalem. Now, this ain't got nothing to do with us. It got something to do with Jerusalem. And by the way, when is Zephaniah writing? He's writing like in the time period of Josiah. All right? So he's writing in the time of Josiah. Ain't got nothing to do with us today. This is 2,700 years ago. All right? The judgment on Jerusalem. Woe to the city of oppressors, rebellious and defiled. She heeded no voice. She accepted no correction. She does not trust the Lord. She has not drawn near to her God. Let me move to verse 2. She obeys no one. She accepts no correction. She does not trust in the Lord. She does not draw near to her God. Verse 3. Her officials within her are roaring lions. Her rulers are evening wolves who leave nothing for the morning. Verse 4. Her prophets are unprincipled. They are treacherous people. Her priests profane the sanctuary and do violence to the law. The Lord within her is righteous. He does no wrong. Morning by morning he dispenses his justice, and every new day he does not fail, yet the unrighteous know no shame. I have destroyed nations. Their strongholds are demolished. I have left their streets deserted with no one passing through. Their cities are laid waste. They are deserted and empty. Of Jerusalem I thought, surely you will fear me and accept correction. Then her place of refuge would not be destroyed, nor all my punishments come upon her. But they were still eager to act corruptly in all they did. 3:8. Therefore, wait for me, declares the Lord. For the day I will stand up to testify, I have decided to assemble the nations, to gather the kingdom, and to pour out my wrath on them. All my fierce anger, the whole world will be consumed by the fire of my jealousy. My jealous anger, I'm sorry. Then I will purify the lips of the people, that all of them may call on the name of the Lord and serve him shoulder to shoulder. From beyond the rivers of Cush, my worshippers, my scattered people will bring me offerings. Verse 11, on that day you, Jerusalem, will not be put to shame for all the wrongs you have done to me, because I will remove from you your arrogant boasters. Never again will you be haughty on my holy hill. But I will leave within you the meek and humble, the remnant of Israel will trust in the name of the Lord. All right, what is your point, man?
So if you can see that Israel was scattered beyond the river of Cush. So you can see the whole African continent. We were all scattered to the whole African continent. And from there, we went to America. From there, we went to Europe. We went to Asia. So you can see that the Israelites are definitely in the Africa location. So the next thing that I wanted to say regarding that is that
Hold on 1 second. I might have finish up, my brother. Go ahead.
All right.
Finish.
So definitely, you can see a historical scripture there that says that we definitely are from beyond the land of Cush. So you can definitely say for certain that we, the Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites, are black.
Who's
They
we?
all black. They all wear black, dark skin. And the Jewish people that trade us, they are not the Israelites because they were converts. They're from the family of there was a family in Rome, in Italy, that traveled to the north to Germany, and their family used to be known as the I forget the name of the family. I
You talking
remember
about
what.
you talking about the Ashkenazi Jews?
Yeah, the Ashkenazi Jews. So there's people are the converts of that family. Also, you can go to Caesar too, the
But that's
history of
that's
Caesars.
incorrect.
And also, you can see that that family are the Saxon Jews, the so-called South Jews that were trading Africans back then. They were, insuring boats, selling African to slave owners, and all of the stuff. Those are the converts that say that they are us. But the slave that they are trading are the real Israelites that are prophesied by Deuteronomy 28 and the other Deuteronomy prophecies that
All
we were
right,
going to
that's
be
more.
slaves
That's,
by ships.
that's more than 2 minutes. That's more than 2 minutes. Let me
Right,
just say this real quickly. In Bible Hub, they talked about it. They said, "What is this guy talking about in Zephaniah?" You got to look at it in context and stop imposing your own self on the Bible. All right, let's take a look at it. Who are the persons, place, and events? Zephaniah, prophet in the Old Testament. His ministry took place during the reign of King Uzziah of Judah. His prophecies focus on the coming judgment and hope of restoration for a remnant of Israel. Where is it taking place? Who is the person, Zephaniah, during Josiah? He's talking, where is it taking place? In Judah, literal Judah, and nothing to do with that. The remnant, a recurring theme in the prophetic books, the remnant refers to the faithful few who remain true to God. Teaching points. There you see the teaching point. You see what happened is when it says, "But I will leave within you a meek and humble people, and they will trust in the name of the Lord." You see, we're going to have to look at verse 10 because it says beyond Cush. When it says beyond Cush, what is it referring to when it says that? Let's take a look at what the commentary says so that we can have a better understanding. My scattered people, the scattering of God's people often refers to the diaspora, the dispersion of Israelites among the nations due to the conquest and exile. At that point, when he's talking, the Assyrian exile already happened. So he's talking in that historical context. He's not talking about today. Get out of here with that, man. We talking about Cush, and when it says Ethiopia, it actually should be Cush because Ethiopia was never in the Bible. It's the word Cush, which is Nubia, an ancient region located south of Egypt, often associated with modern-day Sudan. It represents the farthest reaches of the known world to the Israelites, symbolizing the inclusion of distant nations in God's plan. So the people who were in the Cush region, so it had nothing to do with them going into all of Africa. You are adding that on to scripture. And you're supposed to come back and offer stuff to God. Come on, man. You guys take the scripture from beyond the rivers of Ethiopia, and then you think of it as, okay, the Ethiopia of today. No, it's not the Ethiopia.
So when it says beyond, what does that mean?
Let me finish, beloved. Let me finish. I'm not even gonna go back and forth with this. I'm gonna deal with this next week. Let's deal with Zephaniah 3. I had a whole story about that because I gotta end the show because my Knicks game about to start.
Hey, Garfield, I'm back with that.
I know, but before any,
hold on,
one thing.
Ghost, where Ghost at? Ghost, you back, or is it Israel bound? Ghost, you
Yeah,
back?
I got you.
What's up, Ghost? What you got for me?
Yeah, this is called the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, Volume 57, London print. This is from 1783. I'm gonna read this paragraph real quick. Couple of paragraphs. It says, Professor Spring, you can hear me?
Go ahead.
Professor Springle divides the history of the Negro trade carried by the Christians into two principal periods. The first from 1443 to 1685, and the second from 1645 to present times of this writing, 1783. The first period of the time of its increase, during which not only its founders, the Portuguese, but the English, the Dutch, and the French dealt in Negro slaves, though chiefly for the use of consumption of the Spaniards, and the sugar and the tobacco plantations in the Brazils. During the latter period, these four nations were obliged to share the trade with the Swedes, the Danes, the Brandenburgs, the North Americans, and since 1778 with the Spaniards. Their trade, however, still increased not only by the Swedes and the Vanderbilts. Let me skip down. It says Gonzalez was the first Portuguese who in 1442 returned with Negro slaves purchased instead of the Africans, who had till then been carried off by mere violence. But soon after, the Portuguese became better acquainted with the African regions and their valuable productions. I'm going to skip down. It says King John II in 1492 expelled all the Jews to the island of St. Thomas, which is São Tomé, which had been discovered in 1471, and to other Portuguese settlements on the continent of Africa. And from these banished Jews, the Black Portuguese, as they are called, and the Jews in Luango, who are despised even by the very Negroes, are descended. By these colonies, St. Thomas soon became the considerable place of trade and valuable for its sugar plantation 30 years after their settlement, and not less than 150,000 Arabs, it says, right? So this is the first source.
What any of that mean?
Say that again.
What did any of that mean? What are you trying to? What would you read?
Hold on, goes. You do know that the Luango Jews weren't slaves, right? The Luango Jews who lived in Luango, a matter of fact, is well documented, and we have good sources on them. They weren't taken as slaves. So those I think you're misunderstanding what you're reading. You're reading a good source about St. John and how he expelled Jews, King Jao II or whatever, to São Tomé. I agree with you 100%. Those Jews were not taken as slaves, though, because the Africans are the ones that were transported from Angola to that region, and they were the ones who were working on the sugar plantations, and they were the slaves in São Tomé. So you need to understand that before we were even taken to the West, there was a slave trade going on in what's called the Balearic Isle or the Atlantic Islands. Those Atlantic Islands, my brother, I just want to make it clear to you, were running a slave trade that had a sugar plantation making thousands of dollars. So they didn't bring Black people to the West until they figured out that the Native Americans, like in Brazil in 1541, they didn't realize that they couldn't survive with the old world diseases, but Africans could survive. Our immune system was stronger than the Indians. So that's when they started bringing Africans to the West. So I'm saying to you that in São Tomé, they were slaves, but those slaves weren't taken to the West. They were slaves right there. So I don't know I don't see nothing. I'm being upfront. Your source is fine, but there's nothing in it that says that those people, that Jews were taken as slaves.
I'm gonna just read one more paragraph. It says, in the beginning of the 16th century, the Spaniards and Portuguese began to transport Negroes for familiar labors to the West Indies and Brazils, by which the Negro trade was
16th century. Yes. But the Negroes are Africans, not Jews.
No, this source said Negroes instead of Africans. That's what the source said.
Okay. But the Negroes in that source, what do you think it means? It means Black Jews?
Yes, they call them Black Portuguese. They call them Negroes.
All right. So prove in that source that they're talking about. What's the name of the source? Let me look it up real quick.
This is the Critical Review or Annals of Literature, volume 57.
Hold on a second. I'm gonna look it up right now. Critical Review of what?
Or Annals of Literature.
Or Annals of Literature.
Volume 57, page 140 and 141.
Volume what?
Volume 57.
Volume 57. I think I got it right here. All right, I got it.
So the Columnar family, that's the thing that I wanted to bring out as well, the other point. So the Columnar family were a family of converts that from Italy that went up to Germany. You can see that debate between Gorilla Hebrew and Dr. Brown, that Gorilla Hebrew go extensively on that.
Hold on 1 second. What page, beloved? Where is Ghost? Ghost, what page?
You can hear me?
Yeah. Hey, Mika, you could take over. I'm watching my game.
About the one, so it starts at 141 at the bottom paragraph, 140, and then it goes into 141. And I read like the middle of 141 where it says King James II. in 1492.
Oh, I know this source. They already done Brother Bereen. I know this source. All right, cool. Do your thing, bro. Do your thing. But I just to let you know that just because you're a Negro, you're using the Zondervan definition to actually. You understand? So I think you're conflicting why it says Negroes in that. So you're using that as a definition to say those Negroes are Jews. That's what the problem is.
So
and the fact that it says they took Negroes instead of Africans, so it made a differentiation between Negroes and Africans. So
no, they wouldn't do that. They're calling Negroes.
I didn't make it up.
Negroes are black people who are part of the slave trade. That's what the definition was before Zondervan. Zondervan is the one that made that up.
That's not
so you can't use Zondervan's definition. Listen to what I'm saying. Zondervan's definition is 15 years ago. You can't use a definition of today to apply to something in the 1700s. That wouldn't be fair.
Before 1555, Negroes were not considered Africans. Negroes were considered Jews.
No, my brother. Negroes. When they use Negroes in the West,
wow,
it means that they are part of the transatlantic slave trade. That's all it means.
Right.
Go to etymon.com. Look up the word Negro. It's going to say 1500.
I don't disagree, but I'm trying to tell you that when they use Negroes in the West,
that's for the scoffers in the chat that was saying something. That's not for you, Garfield. That's for the scoffers. Go ahead.
All right. So for Zephaniah, when we spoke about that it's beyond Cush, I would like you to, Garfield, to explain to me what's the definition of beyond.
Hold on, let me get the scripture before I respond to you. Zephaniah 3:10. All right, let's look at this right here. All right, Zephaniah 3:10.
And Micah, you are Israelite too, so smile as well.
Who? You know, Garfield, if you leave me up here, they're gonna try to convert me, and you know some of them don't like talking to females.
We are the men, so we definitely love the two ladies.
See.
Go ahead, guys. Go ahead.
So if you can see, when it says beyond Kush, it definitely talks about like right South Africa and North Africa, and what we're talking about beyond.
It doesn't. There's South Africa is not in the Bible, bro. Come on, the Bible only talks about the empire distances. So if you look at the Roman Empire, that's the distance of what the world they're talking about, or even Greek Empire. That's all. That's the whole world.
So Kush
it don't include West Africa. It don't include none of that. So you're lying. You're lying to yourself. You're lying to yourself.
So Kush is not right below Egypt.
Yes, it is.
All right, okay, it is. So below Kush, which is way below Kush, is what we spoke about when we talk about South Africa.
But like
and
that's not part of the known world at that time.
Those locations are beyond Kush, and that's where we start.
That's not beyond the Euphrates. Beyond. What it says? Say what it says. It says beyond the what?
Euphrates.
No, it don't say beyond the Euphrates. Beyond the what? Kush?
The rivers of Kush, yeah. So you can see, man, all of us and all of them back then was very dark skinned. The thing is that it's okay if you don't want to accept it, that they are not that you don't want to accept that we're dark skinned and the Egyptians also were dark skinned. But the thing is that the
real cares about skin tone. I don't care.
All right, who's arguing color?
Who cares?
Yeah, Garfield, I got another source for you, King. All right. You could also look this up. It's called A Tribute for the Negro. You ever heard of that? Wilson Armistead. It's from 1848. I'm gonna read a couple of more.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
It says page 64. The Jews, however, descended from one stock and prohibited by the most sacred institutions from intermarrying with the people of other nations, and yet dispersed according to the divine prediction into every country on the globe. This one people is marked with the colors of all: fair in Britain and Germany, brown in France and in Turkey, swarthy in Portugal and in Spain, olive in Syria, and in
Don't
Chaldea.
care about skin tone.
I understand, brother. It says,
Skin tone. Don't care
says,
about skin tone. Don't make it.
says
It's a skin
20
tone can't save nobody, bro. Because
That-
if you're on,
that's how they
I'm
describe
just
the
giving you
black.
a source, brother.
if you look like Porzingis, you could be black, bro. You could be considered black in America.
Good brother Garfield. I'm just giving you another
That's
source.
crazy.
I'm just giving you another source. I just want to
Okay.
read one paragraph. It says tawny and copper colored in Arabia and in Egypt, whilst they are black in Congo and Africa. It says a remarkable fact in the history of Luango and the Empire of Congo is that the country, according to a settlement which was fully credited by Oldendorp himself, a writer of most correct judgment and of unimpeachable veracity, contains many Jews settled in it. So it's not about the color, it's about the Jews settling there, who retain their religious rights and the distinct habits which keep them isolated from other nations. Though thus separated from the African population, they are black and resemble the other Negroes in every respect as to physical character. It is probably an allusion to this case that Pennington in his textbook says the descendants of the colony of Jews originally from Judea settled on the coast of Africa are black. Rosette declares that there are
Okay,
many.
he established that they black. But so who are the other Negroes?
You got Moors. Moors are Negroes. They didn't claim to be Jews.
Yep.
So
What?
there's other Negroes who claim to be
So hold on.
Jews and have the same practices.
Question to the brother Ghost. I have a question for you. What would you say? What would you say was the language that most of the slaves from West Africa on the transatlantic slave ship spoke?
Whatever language of the people that surround them. So I don't have a source on
Oh,
what
you
language.
don't know? Okay, so I'll tell you. It was Islam. They spoke. They were mostly Islamic. Now Garfield has he put me up on this alone. Listen, hold on, bro.
You
Listen,
got a source for that? You got a source?
yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, I gotta source that
brother,
out.
listen. Garfield put me up with this a long time ago on the show. The slave voyages. You go back, brother. They tell you everything. The name of the ships, where they came from, the tribe they came from, were they Wolof, were they Fulani, were they Mandinko? They tell you all of that, brother. So it's like I just don't get it. You want it? It's like you want I just
even on the slave voyages, you see a lot of them.
So are you saying that those Jews from West Africa they spoke Islamic languages?
I said
no. They spoke
slave voyages. It shows you some of them last names had Yah in their last name. So
we already been through this. Garfield and debunked all this a million times.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So I'm saying, bro, it's a simple question. Are those Jews speaking Islamic languages?
You saying they all only spoke Islam, one language?
Yes.
Every individual came off a slave ship speaking Islam.
The majority.
Show me the source, King.
The slave voyages. The slave voyages.
Sources. Garfield told me to get sources. I took my little 10 minutes.
I just directed you to the source. Go to the slave voyages.
I want to direct yourself to the source and read it.
I can't pull it up, bro. Just go to it.
Exactly. So don't make erroneous statements.
It's not erroneous, but I'm giving you the source.
My source.
I named the source.
That Ghost Lithium talking? Who's talking?
This was King J, but I'm talking about. I'm directing him to the slave voyages. Garfield, what would you say was the majority of the language that the slaves spoke coming off the slave ship?
They spoke African dialect, some sort of African dialect.
All right, so King J, mute your mic, King.
Hey, let me say this to the brother real quickly, right? When you talk about what do you call it? Yeah, the Yah stuff. Who was talking about that? Was that Ghost Lithium?
No, that was me. That was me.
All right. Yeah. Do you know what time period they had those names, those Yah names?
Nah, brother, I'm listening.
All right, because that would probably help you to understand it better. So let me share this real quickly.
Well, why would he say it? And if you don't even know the reason why you said it, that's crazy.
The slave voyages. That's why I mentioned it. The slave voyages had names.
But you said it, but you don't even know why you said
That's
it.
a totally different question. You can mute.
No. Listen. The slaves that had the name Yah, bro, had nothing to do with actually Yahweh, as in Yah, because just like Aliyah is a Arabic name, but it had to do with pronunciation and who was writing it down. What happened is all of these took place when the slave trade was over. Do you know when the slave trade was over?
About 1865.
No. That's slavery. Slave trade. Slave trade ended in 1807 in Britain, 1808 in the United States. What happened is this was during the illegal slave trade time, 1820s, after the 1820s. And what happened is They caught the ship in almost reaching Cuba and turned it back. So these are, if you look at the names, they all leave Africa, like Igbo or whatever land, and they go back to Africa. They never came over here. So all the people with the Ya names never came over here. So technically they never came. But the names have to do with pronunciation. And I'm going to show you that. Ah, man, I got to go dig that up. I don't feel like digging that up right now. But it has to do with the pronunciation, bro. It ain't got nothing to do with them being part. Because you know what? They found names with Ptah. They found Egyptian names. That don't mean that the slaves are Egyptians. It had to do with people who is documenting it. That's all, bro. If you want to believe that, that's on you.
All I'm saying is that the names were there. Now you could break down and speculate why they were there. It was a mispronunciation or whatever. That's cool. But the names were there, though.
They never came here, though. They never came to America or the West.
On the same slave voyages that you was reading?
Yeah, they never came, though. They left Africa and went back to Africa. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They never came over here. You know what? Let me show you, bro. It's better to show
you gotta check out the choice, bro.
Yeah, I gotta show him. No, I gotta show him.
You're not arguing that they were in West Africa, though, right?
No, but they're not. All right, hold on. Let me do this.
You saying that they just never came over here, but they were in West Africa. So I get it. That's cool.
No. I don't think you get what we're saying. So you know what? It's better to show you and actually tell you.
So you're not gonna show me Yahweh in West Africa.
Here we go right here. Hold on, I got it right here.
You're not. You're not gonna show me Yahweh in West Africa, Ghost. Where's that source?
Hold on. Look at this right here.
There's no Igbo names with Yah in it.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. Nyamole. What does this mean in Hebrew, brother? Is this a Hebrew word?
I would have to look it up.
Enya. What does that mean in Hebrew? Or Inya?
I would have to look up all these words.
All right. So when you go on the website, it shows you press the button all the way to the right, and it shows you the history of the name of why it's documented. If you look right here, it says Nyamole. It could also be pronounced Nyamabe or Noyamabe, and the possible modern counterpart is Nyamaole. So it has to do with pronunciation. It ain't got nothing to do with no Yah, bro.
It looks like Noah, though.
Look at this. Hold on. Let's go back. It does say right here, as it appears in registers, Noamabe, Nyamole. Modern counterpart is Nyamaole.
So he's saying those are African names?
So this right, no, he's still not getting it. The name on the register has nothing to do with Yah, bro. Nyamole is not even a Hebrew word. It has to do with Spanish people trying to write down how people who speak African pronounce their words. I wrote them, bro. I got a letter from them, bro, explaining it. I'm not telling you this for whatever, but this is not a point to make that. Look at this right here. He was on board the slaving vessel Anna Maria, which departed from the port of Bonny before being intercepted and taken to Freetown, Sierra Leone. So he left from Africa and ended up back in Africa.
Never made it to this.
Hold on. Here's another example. You see to the right, it says African origins. You press the view button. When you press the view button, this page pops up. So if you look at this right here, as it appears in registers, Enya or Ena. So it's the same word. It just has to do with who is writing down the pronunciation. It ain't got nothing to do with Yahweh, bro. They got y'all fooled, man.
He's still not gonna get it though.
So the name, even if you see no Yah in the name, that doesn't mean that they are not Israelites.
Can you show me those names?
What?
Yo, you could show me those names amongst Igbos today. Can you show me Igbos with those names, bro?
The slaves spoke a Creole of different languages.
What?
So definitely, we cannot really pinpoint that exact 100% accuracy.
Hey, can you show me Igbos in West Africa with those Yah names today?
They all speak Arabic. Hold on 1 second. All of them speak Arabic.
Can you show me one Israelite coming off a slave ship? Show me one.
I can't.
I could.
Show me one.
Look, I got one. What do you, King J, mute your mic, King. There's a brother named Olaudah Equiano. You know who that is?
Brother, he did a whole series on that guy. You're late, Ghost.
Oh my days, man.
Ghost is late. You knew to this. Ghost is new.
I'm just asking. Do you know who he is? Yes or no?
Bro, he's not even Igbo, bro. He was born in America. What are you talking about?
Hold on. I got him.
Don't go down that road, Ghost.
Ghost, I'm telling you, bro, you on the right channel. You're gonna be a part of
He might be new because Garfield been through this.
Yeah, I'm new. I'm new to the Garfield thing. Y'all got the pom pom for Garfield.
Oh, you gotta catch up.
Bring it out, Garfield.
Hold on one second.
King J is a fan. He don't got no sources. Garfield got all the sources.
Hold on. We're gonna deal with Olaudah Equiano right now. Right, here we go.
I remember when you beat Reggie over the head about this.
Yeah, Reggie was mad as hell.
Because when I talk, I'm reading out of the scholar. I'm not a scholar. I just know how to read and research.
But you got to have comprehension of what you read.
You don't got a source. Mute your mic. I'm waiting for
Well,
Garfield.
he gonna learn today.
I'm waiting for Garfield.
Hold on one second, my brother.
And I appreciate you, Garfield. I'll be seeing you in the clubhouse spaces. You always got some source. You're very difficult to deal with. So I appreciate your scholarship as far as your study and research. Everybody else, I don't really respect like that. But I appreciate you.
All right, right here. Let's get it right here. I got you right here, right now, because I gotta help everybody who I can to understand what's going on. Because Olaudah Equiano, what happened, brother? For those who don't know, he actually helped his friend, his doctor friend, to start a slave trade. So to actually start a plantation. And by the way, which one is the right Equiano, brother? Since you want to bring him up, who's the right one? The one on the right or the one on the left?
I don't know if they took pictures back then, so I'm not sure.
The one on the right is the one on the book. The one on the left is actually the correct one. All right, so this is his baptismal record. This is the primary source. It's right here, Gustavo Vasa, a black man born in Carolina. That's what it says, a black man born in Carolina. Let me bring it over so you could see it. See, born in Carolina, right here. He says he was born in Carolina, but we also have more records. We have the muster roll, which is documented in his book. And on the muster roll, he was on the muster roll working, and he's listed on the muster roll right here. South Carolina, Augusta Weston, right here. 28 years old, South Carolina. That's where he was born. He's saying he's that. It's a year before the book came out. He changed his whole story about him from that era. Now, if you look at his records, Gustavo Vasa on his will, on his marriage certificate, he's married to this white woman right here. But let me bring up something that's actually more important. He actually take out that he was an Igbo out of his book. Hold on, let me get to that part real quick. Let me see if I could find that real quick. Where is it at? Hold on one second. Yeah, here we go right here. He removed Igbo out of his book. After the first edition, he wrote 9 editions, and he actually took it out of his book. What's going on here? The hell is going on here?
He's debunking that he was the Jew.
Yeah. So he removed the Igbo from his book. When he removed the Igbo from this book, everybody's like, why you did that? If you're Igbo, you're Igbo. He took it out of his book because he learned about the Igbo from the people that he used to be around. But this is a guy who basically helped to have me here in America. So it's not like he's a bad guy 100%. But he actually said Abraham and them was actually white, and that they changed black. The Jews turned black in Igbo land.
I want to know where he was from.
He was from South Carolina.
Carolina. He just showed you.
And that's the same Olaudah?
Yeah, same guy, bro. Same guy. Same Olaudah. Right here.
I didn't see the full name.
His name is Gustavo Vasa. That's what his name was before he changed it to Olaudah Equiano. So you have the baptismal record, and you have the records from the muster roll that shows him as Gustavo Vasa or Gustavo Weston.
How you know that's the same person?
All right, how we know it's the same person is, and this is very important, is because this is in his book. So it actually aligns with what he wrote in his book, right? Also, there's 3 black men on the ship.
I can't hardly see that. What did that say? I want to read that out.
Right here. Gustavo Weston, right here. South Carolina 28. Gustavo Weston. Here.
What book is that?
Now it's from the muster roll, the primary source, the Race Saw 1773, the muster roll.
It says Gustavo Vasa.
You don't comprehend.
It's actually in his book right here, where he actually documents that he was on the boat, and you had 2 other black men on there. He was the 3rd, so that's how they knew it was him, the same guy, because everybody said where they were from Africa. So if he was from Africa, he could have said it at that time, but he actually said he's from South Carolina.
Yeah, I'm not comprehending. What does this say about him being on the boat? What boat?
This boat right here, the muster roll right here.
Is that a slave ship?
No, that's not a slave ship, my brother. That's where he used to work. He used to work on this ship. He was a free man at the time. So that's why the records is important. He was free. And when he was free, he said he was born in South Carolina. He didn't say Africa.
Well,
so when
he bought his freedom.
Yes, he did buy his freedom in 1760 something. Hold on, I actually have it here where he actually bought his freedom.
So if he wasn't a slave, why we have to buy his freedom if he wasn't a slave?
Who said he wasn't a slave? He was a slave. Nobody said he wasn't a slave. He was a black man. Most black people were slaves during this time period, bro. What are you talking about?
I think he's lost about the argument.
Right here, this right here. This is how he got his freedom. In chapter 7. Hold on. Equiano's own account of his manumission in 1766. Equiano's owner, the Philadelphia Quaker Robert King, had in 1765 promised Equiano that he could buy back his freedom if he ever raised the sum of 40 pounds.
That's in America. Where did he come from, though?
South Carolina.
I didn't see.
Oh my God!
Oh
my God! This guy here.
I want you.
His
name is Gustavo.
Hold on. Baptismal record. Baptismal record.
King J, mute your mic.
There you go. Right here. 1749. Right here. Gustavo Vasa. Right here. See,
how do you know Gustavo Vasa is Olaudah?
Because that's his name on his record. See, right here. It's right here on his will. 1797. On his marriage certificate. It's right here. Gustavo Vasa.
Garfield, he playing. He ain't that slow.
I'm not seeing how that name equates to Olaudah. I'm not seeing it.
Well, it's in his book, though.
In his book, he says his name is not Olaudah, but it's Gustavo Vasa.
Yes. He gives his name as Gustavo Vasa.
I want that one. Read that one.
Oh my God, Garfield. This guy here.
King J, you're frustrated. Mute your mic.
This guy here.
When you're ignorant, you get frustrated fast.
I understand. I just don't get it. He can't be that slow.
Also, the Garfield, you mentioned that they were turned white when they went to Igbo land. When they were turned black when they went to Igbo land. Go ahead, show me that source that says that the Jews were white and then turned black in Igbo land.
When who said Gustavo Vasa? When him said. He said it.
No, that you say that the Jews were white and they turned black.
I never. You didn't hear what I said. I said Equiano.
You say that.
I said Equiano said that. Equiano said that, not Garfield. Equiano.
Yeah, somebody else said that, not Garfield.
Slave trader and master. This is when in chapter 11. Yes, I said it, but I was quoting what he said what he said. This is when he in chapter 11. He points out how he regret being helping the slave. This was when he was free. He went to Jamaica and picked out slaves they were developing him and his doctor friend started out old plantation, slave plantation. So he actually admits that in chapter 11 right here. So that's on the screen. All right. This is some of the eras that he went, taken into slavery, slave to a royal, slave to a merchant, free man from 1766 to 1797. Mosquito Shore, removal of Igbo from his book.
Yeah, pretty plain and clear.
I just want to see where in his book Olaudah Equiano changed his name to Gustavo Vasa.
Oh my God.
He didn't change his name to that was his name the whole time. He changed his name to Equiano, bro.
Yeah, you didn't see Garfield show you the marriage certificate.
So show me where his name was Gustavo Vasa and he changed to Olaudah.
His name was Gustavo Vasa the whole time. What are you talking about, bro?
I just want to see the transition.
Give me a second. I want him to show. Go ahead back to Equiano when he says that.
Now, is your name really Ghost?
Turn black. Go back
I'm
to
a critical thinker. King J, he let Garfield tell him anything. He didn't ask the right questions. I'm gonna ask questions. I'm asking Garfield a question. That's all.
He could ask all the questions, man.
Thank you, brother. Thank you.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get this right here.
Yeah, I need you to show me when they turn black.
Garfield, I have no problem.
Remove that real fast, man.
I just don't understand how you use him as a source, but they know his name was Gustavo.
I still don't know his name is Gustavo. This is what Garfield is saying. I want to know how he changed his name from Gustavo to
He showed you his birth certificate. He showed
That
his
was
birth
his
certificate.
real name in the beginning.
I want you to prove where the name changed.
Garfield already showed.
Hold on. This is the front of his book. What it says right here.
This guy's super slow.
Yo, I can't. If you didn't read the book, it don't make no sense to even conversate, bro. This shit is crazy, yo.
Can you go back? Can you go
crazy.
back, Garfield, and show that out when the
Now just admit you misspoke and move on.
This shit is crazy, yo.
Can you turn it back where Jews turn black because you remove it too fast?
I'm gonna show you that in a second, brother. I got you. I'm trying to find my game on my. Why is my game not playing?
Watch the game later. You can always rewind.
Dang, this is the ultimate dagger. The book itself.
The book tell you. See right here, the interesting narrative of the life of Olaudah Equiano or Gustavo Vasa.
He never read it. He never read it.
Got you. So now he's saying he bought his freedom, and he was never from Africa. He never came on a slave trade.
Oh God!
Come on a slave trade. He made it up. He wrote 9 editions of his book. He took Igbo out of his book. He took it out. If he was an Igbo, why take it out? That's like me saying I come from Kesha Park, Jamaica, and then I come back and say, I come from Bronx, New York.
But originally,
that's crazy.
This nigga lying.
That's crazy.
But bear in mind, though, he's definitely in my top 5 greatest black men ever lived. He's in my top 5. Although he lied.
Why is he a favorite black man? Break that down. Why is he a favorite black man?
Because of him, I'm here in America. Him at the end is actually why slavery ended. A lot of stuff that he did. His book actually changed the whole thing because his book, they try to make his book to actually talk about what happened on the slave ship and how wicked and evil it was. So that was the purpose of his book. So then they needed an argument from somebody who experienced the slave trade. So they picked him. He made the guy up. He had a bet. He had a bet with this other white man that he could produce a guy who experienced the slave trade. And the guy said, I bet you can't produce it. And then his book came out the following year. And his book is basically the movement to stop slavery at all. It's how wicked slavery was. So his book played a role with me actually being in a country as a free black man. So everybody should honor Gustavo Vasa, aka Olaudah Equiano. Whether he made
what's that? 17? What year?
The prophecies, man.
1792, his marriage certificate to that white woman.
Let me write that down.
Why he ain't married an Israelite woman, yo? He should have married an Israelite. This is his will.
He married a white woman. He made that sin.
By the way, hold on, guys. Time out. Why he ain't put the will of Olaudah Equiano? Because his book came out 1789. Why he ain't changed his name on his documents to Olaudah Equiano? Why
he didn't know Garfield. He didn't know he was a real Hebrew Israelite. He was lost in the wilderness.
And that's true, and that's prophecy. The Israelites are not going to know that they are the Israelites. That's prophecy. That's prophecy, and you can read that in the Bible.
We lost in the wilderness.
You know what I mean? When the wilderness lost.
So it sounds like he was an Israelite that sold out, basically.
He was never
an Israelite, man.
He was never an Israelite. Y'all made him that.
He started out an Israelite and he had to change it up.
Because y'all ain't studied him. So that's what the problem was.
Heck, nah.
If a brother start out saying he's from Ghana, then he comes to America and gets Americanized. It happens, brother.
He said he's from South Carolina. They showed his birth certificate.
I gotta look that up. I'll look it up.
Yeah.
This is why I appreciate Garfield. He got the actual documents.
Yeah, so just
King J, mute your mic. You ain't bring no sources.
Just move forward.
Do you got
Can I ask you a question though, Ghost? Just real quick, and it's on the line for something that you spoke on in regards to colorism, in regards to the Egyptians and the Israelites. Would you say that it does not say in the Bible that Moses could be, look like an Egyptian?
The Bible does call Moses an Egyptian, though.
Okay, so the Egyptians and the Israelites will be similar skin tone.
Yeah. It's the same thing. The thing is
okay.
that one is from Ham.
Okay. So I'm building my point. So they're all black, right?
Yeah, they're all black.
Okay.
And you can look at the tomb of Thebes. You can look at that in the British Museum. It shows you that.
Yeah, I don't think nobody ever argued colorism. Like y'all keep bringing up color, but nobody ever argued that.
No, I'm saying because the point Garfield's making is like there's no Jews in West Africa, so that's why I brought.
There was no Jews in West Africa.
Damn,
Why are you saying that? Where did you get that from?
Well, you was questioning when or
Tell me,
how
where did you get that from?
West.
Where did you get that from, brother? Just tell me the truth. When did Garfield say that? I said before Islam. Can you show me them trading any merchants, anyone of any Jew at all in Western Central Africa? That's what I said.
Before Islam, show me a Jew in West Africa. I thought you said
yes, that. I did say that.
All right,
before then. Islam.
All right then. So
when did Islam start?
That's about 7th century AD.
Yeah, but when he asked the question, nobody said nothing. It was cricket.
I was looking for my sources, and I said I don't have a time. I don't have a time when they migrated to the West. I just have a time to say that they were in the West Africa.
You don't have a source.
Where's the time? Where's the time?
1400s. The 1400s.
So is that before Islam here?
I don't know. I don't know that.
It's afterward. We said 600 AD.
Islam is 600. I mean 700. Around 700.
Yeah.
And the source also said they had black Jews in the Wango and in the Congo at that time, so they were already there.
1400 is when is after 600 AD, 700 AD.
So you're looking for a particular source to say when they got there before the 1400s. I don't know, but I know they were there.
So that's what we're talking about, bro. So
but the point was, Garfield, you was originally trying to prove or disprove the 70 AD exile, right? Which, you know what I'm saying? If I'm correct, that's why you challenged somebody to show that information.
The migration.
Right? Hold up. Garfield, is that right or not?
Say that again. Yeah, we talking about 70 AD, talking about people saying they're going to West Africa. I'm saying that it's made up. And I showed LoBagola is the first person to actually say it in 1911, 1910, 1911, around that time period. And it's not Rudolph Windsor, and that you really can't prove it. It's just a claim that people make.
Correct. But you're not denying the presence of Jews or Israelites in West Africa, is what you're saying, ultimately.
I'm not denying that Jews were in West Africa, period.
Okay. Which kind of gets us to the point of arguing about something that ain't even got nothing to do with nothing.
No. Because do you hold to a 70 AD argument?
This is Israel bound. I thought you already knew what I had.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know it was you. My bad, bro. My bad.
So
Israel bound. Would you be able to explain how they got into West Africa? Like, could you show the route?
It's not.
No, did they go through the Congo? Did they go through Nigeria first? It's like, what was their route?
This is where I was going with my point. My point is that. Hold up, bro. Give me 1 second. My point is that.
Shout out to Rob on listening. So we do have. I mean, I did put the source up about the Africans and Jews. He's saying that the Africans they turn white, they turn black in Africa. But I'll get back to that shortly because I'm watching my game. So I gotta stop.
Okay. Every time these guys talk about Jews in West Africa, they just talk about West Africans following rabbinical Judaism, bro.
Yeah, hold on. Good point. Hold on. Israel bound, Gideon, Ghost Lithium, and Yasharala. What type of Judaism were they following in West Africa when they were there?
I don't know. I'd like to finish my point.
All right, finish your point. Go ahead, bro.
So the point is that we go from trying to dispel this to dispel that, when at the end of the day, we're saying that Negroes came on those slave ships. And while one can say, prove one Israelite got off those slave ships, fair enough. The opposing situation that you have is prove one didn't get on the ships, which, at that point we are at a stalemate and can argue from here.
No. We don't have any evidence. We don't have any evidence.
Hold up. No, you don't have any evidence either way. You don't have any. According to your logic, you don't have any evidence either way.
Not logic.
So what
this has to do with the historic. No. Not logic.
Hold up. What up? Your history. Hold up, Garfield. All right. Let me see if I have to take. If I need to take it back, I will. Let me say this. According to your logic, right? And I'm not saying that you're applying logic to your sources, or I think you get what I'm saying here. What I'm saying is that according to the way you're posing your argument, then that applies both ways. If you can't prove one got off, you can't prove one didn't get on. That's just a fact. So that's a moot point. The point is that, so therefore, you can, a point that's arguable to infinity on both sides is not worth arguing about. It's not a debate. The question there lies in, what does one's faith carry them to? So outside of what anybody's talking about, nobody's going to change any quote unquote Hebrew Israelites' mind about what they believe and what they feel about this faith.
They're indoctrinated.
Yeah, that's fine. But what's happening is, in case y'all don't see it, is that instead of being balanced in y'all attacks, every single community is coming to engage with Hebrew Israelites, which is just spreading this thing astronomically. You see how numbers of them just grow, and you see how gatherings of them get bigger and bigger. You can overtalk me and try, but it probably won't work. What I'm saying is that at the end of the day, we go by what the prophecy is saying of the Bible, what the history of the Bible is saying, because we can go to Eusebius and whoever else say whatever. It's just what another man said. We don't give a damn about none of it. We go by what the Bible says.
That's the word, bro. Keep preaching, bro. Telling the truth.
Everybody stop right now. Let's do this. Since you're going to mention what the Bible says, right? Let's do it. Let's deal with this real quickly right here. Let's go to the King James Version. Because let me just end this conversation this way. You see, we can have conversations all night. You want your belief to be true. So whatever it takes for your belief to be true in your mind, you're going to work it. And this goes to anybody. What? Let me talk. I don't want nobody to say a word. Everybody mute up. I don't want nobody to say a word. You see, for anything to be true in the Bible, the prophecies and the prophets have to be true, because Deuteronomy 18 to 22 says, if a prophet says something and it comes from the Lord and it doesn't come true, that makes that prophet a liar. And you could quote all you want. I'm ready to bring all the smoke. And this goes for everybody. This is a waste of time. The Bible was never the word of God. It's a compilation of books. It's like an anthology, but we want to be the idiots that want to take everything that's written in this book literally. Now let's go to Jeremiah 43 verses 7. So they came into the land of Egypt, for they obeyed not the voice of the Lord. Thus came they even to Taphanes. Then came the word of the Lord unto Jeremiah in Taphanes, saying, take great stones in thine hand and hide them in the clay in the bricklane, which is at the entry of Pharaoh's house in Taphanes, in the sight of men of God. And say unto them, listen to what it says. Thus saith the Lord, not man, not Jeremiah. Jeremiah is saying, thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel. Behold, I will send and take who? Who is this person right here? Who is Nebuchadnezzar? Is this a real person? I'm asking everybody on the panel. Is that a real person?
Yes, he's a historical figure. Yes.
From King of Babylon, right? So It says, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, not Trump, not Obama, Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will set his throne upon these stones that I have hid, and he shall spread his royal pavilion over them. Now watch this. Watch verse 11. And when he cometh, he shall do what? Smite the land of Egypt, and deliver such as are for death to death, and such as are for captivity to captivity, and such as are for the sword to the sword. And then it goes on to verse 12 and says, and I will kindle a fire in the houses of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them and carry them away captives. Who is he going to carry away as captives? The Egyptians. And he shall array himself with the land of Egypt as a shepherd putteth on his garment, and he shall go forth from thence in the peace. He shall break also the images of Beth Shemesh that is in the land of Egypt, and the houses of the gods of Egyptians shall burn with fire. All right, hold on 1 second. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. Stay right where you're at. I'm gonna go to another prophet. Let me go to another prophet real quickly. Hold on 1 second, fam. Hold on, puppy. Hold on 1 second. Let's not move. Stay right where we at. All right, here we go. I got it right here. Let me put it on the screen. We're gonna go to the book of Ezekiel. All right, because y'all come on here with y'all chests out. I gotta deflate that chest for a minute. The Bible was never the word of God. Y'all want to say that and teach that to other black people. And I'm gonna deal with y'all today nicely. Let's deal with, what's his name? Not Zephaniah. What's his name? Ezekiel. All right. So Ezekiel, where is he at? Where is Ezekiel? I'm gonna deal with that. All right. So Ezekiel 26, 29, 16 to 21. Let me put it on the screen so that everybody can read this for themselves. I don't want to make up nothing. So when they walk out with their chest, I'm an Hebrew Israelite, you got to throw these prophets out. You can't use them no more. So Ezekiel, what is it? Chapter 29. Let me find it. Chapter 29. Ezekiel 29, verses 16 to 21. Let's look at it right here. 16 to 21. Let me see if this is on the screen for everybody. Everybody read. Watch this. And it shall be no more the confidence of the house of Israel, which bringeth their iniquity to remembrance, when they shall look after them, but they shall know that I am the Lord. And it came to pass in the 7th and the 20th year, in the first month, in the first day of the month, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, here's his name again, Nebuchadnezzar, real king, king of Babylon, caused his army to serve a great service against Tyrus. Remember, he went to Tyre. Go to verse 19. Therefore, thus says the Lord, behold, I will give the land of Egypt unto Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall take her multitude, take her spoil, and take her prey, and it shall be the wages for his army. I have given him the land of Egypt for his labor, wherewith he served against it, because they wrought for me. In that day I will cause the horn of the house of the Lord to bud forth, and I will give thee the opening of the mouth in the midst of them. All right, now watch this. When we continue to look at Ezekiel, he goes on to make the same mistakes that Jeremiah made. So they started prophesying all these things. Isaiah, going to Isaiah 19, 1 to 8, God said that the Nile would dry up and the water shall fail from the sea. Zechariah, the prophet, makes some audacious predictions. They shall pass through the sea of Egypt, and the waves of the sea shall be smitten, and all the depths of the Nile shall be dried up. Isaiah 7, 1 to 7, God tells the king of Judah that he shall not be harmed by his enemies, which is crazy. The fall of Babylon. But anyway, what I want to know from everybody who is listening, did Nebuchadnezzar ever destroy Egypt? Did these prophecies come true? Yes or no? And if you say yes, present the evidence.
I said, we talking about the prophecy. You said Nebuchadnezzar, right? We dealing with that?
Sir. Yes, sir.
No. I see where potentially he went to a slight war or a slight battle, maybe. But I don't see evidence of a destruction of Egypt by Nebuchadnezzar.
What day? What day
Yeah,
are
it
you
also
dating?
said
What date is Nebuchadnezzar?
you forgot to mention also the prophecy said that
I
Egypt
believe
would be desolate
Nebuchadnezzar
for
was
40
like
years and there'll be
around
no healers in Egypt. And then after
580
after
something
that,
One at a time. We
BC.
got Israel bound talking.
So
Israel bound is talking. Let Israel bound. Hold on, King J. Let Israel bound finish, please.
No, I answered your question.
Hold on. We gotta get back to you in a minute. Go ahead, Israel bound.
So I definitely would say no then, because we have the Persians are after that.
All right, I got you, King J. Hold on. Let me get Ghost
So
in the building. Let me get Ghost Lithium in the building. Ghost Lithium, the mic is all yours. Did Nebuchadnezzar ever conquer Egypt, like the prophet said?
No, the only source I say like he battled some Egyptians in Carchemish. That's it.
All right. Now let me ask Gideon, Israel, because he has the answers for everything. He's your savior today. Go ahead, Gideon.
You didn't ask for no answer. You just asked, did it happen? So there's that. But go ahead, Gideon.
Hold on, Israel. Let me get Gideon in here.
No, go ahead. Finish your spiel, and we'll deal with however you want to deal with it after that. But go ahead. I just wanted to clarify what we're doing here, so you don't think you ran nobody off from nothing. But go ahead.
Gideon, come on, Gideon. Come on, Gideon.
Shalom. All praises to the Most High in the name of Yahshua. Well, he tried to invade. He went into Egypt, but I wouldn't say that he totally annihilated it. But
when did he go into Egypt, sir?
I would say what 7th century BC.
Gideon don't show sources.
Hold on.
It would have been later than that.
Leave Gideon alone. Mind your business. Let Gideon beat me up. Let's beat me up. So go ahead, Gideon. When did it happen?
500 on Gideon.
Come on, Gideon.
Yeah, I like I said, he didn't completely annihilate Egypt, but there are he did invade Egypt. But
he subjugated a vassal state.
Right, because Egypt was a vassal state to Babylon at that time.
No, it was
like the brother was saying, it was.
Hold on. Egypt was a vassal state to who? Babylon. Prove that.
Right.
Prove that.
Like I say, but this what I want to this what I want to say, Garfield.
Can I say something real quick?
Now we're talking about ancient history, right?
We
want to talk about more. It seems like you're pivoting.
Hold up. I ain't got time for that. Did Nebuchadnezzar conquer Egypt like the prophet said? Is either yes or no. Yes, and elaborate. No, shut your mouth and mute up. Because you like to lie. We ain't got time for the lies today. I'm used to you by now. Show and prove that Nebuchadnezzar conquered your Bible that you love and you're pushing, you're forcing on black people every day. I'm Israel, I'm this. I'm showing that it's bullshit. So you bring the source that your prophet was true. Let's go. If you ain't got it, shut up. Because I ain't got time for you going around in circles today. Let's go. Every time you come on the panel, this is what you do. I love you, but this is what you do. You're trying to confuse people because
you trying to pivot, bro. You're trying first of all, you besmirch the name of a person that was described as Time Magazine. That's one of the men of the century, and now you want to pivot back to ancient times. I'm not here to speak about the ancient times. I'm not here to speak about.
You want to talk about? All right, I got you. You could cool down. Yasharala Badawa. Do you have evidence that what you call it was fulfilled? Let's go. Let's go. You had all this talk, Yasharala. Where you at? Come on.
I'm here.
Come on, bring the smoke.
Break it down. The Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Egypt. Let's go. Y'all run around and telling black people we need to follow the Bible. Let's go. Show and prove.
So the battle of Carchemish, right?
Wait. Can I say something real quick before he says something?
Not in Egypt. Not in Egypt.
Yeah.
What's up? Go ahead, bro.
So what's the
what a lot of people like to do? Oh, my bad. What a lot of people like to do is they like to show a battle that happened when Nebuchadnezzar was a prince, and when they fought against the Egyptians, they like to say that's the fulfillment of that prophecy. That's what some people like to do.
That's Jeremiah 42 or 46. That we ain't got nothing to do with that. What I'm gonna say is this though. What is Yasharala? You had your chest out. Your Bible is right. You the people. So if you the people, explain. Let's get it.
The Babylonian Chronicles, it shows when Nebuchadnezzar was king and he fought against the Egyptians, he retreated back to Babylon. Like the Babylonians wrote about this.
Facts.
All right. So the battle of Carchemish was fought around 605 BC.
That is not Egypt. He did not take. The prophecy said he took over Egypt. Carchemish was with Assyria. There's a battle between Assyria and Babylon, not Egypt. Egypt was just helping Assyria because they were a vassal to Assyria. That's not the conversation. We're talking about biblical prophecy about Egypt. Babylon defeating Egypt, destroying their temples, He took over the whole of Egypt. Let's go. Show and prove, brother.
I'm gonna say this. I'm not gonna get involved into this conversation. Why? Because we are not talking about what we were talking previously about the
Just show the
Oh,
proof, man. You could just go into Babylonian Chronicles
Yasharella,
and should be able to show it, man.
Yasharella, I gotta put you down, brother.
Yasharella, let me talk. You put him down, Garfield.
All right, let me put him back up. Go ahead, get him.
Yasharella, what tribe you from? Black man.
I'm from the tribe of Simeon.
He's not even black, bro.
Yes, I am black. In fact, you can see
He's
my
Dominican,
father, and I have proof that my father.
Yeah, we all
Do
black.
you think Haitians are your cousins? Do you think Haitians are your cousins?
Yes, they are. I have families related to Haitians too.
As
Like,
long
from my
as you're not
other side.
anti-Haitian, bro.
What you talking about?
Yasharala, question. If how could you say you're from the tribe of Simeon? Is it not true
Hold on.
that
No, we're on the one topic. You see, we're not going to let them escape. The Bible is the word of God. It's inspired, and man has written it down. I'm trying to say how fake this Jeremiah is, how fake Ezekiel is, how fake Daniel is. We're going to get to Daniel next. So let me read this for y'all. This is from the book, The Failure of Biblical Prophecy, page 61. Because of its geographical inaccessibility, Egypt managed to evade conquest by the Babylonians and thereby incurred more than the usual share of the wrath of the Old Testament prophets. In his prophecies calling down divine doom on the nations, Jeremiah 25 and 46 to 51, Jeremiah placed Egypt at the head of his list. Here he predicted that Emperor Nebuchadnezzar of Babylonia would invade and desolate the land in Jeremiah 25, 8 to 19, Jeremiah 42, 15 to 17, Jeremiah 43, 8 to 13, Jeremiah 42, 12 to 14, Jeremiah 46, 13 to 28, and lead the Egyptians into captivity, Jeremiah 46, 19. In a similar collection of oracles against the nations, Ezekiel devoted only one chapter to Ammon, Moab, Edom, and Philistia combined, 3 chapters to Tyre, and 4 to Egypt, Ezekiel 29 to 32. Here the prophet foretold that Nebuchadnezzar would invade Egypt and massacre the inhabitants, deport the survivors to Babylon, and leave the land desolate for 40 years. Actually, Pharaoh Amasis II, or Amos II, falsified all these prophecies, for Egypt was populous and prosperous under his rule. His reign is well documented, for monuments and inscriptions from his time have survived to our day. In a civil war in 570 BC, Amasis drove Pharaoh Apries, known in the Bible as Hophra, into exile. When Apries returned 3 years later with an army from Asia to retake the land, Amasis defeated and killed him in battle, as we read in Amasis' victory stela of Mithra-Hene. We know Nebuchadnezzar attempted to invade Egypt in 567 BC, as recorded in a badly damaged Babylonian document. In all probability, Nebuchadnezzar aided Apries in his bid for the throne, but was defeated by Amasis in battle. After Nebuchadnezzar died in 561 BC, Amasis lived until 525 BC, before the Persian king Cambyses invaded Egypt. Ladies and gentlemen, Nebuchadnezzar never defeated Egypt. Never defeated Egypt and come into Egypt and destroy temples. That's a false prophecy. And not only is Ezekiel and what's his name, Jeremiah, wrong, but remember, we had other prophets that told the same lie. So the same lie, that means you have to throw all of it out. If it's in other prophets repeating the same lie, they have to serve no purpose. So you debating about Jeremiah 31 and the new covenant, throw it out. Don't serve no purpose. It ain't got nothing to do with us, because Jeremiah is a false prophet. Ezekiel is a false prophet. So what are you going to do now?
And Jeremiah is in the Persian period, totally different time period. His prophecy.
Hold on 1 second. Let me get something else for y'all quickly.
Totally different.
All right, but and by the way, did the Nile ever dry up, the River Nile? Because they did several prophets said that the Nile would dry up. Don't tell me it's going to happen 10 years from now or 20 years. This was during the time of the prophet.
Well, we don't now does have Indonesian period, so it probably did dry up at some point. That's normal. I wouldn't doubt that.
And if you see the battle of the war in Israel right now, in Russia and Ukraine, and many other battles just about to start,
The Nile isn't in Israel.
It's a signal that we are gonna head to the World War III. So it could be very possible that we are
You just made that up.
into
You
a
just made that up. You made that up. Get out of here. You made that up. You need to tell me where Nebuchadnezzar, why is Jeremiah and Ezekiel a false prophet? That's what we need to talk about. That's the topic right now. Did the Nile River dry up? God promises to dry up the Nile River. I will dry up the streams of the Nile and sell the land to evil men by the hand of foreigners. I will lay waste the land and everything in it. I, the Lord, have spoken. Get out of here. That's fake. Throw him out. Who you going to throw out? The prophet or God? Because he said it's from God. So which one are you going to choose? The prophet or are you going to choose God? Because he said it's from God. So Jeremiah is lying. Let's go. Joel.
So was there a prophecy for
Hold on a second.
let me deal with it. You keep running on, man.
I'm going to read all the prophets real quick. Joel says, Egypt shall become a desolation and Edom a desolate wilderness for the violence done to the people of Judah because they have shed innocent blood in their land. Was it made desolate at the time period? Don't tell me it's the future because it's talking about that time period. This is the game that y'all like to play. Look at this in Ezekiel. Ezekiel 29:1-15. Egypt and everything from the Tower of Syene to Ethiopia will be desolate and waste. Never happened.
No prophecy gives you a time period. No prophecy gives you a time period.
You know what? When it says Nebuchadnezzar, it's giving you a time period. Let's stop trying to play.
You ain't letting nobody speak about it though.
No, hold on. Everybody quiet.
Look at hey, bro, you didn't address Ezekiel, bro. Where it said Nebuchadnezzar will conquer Egypt, he'll make it desolate for 40 years.
Do y'all need a moderator? Do y'all need a moderator?
And he said that the Babylonians will take the Egyptians' gold out of Egypt and take it to Babylon, but that never happened.
Bro. Hold on, bro. Watch this. Look at this. Look at what God is supposed to do. Egypt and everything from the Tower of Syene to Ethiopia will be desolate and waste. God will own the Nile. Look at this now. No humans will walk through Egypt. Then it goes even further. No animals will walk through Egypt. Nobody will live in Egypt for 40 years. Egyptians will leave Egypt and be scattered among other nations. After 40 years of scattering, Egypt will be repopulated by the scattered Egyptians. Egypt will be a weak kingdom and will never control the nations. Ezekiel lied so much, he takes the cake totally. You see, the criteria for a true prophecy is this: it must be accurate, it must be in the Bible, it must be precise and unambiguous, it must be improbable, and it must have been unknown. So these are the criteria for a true prophecy. We know what happened at that time period because it's documented by the enemies. Babylon documented when they tried to go into Egypt, and they documented that they got their ass kicked. So I'm going to believe the Bible and not believe the Babylonians. So the Babylonians going to lie on themselves and say, yo, the Egyptians whoop our ass. Come on, man. This is false prophecy, and you can't get around it. So and I'm ready for more. Y'all want more? I got Daniel next. Let's deal with Daniel. I'm ready for all the smoke today. Nobody gonna come on my panel and have their chests out with this book. Let's go.
Well, if you see the Nile River today, it's
dried up. Is the Nile River dried up? Yes or no?
No, it's not dried up.
Why are you bringing up the Nile then? You trying to make your Bible right when it's
so
wrong.
That right there proves that it still has water on. So
exactly. So your Bible is lying. So your Bible is lying.
That's not lying because the prophecy hasn't come to truth.
It's supposed to be dried up.
It's not dried up yet. So God hasn't dried it up. My father Yahweh hasn't dried it up. So therefore, Black, Hispanics, and Native Americans need to know that when God dried this river up, it will be over for the other nations. It will be over for the Hamites. It will be over for the Asian woman, the white man, and the white woman.
So now the white man and white woman is a safe source. Let me say this to y'all real quickly, right? Let me say this to y'all real quickly. What we're doing, right? What we're doing is trying to defend a book that we have in our hearts as the book. Because let me tell you something. Where's my brother in the chat? My Muslim brother. Where he at? When the brother law, when these Christians go on YouTube and try to debunk Islam, they love to point out Islam is false and the Quran is false and ready to bang on Islam. What about the people, ladies and gentlemen, that talk about your Bible and its false stuff? Now it's your time to respond. Nobody has got off mic and explain why Nebuchadnezzar didn't destroy Egypt as the Bible prophesied. You know why?
Well, because you ain't letting nobody talk. Because you ain't letting nobody say shit.
Go ahead, Israel Bound. You got it. You
yeah,
got it, bro.
because So if you know anything about the Bible, you know what I'm saying, you'll see that there's been other prophecies against nations of people that was spoken of that didn't happen. How about the destruction of Nineveh? Speak about that one. That didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Because those people repented and God spared them. Nebuchadnezzar went into madness for 7 years and came out a newly revised edition of himself. So you don't understand what happened because your thoughts are not God's thoughts. That's why you're confounded by foolishness.
So it's not a prophecy.
Time out. Let him finish. Israel Bound, are you
I'm finished. I'm totally done.
Nobody say a word. Now, by the way, Nebuchadnezzar never got anywhere for 7 years. That was actually Nabonidus, and the writer of the Bible mixed up those two guys. Hold on. And how I know that? Because Belshazzar is actually Nabonidus' son, but in the Bible, he's Nebuchadnezzar's son. And then what you Bible believers do is said, oh, well, son couldn't be grandson. He's not related to Nebuchadnezzar at all because he was not royalty. He took over the throne by accident. So Nabonidus actually in his writings that we have shows where he went into Tema for 10 years because the prophetess told him if you don't leave, Babylon is going to get destroyed. So the Bible writers took that story from Nabonidus and turned it into Nebuchadnezzar's story. That's why they get so much stuff wrong. Just like Darius the Mede, because the Medes were supposed to in Isaiah 13 and Jeremiah 51.
Stay on Nebuchadnezzar, Garfield. Why you don't run? Why you jumping? Stay on Nebuchadnezzar.
I'm not running from Nebuchadnezzar. I'm saying just because he had 7 years, that's why. No, if Egypt and the Jews, the Judeans who ran into Egypt had repented, then I would see why Nebuchadnezzar didn't destroy. But if you go back to Jeremiah 49 or whatever I was reading from, you'll see that it says that they never paid him. They never paid him for when he went into Tyre for God. So his reward was gonna be in Egypt. So it has nothing. Nebuchadnezzar is not the feature here. Nebuchadnezzar is working for God because the Judeans went into Egypt when he told them not to run into Egypt. So he's punishing the Egyptians and he's punishing the Judeans and punishing Egypt for letting them come into the area after disobeying God. So Egypt was supposed to be destroyed. The issue is it was destroyed, but it was destroyed by Cambyses, the Persian king.
By the Persian.
The person who is writing didn't know that. But because Nebuchadnezzar was so wicked and powerful, they're writing the history later on retroactively and got it wrong. Just like how they got Belshazzar wrong.
But hold up.
Let me finish.
You didn't let me.
Let me finish. I asked you if you're done. And you
go
said
ahead. All right, you're right. Go ahead. You're right. Go ahead.
What I'm telling you now, right? With Daniel 5:30. It talks about Darius the Mede is the one that destroyed the kingdom when your own Bible says it was Cyrus that took over. So the Bible is contradicting itself even in the Bible because Darius the Mede, the reason why Daniel wrote, or whoever wrote Daniel wrote Darius the Mede, because he's trying to let Jeremiah's prophecy 51:11 and Isaiah 13:17 come true because somebody who is a Mede was supposed to defeat Babylon. All right.
I believe Darius was the captain of an army at that time. Do your research. Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna let you interrupt me and prove that point. Go ahead.
That's impossible. That's impossible.
Go ahead.
Okay. I'm not gonna prove nothing. I'm not gonna prove anything right now. I want to stay on. I want to stay.
I stopped.
Well, it's. Hold up. That's an assertion that I made, and I do believe that I can pull up some history on it. But just give me a second. What I'm saying is, we was talking about Nebuchadnezzar, and to show further disingenuous in your argument, because you know what I'm saying, your audience might not know, but I know that you know that there's a conflict between that what's the name?
Nabonidus.
Yes, sir. You know what I'm talking about. Oh, we don't even need to talk about that.
You
No, go
already
ahead.
said it.
Break it down.
So therefore, in the name that you're coming up with is basically has been disputed as being a mistranslation due to a single stroke of a letter. One letter, one.
What are you talking about? What's a
Okay.
mistranslation?
Well, I'm gonna give you something to go research. That word, the letter that you're talking about, the name that you're talking about, has been by scholars believe that name is not what you're saying it is, but it is Nebuchadnezzar.
What are you talking about? What name? What are you talking? I have no idea
The
what you're talking
name the name that you're ascribing to I keep forgetting the name, but you just said it. Yes,
What about
yes.
What about Nabonidus?
There,
What about it?
yeah, you just ascribe an event to him as opposed to Nebuchadnezzar, did you not?
Yeah, because it's documented in history. He documented it.
Okay. What I'm saying though is that in that documentation, the name, that very name, has been challenged due to the translation of it. Because with one stroke of a letter, one, not even a full letter, one missed stroke of a letter changes that name to Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay, so there's not though.
All right. No. I know what he's talking about. I know what he's talking
He
about.
knows what I'm talking about. This is for the further educated.
In Nabonidus' exile, he spent 10 years in self-imposed exile in the Arabian desert in Tamar. He left his son Belshazzar as regent in Babylon only. Now, are you saying that did not happen, and it should have been Nebuchadnezzar's name? Is that what you're saying?
Because that's scholar. I'm not saying that this is what I found through research.
No, let me say this to you carefully. You do know that there's archaeology that says Belshazzar is Nabonidus' son. There's archaeology that points out Nabonidus did leave for 10 years. And if you look in the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's something called Nabonidus' prayer, which is almost word for word, I think, for Daniel chapter 10 or chapter 5 or chapter 2. So Nabonidus
right,
is
but that's where they think the mistranslation of the word is right there, is what I'm saying. That
you're gonna have to put words for that. I'm not saying that you're wrong.
I will. I got you. I got you.
Hold on. For those who are listening, Nebuchadnezzar, I think, is a mistrans. I think it's really Nabonidus they should be writing about instead of Nebuchadnezzar. That's what I feel. And what happened is I did see an article by a Mormon scholar where he talked about the way how Nabonidus is written. Remember, there's no vowels. The ND and Nebuchadnezzar's name could possibly be mistaken for each other, but it's not the way that you're saying it. It's the other way around. So Nabonidus,
I think you got it backwards. You got it backwards.
That's fine. Well, Belshazzar is called Nebuchadnezzar's son 5 times, or he's called his father, and he's not literally his father. So the Bible writer who is writing is incorrect. That's the bigger argument. So the Darius the Mede stuff and all that stuff.
Some people say he was his son through like marriage.
No, he's not. He's not related to Nabonidus at all. We know, we have the records of Nebuchadnezzar's children and Nabonidus' children and who they married. They are not related at all. They are not. They are completely not related.
How does that relate? How does that relate to the whole picture, though?
What whole picture?
Because you're saying because you're asserting that, you know, all of these things didn't take place, and with some things the panel agreed with you, like we didn't disagree with you that they did take place. But what I'm saying is that there are instances that are recorded where prophecies have been given against a people, and it has not happened due to their repentance. Now, you said that this didn't happen with Egypt.
With Egypt,
you saying that this didn't happen, right? You saying that this didn't happen with Egypt. I got you. What I'm saying is that we don't know what happened. You can't say that every prophecy in the Bible didn't come true.
I'm not saying every. You see, now look at what you're doing.
I'm not saying I didn't accuse you of that.
You know what? You're right. I said no prophecy in the Bible has ever come true. That's what I'm saying. Not one. It's all
what?
Not
I disagree with that.
Right? Okay.
Hold on. If you notice, right? I could point out 50 prophecies that never happened. I could do it right now while we live. If y'all
That's easy to do, Garfield. All you gotta do is Google it.
Got 50 misunderstandings.
You see, hold on. So hold on. Egypt and Israel, the Egypt prophecies are misunderstanding, right? Garfield is stupid, right? Well, I hope my audience is listening because this is their weakness with this book. Once you point out this Ezekiel and Jeremiah and Daniel, hold on, let me ask you this. Did Daniel 5:30 get it right when he said Darius the Mede took over the kingdom?
Is that correct? Be incorrect.
Hold on. I'm talking to Israel lithium right now.
No, so like I said, I seen some. I read some history on that. I'm gonna send you the information that I have on it, but it pertains to Darius being the captain of an army that happened at that time.
You're not using dates. You're not using dates. The right dates.
No, I don't have the date. I don't have the dates right off my head. Hold on.
Just to show you that you're wrong before you even show me, there's no Darius that existed in history before Darius the Great. And Darius the Great came in 522 BC. So whatever you got to show.
You said what year? Hold on. What year did you say?
522 BC.
Yep.
You said before that?
There's no Darius because remember, Darius is a regnal name. Remember, Darius is not his real name. That's the kingship name. So it's regnal name. Darius, Artaxerxes, or Xerxes. These names are regnal names. So those title names, Darius was never used before Darius the Great. So you can't be no Darius being the army because Darius is a leadership kingship name. What happened is the Bible writer again got it wrong because he's writing from 200-300 years before. So
I'm gonna revisit that, Garfield.
I chip out this Bible little by little. Now, Fopi said to me, Fopi said something in the chat. Let's deal with Fopi right now because these guys act like they know the Bible more than everybody else. He said, this is the interpretation, your majesty, and this is the decree the Most High has issued against my lord, the king. You will be driven away from my people and will live with the wild animals. You will eat grass like the ox and be drenched with the dew of heaven. 7 times will pass by for you until you acknowledge that the Most High is sovereign over all kingdoms on earth and gives them to anyone he wishes. The command to leave the stuff. Oh, he's talking about when Nebuchadnezzar leave. I ain't worried about that.
Yeah. So hey, Garfield, let me just throw this in to give some context here what everybody's talking about. I got some dates. So when we look at in reference Daniel, keep in mind Daniel, the book of Daniel is 604 BC through 535 BC. And that's a pre-exilic prophet. Zechariah is 520 BC through 518 BC, and then that is aligned with the actual period of Darius in the Persian Empire. Most of those prophets back then Zechariah are referring to them going back and rebuilding the temple that's within that they left in Samaria in Jerusalem. That's it's really just talking about them rebuilding that temple. And that's what most of those prophecies are about. Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Daniel, Zechariah,
They can't prove how they got to America. They can't prove they have no evidence. They're lying to the people, and I'm not straight say lying. And what they do is mix up history to fit themselves in it. They can't say, you know what, maybe we're wrong. They never came on my channel and say, you know what, maybe I'm wrong. By the way, I can be wrong about anything I say. You just need to bring the evidence that's superior to my knowledge. And that's what happened.
All right, let's go to the book of Deuteronomy.
Hey, Garfield, listen.
You ever notice none of these guys in these camps call Garfield out? I'm not trying to toot my own horn. They don't say, I want to beat up Garfield. They'll say it in private.
I know one dude that called you out, Garfield.
Who that? Who called me out?
That's my guy, UPK Katazar. He called you out.
Hell no, he don't.
Word, that's the word, man.
Katazami got into it, and he's running.
That's my guy right there. He called you out.
He's your guy.
No, he did not call him out.
He's running.
That's debatable. That's debatable.
No, he came on and he wanted to deal with violence. Now he want to fight.
Yeah, you want to fight over information.
Over
now.
information.
Kind of
You see, that's what happened when you get beat up. You see, what happened is he teaches that Columbus said that Arzareth is America. That's not true. That's a lie.
There's many sources for that, though.
No, there's not.
The only source is the book.
Hold on, KJ. I'm gonna give you the
Source for
opportunity
what?
to take that back.
Egyptian invasion?
Hold on, Jerron. Ghost Lithium. I'm gonna give you the opportunity to take that back.
Mm-hmm.
You have no source.
There's no source for that, bro.
The only source. Hold on, the only source.
And you gotta remember, bro. It said that Egypt would be desolate.
I'll tell him the source. The book of Jasper. That's the only source where it says that the book of Jasper, and that's not even in the Bible anymore.
What's that? Book of Jasper said what?
What does it say?
The book of Jasper mentions Arzareth. It mentions Arzareth.
Talking about that.
No. We're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. We're talking about is that Arzareth.
Bro, listen, man. Even if you want to say, Esdras is a real book, I mean, it says that the Israelites walk to Arzareth, bro. It didn't say they took a boat to America.
Facts. Hold on 1 second. Let me just point out something to this guy real carefully.
Yeah, but they say it's a land. They walked across the land bridge. That's what they said.
Hold on 1 second, guys. Hold on 1 second. Let's bring this up so that everybody could learn again. I'm gonna say this for the last time. And what happened is most of these guys are liars and they don't admit that they're wrong. The Jewish encyclopedia actually says Columbus identified. Look at this Ghost Lithium, because you want sources. The Jewish encyclopedia under the Arzareth article actually says this. I actually wrote them a letter, so they're going to take this out soon. Columbus identified America with this land, and they brought to 4th Esdras 1345. But when you see, it says, C. Caseling's Christopher Columbus, translated by Dr. C. Gross. Why do we need to see that? Because that's where the source comes from. But look at the source. Look at the source. Look at what it says. Christopher Columbus by Dr. M. Caseling. Show me on this page where it says Columbus said that Arzareth is America. I want you to read the source yourself. I don't want to read it. I want you to read it. Look at that. That's what it says in the book at the same page as the source. You show me where it says that. It don't say nothing about that. He uses 2nd Ezra 642 regarding the globe and how many continents we have. But that's all he used 2nd Ezra for. He uses Isaiah when it comes to prophecy. That's what he says. He don't say nothing about no America is Arzareth. And in fact, Columbus said the reprobate Jews were the lost tribes of Israel. Did you know that? He said the lost tribes were the reprobate who were the rabbinical Jews in Europe. That's what he said. That's what Columbus said. He said the people who you call the small hat, he said they're the Israelites. Yeah. So I'm trying to tell, bro, I have no reason to lie to none of y'all, bro.
All right, I want you to go to Deuteronomy 28:68. So we're gonna speak about.
Go to that. I'm gonna go to it right now. Hold on, let me get is lithium. You understand what I'm saying now, bro? I'm not.
That
I
thing
don't
said
lie,
Egypt.
bro.
My Dominican brother says Egypt.
You're not. That's very good. I'm looking for my sources. That's very good, Garfield. You always on point. I gotta look into that.
Yeah. That's what.
And whoever just said go to Deuteronomy, you gonna die.
Listen, Katazah, Hakar, Hassad, Guerrilla Hebrew. These people research. Priest Daniel. But what happened is when you're researching, don't research for stuff to agree with your belief. You need to just look for information on the subject and draw a conclusion. The problem is you believe you're an Israelite. So everything that might agree with you, you're ready to jump on it like, yay. Bro, Columbus never said that Arzareth is America. And guess what? He brought a translator here, but the Indians never spoke Hebrew. And that's another lie they tell. Not one Indian spoke Hebrew. It's a lie. They had to communicate through sign language and then carry them back to Spain and teach them Spanish so that they could come back and speak to the Indians in their language and be the translators. That's the truth. And if y'all don't believe, look right here. I'm gonna give you all the source again so y'all could look it up. Don't take my word for it because I might be lying because I don't believe like y'all. So I might be lying. Look at the source. I'm gonna bring it down and show y'all right now. Right here. Right here. He says Columbus bringing an actual Jew who was an interpreter of Hebrew somehow proved the natives were Israelites. Katazah, unfortunately, ignores the fact that the Indians did not speak Hebrew and the crew was forced to communicate with them via sign language. It's right here. This is the primary source. Gonzalo Fernandez de Oviedo in General and Natural History of the Indies, Book 2, Chapter 6. See? Right here. They're making signs, answering and pointing to the Isle of Haile. Yeah. And then they brought them back to Europe and all that stuff. They brought them back to the king and queen, and then they learned Spanish, and they came back and they were the translators. They did not speak any languages that the guy could speak. The guy could speak Hebrew, Arabic, and Chaldees. But every time they present it, they're like, oh, you see, he spoke Hebrew. That's not the only language he spoke. He knew several languages. And if I'm traveling with Columbus and I got a dude that could speak 3 languages, he's the best dude to bring with me in case these dudes could speak the language. He never brought them because he thought they were lost tribes of Israel. He said the lost tribes of Israel are the reprobate Jews that did not accept the New Testament. Who didn't accept the New Testament, beloved? Who are the people that didn't accept the New Testament? Those are the Orthodox Jews, rabbinical Jews, the small hats that you talk about. He said they were the lost tribes of Israel, not us African Americans and black people. Y'all, they don't want this smoke. They don't want this smoke because it revealed, because ultimately, whether it's Yasharala or Israel Born or Ghost Lithium, y'all already made up your mind before. I'm not trying to take y'all of that, but I'm just trying to tell you it's a false teachings. It don't add up. It don't add up.
So there's a situation, right? The situation is that you have your Jewish sources. So those Jewish people are definitely going to say that they are the real Israelites. When they always say that all over the place.
What Jewish sources? Columbus is a Jewish source?
But let's go and go to the...
I'm asking you a question. Answer the question and stop blabbing. Is Columbus a Jewish source?
Columbus is not Jewish.
Oh, he's not? I thought he was a new Christian. But besides all of that, is he a good source to tell you who you are? I don't care what Columbus said, but don't lie on Columbus. Columbus never said that the Indians were Israelites. They never said that. It's always people from outside. Ghost Lithium. It's always people coming from outside saying that we're Israelites. The Native Americans and the Indians here never said they were Israelites until Columbus came. Nobody's saying that before the Europeans came. None of them. All their oral traditions were changed and translated by Europeans who trying to fit a biblical narrative with their traditions. None of them. Even if you look at what's his name? The guy who they like to use. The hell is his name?
Lost Tribes and Promise.
So they said the lost. Hey, so Garfield. So they said the lost tribes. The lost tribes was the ones that was from the Syrian captivity. Is that what they saying they was?
Yeah, bro. Remember, there's no Bible. You see how you defeat that is there's no Torah at that time. The Torah wasn't developed until after Babylon exile. So that means these people who are exiled wouldn't even know the Torah anyway.
What you mean there was no Torah? Hold up. You said there was no Torah before when?
There's no Torah before the Babylonian exile. There's no Torah.
Before the Babylonian exile.
There's no Torah that exists before the Babylonian exile. And that's what kills all of y'all.
Moses had the Torah. What is you talking about?
Bro, let me ask you a question. Can you prove Moses exists?
I'm not even. We're talking about the Torah.
No,
and when it existed.
Bro, the Torah did not exist at the time, bro.
What about the Dead Sea
Scrolls?
When was
the the Torah? What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking about?
Garfield
scrolls date back to the 6th century.
Garfield.
Hold on 1 second.
Did the Israelites exist?
Let's slow down. No, I'm not arguing if Israelites existed in history. That is a dumb question.
No, I'm asking you that question.
Brother brought up the Torah, right? I'm going to tell you right now, no Torah existed. Call your best teachers and tell them to come argue. Garfield.
That's a fact.
What about the Dead Sea Scrolls, Garfield?
Dead Sea Scrolls is 2nd century BC. Next.
They said dates back to the 6th century.
The Dead Sea. Hold on, who said that?
This is lithium.
Lithium. Show me a source that says that the Dead Sea Scrolls go back to the 6th, 7th century. Show me one.
Google search.
If there was no...
Hold on, guys. Stop. We're doing too much. This is why we got to clean up stuff and get it right. Ghost Lithium says that the Dead Sea Scrolls go back to what you said, the 7th century?
About the 6th century.
That's crazy.
No, it's not crazy. You see, we're talking to people who believe this stuff. I'm trying to tell y'all, it don't add up that we are Israelites. It don't add up. I know y'all got y'all beliefs. This is why I ask all these questions and what I found in my research. I would love to be an Israelite. I want to be chosen. I want to be connected to a book that I grew up with. My descendants, my ancestors grew up under slavery. I would love to be a part of a great book.
Who's your father?
Hold on. Go. I'm talking to Ghost Lithium only right now. Ghost Lithium. Google right now the Dead Sea Scrolls and show me it goes back to the 6th century. We got to correct that right now. That's on the spot.
Yeah, we asking those type of questions,
We got to
man.
correct that on the spot. We got to
And
correct
also, you got the Katifi Nam.
Katifi Nam is not Dead Sea Scrolls.
I'm saying, but it's a biblical, it's a tablet from the.
I'm not denying the Katifi Nam. It's in the 7th century BC.
Right. And what about the Kiber Kiafa?
Numbers 24 or numbers 6, 24, 26. Listen, I'm not debating that.
What about the Kiber Kiafa?
The Kirbit Kiafa is a Canaanite writing. That's not biblical.
It says it's a tablet from the 10th century with the book of Numbers.
I know. It's a Kirbit Canaanite. It's written in the Canaanite dialect. It's not written in Hebrew.
Canaanite, that's the original Phoenician language, though, right?
Relax.
There is no such thing as Phoenician.
I'm asking for a Torah before the Babylonian exile. I'm saying,
okay, what do you mean by a Torah?
The Torah is the first 5 books of the Bible.
The law of Moses.
Okay, so
they had an oral tradition. No, nothing written down. The end.
Okay, I got you. So you saying you mean a codified version is what you're saying?
Written down, brother. There was nothing written down.
Codified. That's what that means, brother.
They had an oral tradition.
Put it in your arsenal.
They had an oral tradition.
So okay. Codified. You got it?
They had an oral tradition.
Hold on a second, guys.
Garfield. Let's get the remedials off of here, Garfield.
Hold on a second. Let's have a conversation, right? Let's have a conversation. All right. Now, this I have in my slides. So if we say, I said, did the Bible exist before the Assyrian captivity? Because remember, these people are leaving at 720 BC, and they would have certain knowledge, understanding, or whatever of the biblical text. I am saying there is no codified Torah that existed at that time. What do I need to prove? How would I prove?
You don't have to prove that.
No. I'm saying that whatever tradition existed, you have traditions that exist, but there is no codified Torah saying from Moses, because technically, when we look at Moses as an individual, Moses is just a character that's saying that he wrote this or was involved in the Exodus. I'm saying Moses never existed as an individual, and I'm saying that the Torah, the first 5 books, never existed before the Assyrian exile. Now, let me do this.
That's common sense.
This is from the Wikipedia article dating the Bible, right? If you look at this, the 8th to 7th centuries, these are the books that they say existed. You have Nahum, you have Habakkuk, you have some Deuteronomist history books, right? If you look at this list right here, the dating, you don't see the Torah. Because I do accept Micah as an 8th century prophet. I accept Hosea. I mean, everybody else might not. I accept Amos, 1st Isaiah. I do accept it as a late 8th, 7th century. I do accept this. I have no problem with what they said in this Wikipedia article. Nothing at all. Look at this now. The data range of dates most widely held by scholars. The majority of modern biblical scholars believe that the Torah, the books of Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, reach its present form in the post-exilic period. The 5 books were drawn from 4 sources, There's general agreement that the priestly source is post-exilic, but there's no agreement over the non-priestly sources. So post-exilic, not Garfield. All right. Genesis is a post-exilic work combining Exodus is an anthology drawn from nearly all periods of Israel's history. Leviticus is entirely priestly and dates from the exilic and post-exilic period. Numbers is a priestly redaction of a Yahwistic non-priestly original. Deuteronomy, now the last book of the Torah, began as a set of religious laws, was extended in the early part of the 6th century to serve as the introduction, So again, I'm not saying that. Now, when we go to the Elephantine papyri now, like around 400 BC, we get to understand that these Israelites are communicating with the northern parts of Israel, with the Samaritans, and they're also contacted the Judeans, the people in Jerusalem, the priesthood. Now look at this now. According to what we may deduce from these writings, Moses may not have been, and there may not have been any slavery in Egypt, no Exodus, no kingdom, and no prophets. Watch this. There's no mention of any tribes or claim to any ancestors in Judah's territory. Abraham, Jacob, Joseph, Moses, Samuel, David, and other names derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature never appear among the numerous names of colonists. nor in Nehemiah, nor any other name derived from their past history as recorded in the Pentateuch and early literature. It's nearly unbelievable, yet it's the truth.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that the papyri record the presence of a small Jewish temple at Elephantine as late as 411 BCE, complete with altars for incense offerings and animal sacrifices, is also important. A temple like this will be in direct breach of Deuteronomic rule, which states that no Jewish temple should be built outside of Jerusalem. Furthermore, the papyri indicate that the Jews of Elephantine wrote to the high priest in Jerusalem, requesting his assistance in reconstructing their temple, implying that the Jerusalem temple priests were not implementing Deuteronomic law at the time. Now, even if we look at the Zukru festival, right? Because we know we have the Passover and unleavened bread. I think the word unleavened bread is mentioned in the Elephantine, but not the word Passover. They assume it. The scholars assume it. But if you look at the Zukru festival, it's the exact same thing as the Passover. And what happened is at Elephantine, they're celebrating unleavened bread or Passover, but it has nothing to do with the Exodus. It's an agricultural festival showing its Canaanite. So I'm going to say this to everybody. If you're a Jew and you're celebrating the same days as Passover and doing sacrifices, and it's for agriculture and not the Passover, that should tell you at that time, nobody's thinking about no Moses. There couldn't have been a Torah. Because in the Torah, you have the instruction how to celebrate Passover. So if a Torah existed, why are they not following the Torah? And they're in contact with the Jerusalem temple and with the contact with the people from where. And this is 411 BCE. 411. Let me go further.
So that makes sense. Hey, Garfield, can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
So if you read in the Bible where I think it was the last king, who was that? Hezekiah or one of them? Josiah, one of those kings towards the end in Jerusalem, it tells you how they had never even known how to keep the Passover until they found documentation of how the Passover was supposed to be kept. And therefore, he had a real Passover, such has never been kept in Israel in his days that he'd ever seen. So that adds up to the fact that a lot of Israel had given over to idolatry type practices and watered down practices of what the original, because they were celebrating Passover, but he found out when he read these scrolls that they was keeping it all the way wrong. And it brought him to damn near tears is what it said. So I believe that's what it said. So that adds up to the Northern Kingdom dispersion, as well as some of those Northern Kingdoms would have been in the Southern Kingdom as well. So that's why it's important to know how to use those terms not interchangeably all the time, because there's a separation of practices. They had been practicing idolatry all the way back until the 900 BC, like 930 or somewhere around there.
All right, look at this, ladies and gentlemen. I want y'all to look at this carefully, and I'm gonna bring up something right shortly after this, right? The Zukru festival. First, both are referred to by the Semitic vowel zeker, to speak, to remember, invoke, as Zukru, Imar, and Hebrew, Exodus 12:14, Leviticus 23:24. The Zukru festival is an invocation to the god with a spoken component no longer preserved. Then compares this to Hebrew Todah, giving thanks unto the biblical Hebrew, an offering that remembers God and produces a fragrance for the direct point of contact between the giver and God. 7 days, just like Passover. Second, both Zukru and Passover festivals require the roasting of a lamb. Third, in both festivals, twilight is a critical time. Fourth, at Imar, this festival constitutes a 7-day sequence in which a climactic event happens on the powerful 7th day. Compare Mary's 7-day ritual in Dagon's temple at Ugarit Baal's precious metals for his palace are placed in the fire for 7 days in order to refine them. All right, and on and on and on. Fifth, all the gods are brought out of the city for the Zukru festival, and the populace who also come out for the Zukru festival is provided with bread and drink. These compare with the banquet of Israel's elders with God in Exodus 24:9-11, and David's festival of bringing the ark into Jerusalem. Sixth, the sixth and final point of comparison considers the antiquity of the Zukru festival. The mention of the Zukru at the 18th century BC Mary suggests that this ritual was older and more widespread than the 13th century BC Imar. It seems to have involved the chief god of the region where it was practiced. The memorial festivals of Passover and unleavened bread may thus have West Semitic antecedents. Thus, the Passover and Feast of Unleavened Bread have similarities with the Zuku festival at Emar elsewhere. The similarities in matters of some detail are unlikely to have been coincidental. Papyrus Amherst 63 up close. Shout out to Kayal, who is in the building. If you study this, you'll see that this is written in the Egyptian language. In I think the fifth, around the 4th century BC. The Amherst 63 is found, and it doesn't read like the Psalms 20 that we have today. So it says, "May Yahoo answer us in our troubles, may Adonai." It leaves out certain things that like Zion and certain things that's normally in Psalms 20, but this is an older version. All right. I got one more thing I want to cover just to address what the brother just said about the brothers not following. Hold on. Which one is on the screen? Hold on a second. All right. I want y'all to look at this right here. This is from this book. This book is called The Origins of Judaism. Do we have any evidence these rituals claim to be Israelite being practiced before leaving Israel? Sabbath, 7-day week, Day of Atonement, Passover, Unleavened Bread, Feast of Tabernacles, First Fruits, Feast of Trumpets, Pentecost. Now, what happened is when you read the Bible, you're reading the Bible, and I'm going by what the experts say. This is not my opinion. This is just what the consensus of scholarship says, right? When you read the Bible, you take it that this happened at this time period, so X, Y, and Z happened. But you're not looking at it as literature, like people developing literature to create a history for themselves. And what happened is the Assyrian exile happened, but how it's portrayed by us today is totally not what happened in history and what is written about by from the Assyrians' perspective and then even from a biblical perspective, because the tribes were never lost from the beginning because we knew exactly where they were. Now, look at this right here. The 7-day week. Recently, Ilaria Butrini and Sacha Stern have compelling argued that outside the Pentateuch and Ezekiel 46, the earliest surviving attestations of the 7-day week itself date to the late 2nd century BC in calendrical and liturgical texts from Qumran and in the Septuagint version of Psalms. They stress that prior to the 2nd century, we lack any evidence that the 7-day week was ever used as a benefit. Now, one thing with the Elephantine on the Sabbath, you could work. There was no strict law that you can't work. That's something later on that developed. So obviously, as a tradition, the 7-day week was in the Babylonian culture and Assyrian culture. They used to call the 7th day the evil day. So the 7th, the 14th, the 21st, and the 28th were actually called evil days where you shouldn't do anything. So a lot of people think that the Israelites developed that while they were under the Assyrians and under the Babylonians. That's where they got 7-day week from. But in the Bible, it tells you the 7-day week come from God because he took 7 days. But we're not looking at it as far as literature and someone creating a history of their origins or what's called etiology. The 7-day week, there's no consensus of where it comes from for the record. But most scholars who talk about it agree that they may have gotten it from the Babylonians, just like how the names of their calendars come from the Babylonian calendar, and it's very similar to their calendar. You see, that's why we know that the Israelites didn't steal ultimately from Egypt, because Egypt has a 10-day calendar, and this is one of the strongest things that signify that they come from a Mesopotamian Sumerian background, which through the Assyrians and the Babylonians have the same calendar.
Now,
somebody want to jump in?
Now I understand on that we're speaking of, but I want to go to Deuteronomy 28:68 so we can talk about the prophecy that.
All right, let me finish saying what I'm saying. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. I'll be done in 2 minutes. All right, I got you. All right. Dietary law. Prior to the 2nd century, you had a question, my brother?
I was going to ask in regard to those scrolls that were found in the Qumran caves. Is it not true that most of those scrolls were in Aramaic and Koine Greek for the majority? They weren't even written in
probably Aramaic and Aramaic, Hebrew. And
no, I don't think any of them was in Greek.
Okay,
were there any of them in Greek?
Yeah, yes, they were in Greek. Yes, they're in Koine Greek. Yes.
Koine Greek. Okay.
Remember, the Phoenicians transported Jews to Egypt because of Alexander the Great, and he had them as slaves.
Mm-hmm.
So you you read Joel 3:6, it has nothing to do with the transatlantic slave trade. It has to do with him carrying them over there, and they became free after Alexander the Great died. So those people continue to live in continue to live in Hellenistic Greek culture. They started speaking Koine Greek. So when they had the Pentateuch, the Torah, they had to rewrite it in Greek for those Greek-speaking Jews. So that's why some of the Dead Sea Scrolls communities is written in Koine Greek. All right, it's not a bad thing. It's just that Koine Greek was the lingua franca. All right. Dietary laws prior to the 2nd century BC, there exists no surviving evidence, whether textual or archaeological, which suggests that Judeans adhere to a set of food prohibitions or to a body of dietary restrictions of any kind. The only evidence which suggests that a food taboo of any sort was practiced in earlier times is an etiological tale in Genesis that explaining the reason for long-standing Israelite avoidance of the hypstinu. Although the archaeological record does suggest that pork did not play a significant role in Judeans' diet from the Iron Age onward, from an archaeological perspective alone, there is no complete reason to think that this was due to some sort of taboo. The presence of substantial quantities of scaleless fish remains in archaeological levels dating from the Iron Age to the Persian period at Jerusalem and at sites throughout Judea suggests that during these periods, Judeans were not practicing avoidance of fish species that came to be prohibited. In African Americans, right? I know a lot of people down south like catfish. Well, this could be your connection to the Israelites because they were eating catfish during the Iron Age. They found a bunch of bones. I'm keeping it real. They found a bunch of bones. They found a bunch of bones. So that's y'all connection right there, man.
Our connection goes way more than that, man.
Where they find them at, Garfield?
They found them in Israel, man, and they date them to the
catfish bones.
Our connection started as soon as we heard
that's your connection, African American. That's your connection.
As soon as we touched ground from the ship, that's your connection. That's
your connection.
Shoot.
I'm not gonna go to
Garfield.
Go ahead, family.
So as soon as that we got in ships and sent here to America, that's where the prophecy started. That's where our connection to the Israelites are, and beyond that too. So that's why I said if we go to Deuteronomy and we break that down, how all of us here are in that exact same prophecy, you will have to understand that why we are the Israelites, man.
Let's break it down for us, please, sir. Let's do this. Remember that.
Let's go.
All right, Garfield, go ahead. Pull out Deuteronomy 28, verse 68.
You're gonna die on one word. Is Vahith McCarthy. You're gonna die right there. Watch this.
All right, hold on. Let me put it on the screen because I gotta give my brother respect. So let's allow him to Deuteronomy 28. Is there a specific version you want, or what do you want?
On King James.
King James version. All right.
You know that's the Bible.
Yeah, damn idiot. Oh, King James version.
You know that his was black. King James was black.
Oh God, I tapped out. I'm done.
You're about to get kicked out of here just
as
for
soon
cheap.
as I jump on. This what we talking about?
All right, here we go. Deuteronomy 28.
Verse 68.
There you go, brother. You want me to read it? You want a reader?
Yeah, I will read it. The Lord will send you back in ship to Egypt. In a journey, I say you never make it again. And then you will feel yourself.
Go ahead, Nix. Go ahead.
There you will be offered yourself for sale to your enemies as male, female, and male slave, as male and female slaves, but no one shall buy you. And you can really see that in Deuteronomy. It speaks how we're going to be in ships.
It speaks
and
Spanish. I got a question.
And send to America.
So how your people got on the ship?
When you see the African American, so-called African American, Dominicans, Cubans, Puerto Ricans, all of us that are descendant of the slave ships, it's prophesied that we will be sold, that our name will be different. Like my name is Trinidad. I was supposed to be Trinidad, but that's the name of my slave the slave owners of my ancestors give to my fathers and fathers.
Oh.
And the same thing goes for everybody in America. And you see that even in today, in 2025, we still suffering the courses. Our brothers getting shot in the street. Our sisters are suffering
Yeah,
courses
he's echoing stuff other people said.
all over that place. We are in the courses. That is one. That's that whole Deuteronomy applies to us for the exact same reason. So that is the reason that I say that we are the Israelites, because nobody on the earth went through these prophecies. That today we still progress. We have nothing today in today's standard.
Hey, I'm
Like,
live on YouTube. I'll be back, okay?
Well, let me ask you a question, because you're going to the Mosaic prophecies, right? You're going to Deuteronomy chapter 28, right?
Yeah.
So if you take that whole thing in full, well, let me ask you: do you take that whole thing in full as face value, as those things have to have happened to determine who the Israelites are?
yeah, that and many others. Yeah.
Garfield mute. Garfield mute.
Go to 226. Go to 226 and wipe entry.
Did the first 15 verses happen?
All right, bye.
Yeah, we are still in slave. We still
No.
in the process.
Did the first 15 verses happen?
What do you mean the first 15 verses?
You the Israelite, you know the first 15 verses. Where did that happen?
Of what chapter?
Deuteronomy chapter 28. You are on verse 68. I'm asking about the first 15 things.
He meaning the blessings.
Or say, and it shall come to pass that thou shall hearken diligently to the voice of the Lord thy God, to a servant, to do all his commandment, which I command thee today.
That happened during the time of King David.
Read this on the screen for me right here. Read this on the screen right here.
In every place.
Where is Alexandra, by the way?
I'll read it.
What is that?
I'll read it. The Jews reported to Alexandria.
Hold on. Where's Alexandra?
Alexandria is in the Nile Delta. It's at the very tip, close to the Mediterranean.
It's in Egypt. Stop complicating things.
Mm-hmm.
So now in Egypt, what happened in Egypt? What happened in Egypt, family? In this thing? What happened? What happened in Egypt? Look at this right here. Look at this right here.
You talking about the ones that was carried over as slaves on the ships.
In Sheeta.
And in that same writing that you about to bring up, that it said that they apparently died in shipwrecks.
Yeah.
So my brother that's talking, what happened here? Isn't this the prophecy right here? It's not the prophecy. I mean, it is
Well,
what it is, bro.
I was reading Deuteronomy 28 to give you the illustration what happened to the Israelites while we still here in America as slaves.
Israelites are not in America, bro. That's a belief.
We are the Israelites.
Well,
He's
that's
saying we.
Who is the we?
Right.
All of us in these panels.
Do you know your history? Do you know your own personal history?
Yeah, the Dominican Republic, and that was connected with Haiti. That all one once in once, but the white men separate us to the line. I know the history of the Dominican Republic. In fact,
So are you Tiano?
Hmm?
Are you Tiano?
Yeah, I'm a Taino. The same.
So you're Indian.
Yeah, I have the tendency of Taino.
Who did you sell yourself to and they refused to buy?
That ain't the King James version that he asked for.
Yeah, who sold your people?
How so? Our people.
Well, he asked you to read. He asked you, could you read the King James version, and you didn't even do that. That's why you asking him. That's why you're asking him that question, because that's not in the King James version of the Bible.
Let me get this right. Let me get this straight for me.
Hold up. No, I'm talking to Garfield.
I'm
talking to Garfield.
I don't care.
Yeah, it do matter. I don't care what you're talking about. I asked Garfield why he didn't pull up the version that the man asked him to read.
I'm not even talking to you.
Shut. I don't care what you talking
Come on, man.
Shut up.
Why this energy? Come on. Stop that. Y'all violating me right now.
So,
None of that. Come on, man.
I'm being pretty chill, Garfield.
Israel Bond, what are you saying? I'm confused.
I asked you, the brother asked you, could you read Deuteronomy 28 from the King James Version? And that's not what you did.
Okay. So what do you want me to do? You want me to pull the King James Version up?
No, because that's the only way you could ask him that question is to read another version of the Bible.
No, it didn't make a difference.
The wrong version.
Hey, nobody's talking to you.
The King James
man. None of that. Come on, man. Come on.
What's wrong with these guys, man?
Come on.
So,
Israel Bone, I got you.
Let me ask you a question, Garfield. So, are we saying that? Are the Hebrews saying that the Hebrew is wrong, but King James version of the translation is right, and that takes precedence? Is that what's going on here?
Yep.
No, that's not what he's saying. He asked him if he wanted to read. Garfield asked him about the verse that he wanted to read. And then Garfield asked him, which version do you want? He said the King James version. So what are you talking about?
Okay, what I'm talking about, because you have a few flaws in your argument here. Because what Garfield did,
it's not an argument. Garfield asked him which version of the Bible that he wanted.
So let him talk, bro. Come on, you can't keep interrupting.
All right, so
when
when Garfield, you asked me who didn't buy you, that part of it there is nobody will redeem you, which means nobody gonna come to save you from the curses. Nobody's gonna save you from slavery. Nobody's gonna save you from what God put the curse on us.
Facts.
So that's the reason why nobody could come in and save us. They didn't even pay us the reparations yet of any kind.
Hold up.
Plus the Jewish people now I got paid.
So hold on there.
Even if it's funny or not.
So this guy getting your reparations, man? He getting your reparations, bro?
Right. Did he get it right?
Some of your reparations, Israel Bound? Nah, bro. I ain't gonna vote for y'all.
What you say about reparations?
He get reparations?
Nobody give anything.
Right here, that's talking.
No reparation, man, of anything. They haven't give us nothing.
Us who? Right? Who's this us?
Right. Who
us? All of us in the damn panel, man.
Ain't you?
You're not us.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
You're not us.
No, man.
No, you're not.
When the police stop me, I say, yeah, you a part of us. Yeah, I snitch on you. Yeah, you us. Otherwise, nah, bro. Come on, man. Get out of here,
explain why we are the same.
We're not. We're not, and I'm not finna sit here and listen to you lie.
Nah,
dog. Stop it.
Get out of here with that, bro. Get out of here with that. No.
We are not Israelites, and you can't be an Israelite. What Garfield tell people all the time. Y'all can try to be made up people from the book, but until y'all show me a Aaron, a Moses, a Jacob, y'all just people trying to be book people.
Yo, why y'all
to a nigga that can't even show you his great granddad.
Why y'all going hard against the Hispanic brother? What y'all, FBA?
The arguments they make are so childish and so. Hold up, bro. Hold up 1 second. The arguments that they make are so childish that listen.
Hey, Garfield, was I talking?
Sabio, and Israel Bound, y'all messing up my show, man. Y'all messing up my show. Come on, man. We gotta do better, bro. Gotta do better.
So my father are slaves from the back then. All of my father family are black from my father's side. If you see me, you see my father.
Yo, man,
we are just like you guys. But the thing is,
then everybody was
the ship that comes.
Day.
Wait, Samika.
Wasn't in the ancient time back in the day, everybody was slaving each other. European was enslaving a European, African was enslaving African, so on and so forth.
Yep.
So what is he talking about?
That's different. You're trying to bring like we're not talking about that. We're talking about like our ancestors.
About chattel slavery.
That was at a certain time. He wasn't there. His family wasn't there.
And
my family was there.
No, it wasn't.
I can prove that. Yes, I is. My father's father. We can go documents by documents of my family.
You know what we're doing with this brother right here? Hold on, Yasharala. You know what we're doing? We're doing something wrong. We're doing something wrong. Yasharala. Hold on 1 second. Yasharala. Where were you born? Where were you born?
I was born in the center of Dominican Republic, which is
All
Bonao.
right. All right. How did you reach from Israel to where you are?
Well, reading from
No, I'm asking you, how did you reach there? How did you reach the Dominican Republic?
what we can do by history and we can do by Bible. So historically, the blacks that came from Africa, they've come from
We're
the
talking
from the
about you.
You. I don't care
right?
about Africa. We're talking
you
about
gotta wait
you.
until I finish the talking, man. You guys just over
So why
talking
you
me.
bringing
No,
up my
No,
culture?
no,
you
you
said
cannot
black.
talk about Africans,
You're
bro.
adding other people to it. You're not speaking about yourself. You're talking about other people.
No,
What's
let
Yes,
him finish. Let him finish. Let him
because
finish.
because I'm from that same line. So that's why I say Africa, right? Because that's where we were sold by Hamites. So that's how we came to be. Hamites sold to the Europeans, the real Israelite, the Negroes,
Are we really
came
sitting here
from
playing
that
with
ship
Hamites?
all the way
Hold on, hold
to
on, hold
the
on.
went all the way
Hold on.
to Dominican
Yasharala,
Republic.
Yasharala. How did your family end up in Dominican Republic?
My family end up there in as far as back then, it was 1800s. 1800s, I say close close to 1800 around there.
Uh-huh.
I say I'm not 100%.
But Yasharala, is it true that you say you
Yeah.
were Taino? So give me the history of the Taino that came from West Africa.
So the correlation with the Tainos is that there were intermessages. They were mixing with the Africans,
So
the Taino.
where are the Taino originally from?
The
Yo,
Tainos
this shit right
are
here is
native
stupid.
are native to Dominican Republic and Cuba and
Are
Puerto
native? Okay.
Rico.
Okay.
Yeah. And they will mix with blacks. They will mix it with some. They will got raped by Spaniards, and you get children for Mexican native Dominican and
So you don't
so-called
subscribe
Dominican.
to Taino culture or history. You're subscribing to the Hebrew Israelite history.
It's a mix. It's a mix of cultures. But I identify myself most as an Israelite because I know that I'm part of that
I
line.
have a
Look,
solution.
look, look. According to Tazariak, you can't be mixed. You got to be one thing. So, I
So
don't know what
again,
you're talking about, bro.
Let me answer a question, Yasharala. So you're from what
Yeah.
tribe?
I'm from Simeon.
All right, watch this. Watch this, family. I want y'all to look at this, right?
wow.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this. Watch this. What happened to Simeon back in the Bible times? What happened? Tell me what happened. I'm gonna show you right now and kill him right now on the spot.
Simeon amalgamated with Judah and the Levites and Benjamin to one tribe.
Hold on 1 second. Map of Israel. I'm gonna look at map of Israel.
So the Simeon was right there in Jerusalem.
Simeon became
Like,
Judah.
yeah, it was surrounded by Judah, so they intermingle with the Judeans, and that's happening that way. And by also prophecy say that the Levites and the Simeons will be close to each other.
Levites,
So that's
Simeon,
why
and
that's why
Benjamin.
that's why Haitians and Dominicans are right next to each other as
One
a
West all
prophecy,
day, baby.
as a prophecy, because Haitians are Levites, and
Says who? Who said that? Who made that up?
that
Wow.
if we go based
Oh, we
on
didn't ask him. What camp are you from?
the camp,
Yeah, what camp you from?
and the camp from myself.
Oh, Lord.
Watch this. Watch
Yeah.
this. Look at where Simeon is. Is it Simeon? Where's
Yeah,
Simeon?
right there in the middle of the Judean.
So how did they leave with the northern tribes if they're right here?
They were surrounded. They
Well,
some of
how
them
did
mixed
they
with them.
leave? So they just took. So they ain't take Judah. They ain't take Benjamin that's up here, but they took Simeon that's down here.
Yeah, that's Simeon. That's the well. They were
Bro,
scattered.
let me
We are the
answer.
no,
Let
we
me
were
answer.
scattered
Hold on. Let me get this straight. So
to
so
the
you're
Hawas in the Hawash Sea.
all right. Hold on. How did
Hawash.
Simeon leave? So what happened when they went to Assyria? What happened with them?
Well, they were scattered to Syria. They were scattered to different locations due to the they didn't want to take over Israel. So they were all scattered due to the curse, to all the disobeying God and all that stuff. So they were scattered to all these places. And I go based on that what Bible says that the Simeon and Levi will be very close together. So that's why I
You know
go to
what?
that direction there.
You know what I figured out? You can lie as much as you
No,
want.
no,
from the
no, no.
Bible.
Don't move from
I
there.
know you mad, but
Hold on,
listen.
hold
Bro,
on one
you
second.
got
Hold
no
on one
truth.
second, guys. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. I want to bring up something that's important to what he said.
The
So
Bible does say that Simeon will be close to a southern kingdom tribe, though, to Levi.
yeah, I don't. Levi's is all over. Levi don't have nowhere to go. Let me ask you a question, right? So Simeon is the tribe of wherever you want to say Simeon is.
I have
So
a question for Micah too.
let's do it. Hold on a second. Hold on one second. I'm gonna trying to bring up something real quickly for you so you can respond to it. So what happened to the 10 tribes when they went to Assyria? What happened to them? Are you holding the second Esdras as far as the source? I'm just curious. Are you holding the second Esdras? I'm trying to figure out now because second Esdras, and this goes for inbound Israel inbound. I don't know if he holds the second Esdras. I'm asking. The 10 tribes never returned from captivity. No, sir. You're incorrect. No, sir.
Not yet.
But nope. In Ezra, it talks about the 12,000 that comes from the northern tribes. So it comes from, they were Israelites, and the 30,000 were Judeans. So if you're not a Judean, you're a northern tribe. So it does give also a sacrifice for sin for 12 lambs or 12 whatever, and it represents the 12 tribes. So the 12 tribes, some of them did come back. So let's not play the game. You see, this is what happens when you believe something and you don't know what the Bible is saying. The Bible says in Ezra 6, it talks about sacrificing for 12 goats represent the 12 tribes. So the 12 tribes did come back.
It says some of them came back, though. It said a lot of them were scoffing. They didn't want to come back.
What I would say is this: we haven't yet went to Israel. We haven't returned back. We all still here in America in some places of the world, and that's why we still scattered. Now we are waking up. We are waking up.
Ain't no brilliant.
Yasharella.
Yasharella. One thing you gotta do, bro. I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you hold the second Esdras?
I'm not well versed in Esdras.
Do you believe second Esdras?
So yeah, basically they came back to rebuild the temple.
Hold on, King J. Chill out, man. Chill out. Israelite time. Yasharala. Do you believe in second Esdras?
As I say, I'm not well versed in Esdras.
All right. Israel bound. Do you believe in second Esdras?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Was second Esdras written by Ezra the prophet or Salathia? Who was it written by?
Listen, you asked me if I believed in it. I believe in the entire Bible that's in the book, right?
That's fine. That's
now,
fine.
Are we talking about the history, or do we want to get into?
We're not talking about history. I'm talking about logical brain thinking because you're a logical guy. Although you have your belief, and I respect your belief.
No,
there are things
brother.
There are things that in second Esdras that's kind of puzzling for me, right? Now, second Esdras, the first 2 chapters was originally written in Latin, right? I don't know if you know this, but second Esdras, if it's written in Latin, it couldn't have been written by Ezra in the 5th century, the real Ezra.
Right.
That's impossible. Now, second Esdras is good literature. Don't get me wrong, but it can be considered a holy book because the person is pretending to be Ezra. But there's another problem now. When you go to chapter 3, it says in the oldest Latin version that I am Salathiel, also known as Ezra, son of Zerubbabel.
Right.
So that's not the same Ezra that wrote in Ezra. It's a different guy. So in one part, it's saying Ezra the prophet in chapter 1, and then in Ezra 3, chapter 3 now to 14, which is where most of the prophecies and everything everybody believe in, it's saying that this guy is Salathiel. So somebody is trying to play a mind game on us because it's taught in scholarship. There's no records that it was written before the 1st century. right? So the
Right.
first
Well, as you know, Garfield, I don't subscribe to the 12 tribes chart. I believe that, but I wanted to make a point before you got too far as to what you said about the Israelites that came out of the Assyrian captivity. Because do you believe that to be the most of the bigger part of Israel, or a smaller portion of it that was actually taken out of taken out of Israel
say
by
that
the
again.
Assyrians? Do you
No, I thought it was a minority amount, because based on the Bible, right? If you go by the
Right.
Bible, this is why I tell you I respect what you believe, because what I have to do is, if you look on the screen, hold on one second, let me put this on the screen real quick. Is it on the screen? I'm gonna show you something to show you that me and you is on the same page right here. Look at this right here. Boom, 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 boom. Population numbers. Remember, I talked about this last week or the week before last. The 800,000 able-bodied men. If I'm going by 2 Samuel 24, you guys' population would be multiplying. You said you agreed it would have been 1.6 million. We talked about this. So I'm saying, if I go by these numbers, it don't make sense, because the Assyrians said it took 40,000. That would be less than 5% of the population. But
They
if I
actually
go,
said they took 29,000, but yeah, I'm with you.
no, they took 29. They took 27,000 and 13,000 to Persia. So they have
Or something like, okay, got you.
different.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I'm always right. But hey, this is where scholarship is, though. This is where scholarship is. If the population was 220,000, they said 100,000 remained in Samaria, 80,000 fled to Judah, and 40,000 went to exile. If it was 350,000, 230,000 remained, 80,000 fled to Judah, 40,000 in exile. So that's where we're at. I'm just going by what the scholars say. That's where we're
Right.
at.
So how's that accurate?
And by the way, too, what happened to the tribes? Because the tribes weren't slaves.
I have a question regarding that.
Syria.
You said the tribes weren't. You said they were not slaves.
They were not slaves. I'm telling you, we got the primaries. These are the records.
Oh, you mean the ones that were not carried away?
The ones that were carried away. These are them right here. Those deportees who received preferred or at least reasonable treatment right here. Bro, they had a letter. I'm going to show you the letter that they wrote. The letter that they wrote saying you better treat these people right. Hold on, I'm going to show you the letter shortly. I got a letter. You better treat
I'm with you. So what you're saying is that the pie chart represents the 100% number that was fractioned out after they were removed.
All right. So the red is whoever went to Assyria. They're going by what the Assyrians wrote, right? So it says 10% were carried off, 35% fled to Judah, 45% stayed in the land. Then if it's 350,000, 11% were carried off, 23% fled to Judah, 66% stayed. So the majority stayed in the land. Then what did Tiglath-Pileser do? He brought in Arabs from Arabia to come live in the land. So that could explain the Ishmaelite story. So if they had a tradition saying they come from Abraham and they had Isaac, maybe the Ishmaelite tradition was added by the Arabs that came in. You understand? I'm looking at it from a historical perspective because the Arabs came and started living there. And they pretty much have the same genetic markers.
Well,
How do you know that?
They would have became Sumerian.
Hold on. Somebody asked, how do we know what?
That they had like DNA that connects them thousands of years back.
No, because the Arabs, because Tiglath-Pileser documented that he
Impossible, man.
Tiglath-Pileser documented how he imported Arabs into Israel, my brother. That's how I know.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I agree with, but we talked about this before. I agree that there was a good portion of the Israelites that so there is no lost tribes.
Facts.
There are no lost tribes.
Facts.
They've always been represented in the Bible, and where they went and what happened to them. It's just people don't read into the text good enough. But I agree with you on all of that.
All right, so I have a question for Micah, and I want to know what is
Mika. We're Jamaica.
Mika. Mika, who's your father's father?
Who's my father? What you mean? What his name or
No,
where he came from?
came from.
He came from Cuba.
All
We
right, then
manage
you
her,
are.
baby. We manage her.
So be happy if you are Israel as well. But I was about to say
No,
if you're
but
not Israel.
what? No, that's a religion. That's a belief. You can't. I don't see how you get in that from a belief. Like,
And in fact, Cubans are more related to the so-called African Americans. So
They are.
that's another reason why we all need to get the reparation too. So
Nah,
we all need to
hey,
we
bro.
we
don't want
connect back
to.
there.
We good. We good. We
Hey,
don't
bro.
want to. Don't try to
Hey.
mix me up. Y'all try to mix me up now. If we get more enemy. Why
Hey,
mix me up, boy? Why mix me up?
When did Mexicans become part of our people?
So if you see the Issachars as well with the Zebulons, they were given the ability to see the celestial beings, celestial
I want
from in the moon and the stars and all the stuff. So if you see the Bible, it talks about the Issacharians, people from Issachar, have that ability to see the in the sky.
I
That
want
the
y'all to
two
understand. I want y'all to understand how this book has
is
screwed
our book,
people's
man.
brains up. No, it's the people from the Levant book. It has nothing to do with people from Central, West, South, or even East Africa. It has
Hey,
it has everything to do with the people from the Levant. It has nothing to do with people in South America, North America, Asia. Only those people in the Levantine, the Levant area. That's
But
who
the
that
Bible
book is
said they
for.
went. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But the
I
Bible
wanna
said that those.
time
Go
out,
ahead.
time out, please.
Uh-huh.
Hey, shout out to Kyle for the $1.99. Shout out to Just My 4 Cents with the $5, and shout out to Kyle again for the
yeah,
$4.99.
I wanna respond to Kyle. To this is Kyle.
No, let Israel Bound. It was Israel Bound. I cut off. So go ahead, Israel Bound.
I was gonna say, I agree with you, but keep in mind, we believe in the text, right? So the text says that those people went away on slave ships.
What people? What people? What people? Hold
The
on, hold on.
people that he's speaking about, that the book is about, that's from the Levant.
So hold on. Who said they went on slave ships?
The Bible said they went away
No,
on slave
it
ships.
never said that. It said it says
It did.
hold on. It does say that the Phoenicians in Joel 3 does say that. But in what context though, bro? Israel Bound. This is over 2,500 years ago, bro. This ain't got nothing to do with it. It's like hold on. It's like in First Maccabees or First Esdras. It talks about Cyrus ruling the king of the whole world. We don't believe Cyrus ruled in South Africa or West Africa or North America, South America. That's the context of the Bible. So even
But
when
still,
Isaiah 11, Yasharala, don't let me kick you out. Relax. I make everybody speak here. So when you want to speak, just wait until I'm finished. So when it says Isaiah 11:11 talks about the four corners of the world, everybody takes it literal. It has nothing to do with today. The four corners are the areas that they control within the empire that the Israelites are under. So the four corners would be the Assyrian Empire. The four corners would be the Babylonian Empire. The four corners would be the Greek Empire. The four corners would be the Persian Empire or the Roman Empire. That's the context of the writer because they don't know anywhere outside of what the empire ruled. That's the whole
Garfield,
world.
just speak about the ships, though, Garfield. I agree with you on all of that. I do agree, but I'm saying we're speaking about the
2868.
slave ship. Yeah.
The 2868 I already showed in Maccabees a while ago when they went to Shida. That's a tradition that existed. We also have in Jewish literature in the 2nd century BC of them being transported by Phoenician sailors to Alexandria, Egypt. So we have them going into Egypt twice on ships. So what are we supposed to do?
Wait a minute. Hold up.
Then we have them, hold on. Let me finish. Thirdly, we have them transported to Assyrians are transporting them on ships going into Egypt. But they don't have them as slaves. There's no documentation of slaves. But that could have a special meaning behind it that we don't understand yet. So because we want things to happen literally. That's not fear. We not. And by the way, too, if I prove that they went on ships into Egypt, would that change your mind about the transportation of slaves coming over from the West Coast of Africa?
no. Why? Because
Hold up. Wait a minute. You was gonna bring up a source earlier about them being transported to Egypt on ships, right?
I already brought it up. I showed it already.
Right, and then in that same source, I believe it says that ship that they died from in a shipwreck.
I don't know if it's referring to all of them.
Yeah, I read it. Well, yeah. Well, so if they died in a shipwreck,
what? So
they didn't
slave,
go into Egypt as slaves on a ship.
Hold on a second. So let me ask you a question. In the 12 million slaves that they took, how is it that they end up with 10.6 million if they took 12 million? Didn't people die?
You said that.
Didn't people die?
You said, let me understand your question first. What did you say again?
You said the people
Ask
died.
the question again.
You just said that the people died in that source. So didn't
on that shipwreck?
Yeah. So didn't people die coming over on a slave ship, even on shipwrecks coming over from the transatlantic slave trade?
No, not in shipwreck. I don't know about any shipwrecks. Maybe so, but yeah, maybe I wouldn't say I wouldn't doubt it.
Bunch of shipwrecks.
Okay, let's say that's true. All right, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm just saying. So you saying that they died on shipwrecks? That's not all of them. But the point of the matter is, we still have sources of them. I'm not even saying it's a prophecy or it come true, but I'm saying I could use that just to answer your question of who went on slave ships into Egypt. They physically went into Egypt, and I told you this before. Deuteronomy 28. If you read it as it is, you got to remember, you believe in the 5 books of Moses was written by Moses, literally. So if you're reading it and he's saying that, hey, I would say that this will happen no more, you got to look at the writings and look at what happened before Deuteronomy 28 was written. So you got to look at it in a chronological order. And in a chronological order, you go to Exodus 14:13. It tells you that God said, you shall not see that way no more. Where was he talking about at that point? In Egypt. So it's physically Egypt. It's not America. That's what kills the whole argument.
No,
Garfield,
but listen to what you're saying though. You say, excuse me, brother. I'm gonna say this real quick. I'll let you go. But what I'm saying is saying that if you saying that it said by way I said you shall see no more, isn't that going directly against the text?
No,
if he's saying you're not gonna see it,
God said that. Hold on.
Listen, I got you. If God said, go ahead.
Deuteronomy 28. Let's bring it up. On
King James version. King James.
Let's go King James, as you said. Let's do KJV. I'm gonna put it on the screen.
Now, what version you read? Because listen, Moses dies in that book, so how could he write it if he dies in it?
Yo, come on, bro. We're not talking about that, man. We already know that. Let's make the point. I'm trying to prove to him that it's actual Egypt that they're talking about. But listen to what he said. He said, Garfield, if you said that this part right here, thou shalt see it no more again. This part is very important because God is talking through Moses according to the text. So if he's saying thou shalt, I told you, remember I said thou shalt see it no more again. Wherefore I spake unto thee. By the way, wherefore of I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. Where is that at? Exodus 14:13. So this is before Deuteronomy 28 as far as chronology, because you have Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, Deuteronomy. Now, before Deuteronomy 28 is written, if it's in chronological order, we have it in Exodus where he says, you shall not see Egypt no more again. What was he saying in that verse in Exodus 14? What Egypt was he talking about? He was talking about physical Egypt. And it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. So if it's physical with ships, you got to find a reference where there's people going into Egypt on ships. And I'm saying to myself, Deuteronomy, because of the curses, is connected to Assyrian, the Esarhaddon Treaty, where they're talking about the same curses that's in Deuteronomy 28. You can be cursed to this, cursed to that if you don't follow what Ashur did. So now they switch it up and switch the Ashur word to the Lord, to Yahweh, or to the God of the Bible. And then what they did is, when is Assyrian treaty written? 7th century BC. So what did scholars come up with? Deuteronomy was partially written around 7th century BC. At that time, who took Israelites into Egypt? Assyrians took them into Egypt. Did they take them as slaves? I don't know, because this right here, nobody has really explained this to me, and I don't think anybody can. And there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. You know, literally reading this is saying that you were basically under control by somebody else. I could take that as the interpretation. You don't have to be sold by bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Basically, you're on a ship. you're under captivity, you're working with the Assyrians, you went into Egypt on ships. That's literal. So that could be the prophecy, or that could be the punishment, that you're working for the Assyrians as soldiers in their army. That's what it could be. I don't know, but this part right here kills the whole concept. By the way, whereof I spake unto you, thou shalt see it no more again. And if I ask you this, Israel born, you got to be honest. Where does it say that? You're going to say Garfield, Exodus 14:13. Now, was it talking about a literal Egypt or a spiritual Egypt? That kills you.
When you speak about Egypt, it's basically means
not you. Israel.
Hold up. Garfield, you already know that we interpret Egypt to be representation of bondage in this context, not just the literal land of Egypt.
In the context of in the context of that, where he talks about, by the way of where I spoke unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. What is that context? Is that spiritual or actual Egypt?
Where it says, and the Lord shall lead thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
What
right?
is it? What is that from? Where's that from? Where's that from?
What is what for? Oh, that scripture. Can you pull that up? You says Exodus. What is that?
14 verses 13. Right here. I got it right here. It's on the screen. Right here. Fear ye
It's
not.
difficult for me to read though, but go ahead.
And Moses said unto the people, fear ye not, stand still and see the salvation of the Lord, which he shall shew to you today. For the Egyptians whom we have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. Egyptians. How would you see Egyptians? In where? In Egypt. Whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. So that's why in Deuteronomy he said, and remember I spoke unto thee this, he's telling you that I'm changing my mind. That's what God is saying through Moses. So if he saw the Egyptians, how is it that you're going to see Egyptians where? Where you going to see them? In America? You're going to see them in Egypt, bro. You shall not see them again no more forever. In Egypt, physical Egypt, bro. You can't get around that.
Right. Yeah, I got you. No, it don't kill anything. I understand what you're saying. I got the context of what you're saying, and I don't necessarily disagree with that. But what I'm saying is that it's speaking about the land and not the people. It's saying that that you will not see this land again, as I said before. But you're going to see. But you're going to see it again. But you're going to see it again because you broke this law, right? But what's it? All right, okay. So ride with me, Garfield. Ride with me for a second, right? Okay. Because when it's in Exodus, I think it's one of the brothers might be able to help me out. It's eluding me now, but it may be Exodus 20:2. Maybe I'm mistaken, but it says that it defines Egypt. It references Egypt as the house of bondage. Now, why that's important is, hold on, wait. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna let you respond, because Israelites went into many captivities. Would you agree?
Yes.
Assyria, Persia, Babylon, etc. Right? Never were any of those captivities represented as the house of the house of bondage, like the Greek being the house of bondage, or Assyria being the house of bondage, or any of these lands being related to the house of bondage. But for some reason, it references Egypt as the house of bondage. And that's why we read into that the way we do, because it's giving you a reference unlike it did in any other the other captivities.
What?
Yeah, well, if you wasn't listening, you wasn't listening.
No, I was.
You heard, but it didn't make no sense.
Then it'll dawn on you. Take a shower and let it simmer on your spirit.
So again, all the fallacious finagling and wrangling of this scripture to try to make it say things that it doesn't.
No, it literally says that. It literally says Egypt is the house of bondage.
Why
it literally says Egypt is the house of bondage.
Why when I talk, do you interrupt me?
Everybody stop. No, we're not going to let him off the hook. The key word is here. You see what it says, and the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt. He's saying that the Egypt here means the house of bondage, right? Now watch this. By by the way, where I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. And look at this now. You see the key word is there. There represents an actual place. If you study the language, if it was the
Yeah, the house of bondage.
it would have been possessive. Bondages can't be a place. You see, this is
The house of bondage can't. The house of bondage can. The house of bondage can.
Shut up.
Hold on, bro. And the Lord shall
Shut up,
bring.
bitch.
Hold on, man. Come on, man. Stop spoiling the show, man. Come on, it ain't that serious. You see, this is what kills the whole argument. It says there. There is an actual place because you're going to.
Okay.
Hold on, bro. Let me done my argument. It has to be a physical Egypt because the verse that it's quoting, by the way, where I spake unto thee. You see, when it says spake unto thee, you're not going to see the Egyptians again no more forever. I said to you, thou shalt see it no more again forever, right? He changes his mind. This is him saying that, no, I'm going to send you back into Egypt if you don't follow my laws, statutes, and commandments. So it's physical Egypt. It has nothing to do with bondage. Of course, it's slavery if you want to make it slavery. And by the way, too, where in this verse it's saying that you're going to be in a slavery? Because it says, there you shall be sold unto your enemies for bondage, and no man shall buy you. So you didn't even go into slavery. So you are adding slavery to it.
Hold up. How can you not be in slavery if you're gonna be sold for bondmen and bondwomen?
He said he sold you unto your enemies and no man buy you. So you didn't end up in no slavery. No man shall buy you. That means you didn't end up in slavery. What happened to you?
So they wound up on these ships, right? According to the text, and then now you shall be sold unto your enemies, right? So we're that far. We know we're already that far in the text. So now either we got to turn around because some reason nobody's buying slaves, or you're just misunderstanding the context of what you're reading, which is the latter is more likely to be.
You just killed your whole argument because if no man shall buy you, it has nothing to do with me and my ancestors because we were bought and sold.
If it says you're going to be sold,
yeah, but nobody.
Then how does that make sense?
No man shall buy you, bro. Come on. Show me a slave trade. Show me a slave that came over that wasn't bought, bro. Show me
It said he shall put you on. It said you shall be on these ships, and you will go, and you're getting as far as to be sold for bondmen and bondwomen. Do you agree with that part of the text?
No man shall buy you.
Hold up, wait a minute. We ain't at that part yet. They're being sold for bondmen and bondwomen. That's already established.
Yo.
Hold up.
Yo. Nah,
go ahead.
because the one thing we not finna do is allow you to try to paint faulty narratives to try to argue something that isn't possible.
I'm asking.
Hey, I didn't interrupt you. Why? Anytime I talk to, he get to interrupt me.
Sabio, hold on, Sabio. You're attacking this wrong. We already know that the Bible is full of shit. We already know that already. We don't need no confirmation. What I'm saying to him is that this don't make any sense to fit African Americans, Jamaicans, Brazilians, whatever.
Can you answer my question, sir?
And that's what I'm telling you.
What's your question, Israel Bound?
Yeah, when you read, you brought this scripture back up, and you up until they will be sold.
Hey, you cut out, brother. We can't hear you.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, so it says you will be sold to your enemies, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's in the text. You saying I'm making up these fallacies or whatever. It says that in the text that you shall be sold unto your enemies as slave men and slave women, or bondmen and bondwomen. That's what it says.
So you don't want the version where it says Macartan, because it says there you will sell yourselves to your enemies. None of us as slaves were sold ourselves.
No. I'm not even going to that. No, I'm saying according to what we're reading right now.
That's what the Hebrew said.
You're missing the point, bro. It's saying that you will be sold unto your enemies. It don't say you might be or you should be or any. It said you will be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen.
And the
Hold
misconflation
up,
that
bro.
you're
Hold up,
making,
bro.
the misconflation that you're making intentionally is trying to force these people to be African Americans, and they're
No,
not.
we're not even at that point. We're not even at that point, brother. We're
We
still at
won't
this
ever
first
get there.
verse, right?
We won't ever get there
All right.
because the question
All
that
right.
I asked you last time,
All
when
right.
was Hellenization ever in West and Central Africa? Until you answered that, I don't want to talk to you about this Bible being
No,
African American thing.
Hellenization was
never in Western Africa.
I said Hellenization was in North Africa.
I didn't ask about North
And
Africa.
anyway,
I said West and
okay,
Central
well,
Africa.
we're talking about these slave ships. We're talking about these slave ships right now, and these people being sold
And the
for
slave
slave
ships
men and
went to
slave
West
women.
and Central Africa. They didn't go to Egypt.
Okay,
or the
we're not.
Levant.
Hold up, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a minute. We're dealing with that. I'm asking Garfield to explain to me why the Bible is referencing Egypt as the house of bondage. What is the house of bondage?
And Israel, one more thing. Ask him, could the word buy also be synonymous with redeem?
Yeah. He knows that. He knows that. But what does the house of bondage mean? What does house of bondage mean?
It's house of slavery, house of servitude by force, involuntary collaboration.
Right. When it could attach house of bondage to any other captivity that they went through, but it attached it to none of the other captivities. It attaches house of bondage to Egypt and slave ships to Egypt, the house of bondage. If you don't get that, that's on you. That's fine, no problem. But that's what the text says.
All right, smart guy. All right, smart guys. All right, smart guys. All right, smart guys. Egypt and Israel, there's not an ocean that they could travel across. Is it between Egypt and Israel? You geniuses. It's land. Show me an ocean.
He's just making. He's making my point and don't even know it.
Hey, bro. I'm actually not. not.
You actually are. You actually are.
Can I speak before you interrupt me?
Calm down.
So again,
yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
If there was an ocean, then the ships would be valid. The ships that you're trying to force into the conversation. But again, the Israelites and Egypt is only a couple hours away, a walk away. So again, it doesn't work, bro. Stop trying to force narratives.
You're cutting yourself.
Garfield, can you tell this man how he? Hey, Garfield, can you tell this man how he falling on his own sword and throwing daggers at you on your own panel?
Let me tell you this, man, because I think
I'm actually not though. That's
actually
virtual killer. You gotta come down, brother. You need to relax. Deep air.
Hey, I'm very calm.
Man.
Don't. Hey. First off, don't tell me I need to relax.
Too loud.
Hey.
Yo, we need a smoke break. Calm down. Like what the?
Hold on, before I turn the show off, Ghost Jim, you want to say something, bro?
No, I was saying that's King's English. The word buy could also mean redeemed. And I want to know in your source about the Israelites going into Egypt again. Does it say in your source that they had yokes of iron on their neck at that time?
No.
And did black people have yokes of iron on our neck at the time when we in our translated slave trade?
Jeremiah 28, 13 and 14 talks about yoke of iron during Jeremiah's time. Don't necessarily have to be now, bro. Hold on. I like that question though.
As it relates to slavery, though, that's all I'm saying.
I got an answer for you. You know, I got an answer for everything. So hold on, I got an answer for you right now. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, we had people with yokes of iron all over, man. Yokes of iron.
Because when you Google yokes of iron, the only thing that's gonna pop up is a bunch of black people.
Well, somebody lying then. Somebody lying to you. So what's this right here? This is Jeremiah, right? Deuteronomy 28:48. Jeremiah had it. Go tell Hananiah, thus said the Lord, thou hast broken the yokes of wood, but thou hast make for them yokes of iron. So what is the context of yokes of iron, by the way, too? But anyway, look at this. This is people in slavery right here. Are these black people? Are these black people? Yokes of iron around their neck. Are these black people?
Yeah, going back to Jeremiah, he was an Israelite though, so he fits properly like we do.
Jeremiah referring.
Jeremiah refers to the Assyrian disbursement.
Garfield.
So what happened?
Hold on, Garfield is confused. Come on the panel and tell me I'm confused. I'm about to end the show.
So when they talk about jerks of iron in
Hold
thy
on, we
neck,
can say anything we want in the side chat because we want stuff that agrees with what we believe. I'm not here to make anybody feel comfortable. I'm saying it's all bullshit. That's what I'm saying. Period. And each person should
Bronze Age.
Hold on. Each person needs to develop their own relationship they have with their God. You don't need to follow nobody. If you believe in the Bible, you need to study it yourself. Anybody say they have the truth, they're a liar. That's what I say. We're all students of life, and we're trying to figure shit out. But when it comes to God, all of them was made by man. And then people develop doctrines based off of that. Allah, Yahweh, Elohim, Buddha, whatever. They're all made by man. So I don't take none of this shit personal. But anyway,
That's
it is.
why God can't talk and man have to talk for God.
That's right.
Say it again, Mika. Let them know.
All right.
Let me tell you this, right? Let me ask you this.
Hey, Dean, we can disagree. Look at Doug. You see, Doug, he disagree with me. He said I'm confused, but he don't call me a liar. He said, Dean, we ain't got to go there. See, that's what telling me that whatever I'm teaching is fucking with your head up. Fucking your head up.
Let me ask you this.
All right. But anyway, I got to get out of here, family. Peace and love. I love y'all, man. I love the fact that y'all came on Ghost Lithium. Israel, all about our King James.
Micah, let's have a conversation.
Micah, stop calling me Micah, man. I'm about to shoot you.
He's trying to convert me.
It's Mika.
And tell Yahweh to help y'all with y'all arguments, because y'all some horrible defenders of Yahweh,
That's very
Jesus,
funny, man.
and his book. Y'all need we
Last
need
thing
better.
I wanna-
We need
Hey,
better
send y'all
defenders.
teachers, man. I might do a show Thursday. Send y'all
All right.
teachers, man.
Let me lastly say this, right?
Hey, Dean, Dean, we can agree to disagree. We ain't got to do no argument. If you notice, Dougie Natsar said Garfield is confused. That's why your arguments don't hold up. He thinks he has all the answers, but he's scared to get on the panel, but he's not going to disrespect me. So if you want to call me a liar, I'm not mad you call me a liar. You just told me that you're hurt by what I'm saying. The fact of the matter is the Northern Kingdom was never lost. It was never lost. They knew where they were. All the time is once Eldad the Danite said that the people in Kush or Ethiopia, he found tribes. That's what revived the whole argument. All the lies he told. But he was attacked by giants and he defeated them because he was a Danite like Samson. People don't understand what these tricksters were doing. We have a source from the 13th century talking about where the Israelites went in the Assyrian exile in the Bible, that the people that live in there saying that they descend from them. Are those people lying? Those were real people living in 1200, 800 years ago. So this is why I know that they couldn't be the Native Americans, because Native Americans already had their culture from 25,000 years ago. And their genetic markers match up. They got C and Q. C and Q been around for over 25,000 years. So the 12 tribe chart is defeated. It don't make no sense.
Yo, Garfield, before you
that's
go,
not gonna help you, Garfield.
My last statement is even the white Jews of today, the Ashkenazi Jews, if you ask them who the 10 tribes are, they're gonna say they don't know, and they're still low.
Yeah, that's true.
So with that, I'm gonna say shalom.
Facts. That is facts by Ghost Lithium. That is facts. But the truth of the matter is, you're looking for the 10 tribes. The 10 tribes didn't come here, man. So we got
Last thing I want to say is this: when it talks about drugs on iron and by the necks, it's a representation that they're going to be in.
Ain't got time for that. Hey, peace and love, man. We out of here, family. One love. Ghost Lithium, thank you for the $4.99. I appreciate it, brother. You must have loved what you heard.
Appreciate your scholarship, but I see you study hard and study well, so I appreciate that.
That's right, man. Anytime.
We all do. We study to make ourselves approve.
Facts.
Instead of just believers.
Facts.
Great show.
Hold on a second. Kimberly Bell Cohen says, if you do a show on Thursday, I will come on and show my Israelite, Samaritan, and Jewish genealogy and genetics. It's time to shut these fakes down.
Let's go.
All right, peace.
She got Israelite DNA. Oh, yeah, let's go.
I'm out.